myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare, if I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want, make you feel. I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give anyone, make you feel. I'm so bad for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try to try, but never find someone like. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with.
Sneaky Cassandre in there or not, but chain lands.
Good damage.
Oh, Benny coming forward. Benny finding all the damage as the hook will land from Kyrgios following that flash out of Eminem's Zaire as Pop Blossom comes through, lands onto 2. Solo kill now is going to be the target. It's 3 kills already found here for the side of BYG. As the 4th going to come through as Kongwei gets his reset, although solo kill not going to go down without a fight. Does manage to stay alive just, but now it's going to be Baron. Oh, Arja. Doesn't have flash. Hana does. Oh no, this is a very, very dead rumble. Or not.
I guess they're just level 3 without the red buff. Didn't want to go for it.
Oh, flash is over.
I like
Waiting to
that.
get closer to Hanabi, yeah. Okay, does manage to land the fear, and Arja trying to run away, but will be stunned up here by this counter-strike. And it's going to be a kill given over. Is it going to be able to go to Jax? It isn't. So Hana picks up that one.
That's pretty rough though.
Yeah, there's no objective on the other side though, so actually this could be bad.
Yeah.
Relia does go forward, Equalizer lands directly onto him, and he's trying to fight back. Rest does not have the damage. In fact, flashes away into the waiting arms of Praise. This is getting absolutely decimated. Arja teleporting in. Narbar completely empty, so really they want to try and let Arja build this up. Also got a hull breaker, which will not be finding any use. Equalizer comes through, cuts off the river, but Arja, the whole team, Georgia fights to steal. It's a 4-man magnet storm, the chain of corruption across everyone. Look at the damage output by this Varus. As Shun running for his life, but Mabel will catch up to him, secure the kill. It's a 1 for 5.
Probably the dragon going along with it. They did miss there onto the Nidalee, but I don't think she's going to be able to get him to steal this. If she does, though, absolute miracle from Kenny Chan. I mean, he does hit it.
It's going to have to go in. Flash available.
Nice to hold the damage there. And I think that'll mean there's no way in for him. He's going to try, though.
Oh, he got it! He got it!
That was insane.
From the other, he was coming in from Howling Abyss and got this Baron steal there.
Let's see how Kenny Chan does this, because I think beyond they're basically ticking all the boxes, right? They're finding the Nidalee, they're forcing her away, they're holding the DPS when she's got the spear on it. This all looks great. And I think maybe they just honestly relaxed a little bit. And Kenny Chan saw the window, just flashes over everything there to get it. And
oh, Pretender's happy.
I bet.
等一下我们要进行的是 PCS 的生涯数据排行榜。
我觉得 K2 应该一定有，通月一定有了吧？出赛数哦，你选 挖口。没有什么提示吗？
东山吗？有吗？我应该有吧。G， 瑞斯特，
第一名那个凯威，第二名啊，火龙吗？火龙是第4名，怎么会这样？东山，完了，还有一个是谁？
哈纳比吧。第4名，凯威，瑞斯特，金门来，然后想一下哦，凯威，再来是我。
Gemini Rest
PCS 凯威 Unify， 还有一个火龙，
还有谁啊？Rest， 有没有选手名单？挖口，哪个
Unify， 我，金门来，
出来差不多。
哈娜，挖口，空月，
东山，厉害。哪个？
啊，确实还有一个凯文，一定是 AD 位嘛？我想一下，挖口，那 Unify，
生涯级差输，该东山一定有诶。东山第3名，Unify 第2名，那第2名就是那个挖口啊。
Rest， 没有啊？他怎么会不在？东山应该在吧？Unify， 刚刚第3名是谁来着
Unify， 然后我，还有谁？吉沙东山，然后挖口，厉害。我想不到，我真想不到。
吉他树，东山，挖口，火龙，
NNN Mission，
应该没有火龙吧
Nope.
空月，哪个？什么是挖搞是 AD 啊？太尴尬了。
哈纳比，空月，挖口，我啦。空月有吗 ？Unify，
我这个用提示，我决定了，我这个要用提示。没有在这个赛场上打。
他现在并没有在打比赛。
哦，Unify，
Kino
他死了
Kino， 他这会死。
Kino，
Kino， 对不起
Kino，
答对。
OK， 他是第3名。
乌迪，果然 Koala Mission 凯威
挖口啊，凯威应该有机，不对，凯威应该没有。那个叉烧包，
凯威，Rest， 死亡数很难猜哎。
我
你是第4名，你的死亡次数是490。
PCS， 口啦 ，WSL， 凯威呢？
无敌，太难了吧？还有谁会死啊？凯威，是玩 WSL 吗？哈娜，
打野谁能送啊？我想一下，空月，基本上都会死哦。
感觉有我那凯威，举本来这会死。
比 Kino 还能送？我东山说过了吗？我奶哥猜过了吗？小 B，
挖口，无敌，Rest， 空月，一样啊我啦。
好啦，哦，无敌哦，
凯威 Koala Kino
我刚刚有看那个无敌啊，凯威拔第1名，第3名 Kino， 那就是我。
助攻凯威呢？火龙，奶哥，
这应该很简单吧？就凯威，口啦，金门来，助攻无敌，凯威，Kino， 恩硕，
Gemini 乌迪
乌迪，Koala，
那是 Kino 吗？还是火龙？无敌，空月，缺少，对， 退役的太难了啊，无敌，凯运，那这是考阿拉。
你是有在特别关注 PCS 的这种生涯数据吗？
我比较关注的应该是助攻数吧，但其他那个什么杀最多人跟死亡数反而就是比较少一点。
有没有哪一位新生代的选手是你最看到他们未来有机会突破这些？
感觉目前还没有要等这些什么叉烧包啊、凯威啦退役才有机会了，不然他们那个数据一直起，根本跟不上。
太多人了，我记不起来，真的太多人。
好 ，OK， 感谢。
一直点做骚扰，要抓我吗？我又回去了，但 AD 没回去 ，AD 走到前面，AD 觉得，我怎么不会回去？直接死了。这边位置凯威也被留住，被踢，很好的位置做收割，后面也在做 CC 的控制，空也开始变身往前的追击，幻影锁链签到再斩，鳄鱼被留在了自己的2塔前，用1点3回了一口，100多滴的情况下吃了一个尼克 Q， 但还好能闪出2段范围，成功活了，但巴龙要没了。
哦哟，这好像猜到阿志的习惯呢。
而且这个3招之后他没打到，知道阿志会走过来，但这个时候 Maple 是先支援过来的那一方哦，想来抢这个，看一下这个上河线还在不在。
我要直接闪吗？直接闪！哎呦，
闪现加恐惧直接练到，那这样的话看起来阿志刚刚已经把闪现交掉，他就走不掉了。反击风暴击晕到，看起来最后这个人头给到的是谁身上？致命节奏怕不出来，加速 A 一下300块哈娜拿下人头，阿志3分钟直接被 gank 2波。Rest 跟小 C 支援过来，想抓的是瑞亚，但这时候 Q 技能过来一个点燃，已经下在约利亚身上了，往前直接开炮，一次晕1到晕到2个，再拍拍终于来了，想来直接秒杀 Q 技能再晕瑞神交闪现，这边被努力给收下了。
的速度已经拉满拉起来了，
射手很快的，
一炮进来，居民人被打到，尝试勾勾看，自己小心也没留到人，
不要吃了吧。
右边2人虎视眈眈开团手，瑞空瑞尔双瑞在看，蓝豹大绝没有中，瑞空机长直接开到2个，瑞尔进去，巨将打到了巴龙，这边团战正式的开始，2个远程破口角开始连续的进去挖口，巨下了一个多连所持续的触发效果，顺子呢赶紧逃命，前方人都被融化，Maple一个闪现吹下一波 Ace。是正在猜测，
这里
左右摇摆，但对面人也来找他了。
这个也不是心算的问题，因为根本不知道多少
这是感觉的问题。
这个连从哪里开始算的？
飙到3000滴，
停手。
立凯来抓了，等立凯赶走之后再来吃，没有问题了。
应该是没有问题，没有问题。
在这里还是要跳进来，3000进去有
问题呀
！Candy Chan，
怎么了？为什么？然后重点是他没有血量，就飙下去知道3000，然后在对方赶走他之后，他知道对方会直接 raw 掉，那他就是一个
这个可能是命理学家吗？
他没有飙到，然后
没有不知道
跳过去，闪现刚好中，
哎呀，他是有在算的。
大家好，我是 PSG 的挖口。
今天的任务是我们要透过5关来猜选手的 ID。
试一下，有提示吗？还是都是 PCS 的？哦，你说现在有的选手啊？不行，
太难了吧？感觉他有点卷毛，我觉得应该是雀巢。
大家好，我是 DWP 辅助N号。这个我知道，可以先看点睛。
OK。K2 吗？
哦，那个 DWT 的上路吗？天行会。
啊，哦，这个我家中单嘛，这么简单。
哇，太简单了 ，Maple。
哦，这是中堂哦。
哦，这是 Maple 啊。
眼睛蛮明显的。啊 ，Maple。
这个头型应该是
Maple 哦。就头型。每个都长得一样啊！来 海的先生啊，没有办法，
有点难了哦，有点看不出来，才B1G 的辅助 Gary， 跳过，放弃。这剪影怎么可能有人猜得出来？不知道，感觉我不认识这个人。
夏季赛的选手啊，塔口
是那个 DCG 的欧卡吗？
猜不出来，名字同个人啊，孔月王，还是恩豪吗？
都没看过，猜不到。
原来眼睛这么可爱啊！好像来个鼻子好了。
猜不出来。东山，
来个嘴巴好了。
有任何印象吗？
完全没有。哪一队的？我不知道，我不认识这个人吧？泰德，阿志，
哦，那个 M&M，
哦，有了，有像，没有，不像，感觉要头发，没有头发太难猜了。要中分啊，他的标配不是中分吗？
哦，这是那个 M&M 啊，M&M，
那个 N，
哦，答对。
嘎通，太拉风了，在夜空中也是这么的拉风。
这个太明显了，这个剪也太明显了，感觉是我们统神嘎痛，嘎痛，太简单了，
通神。
嘎痛，嘎痛，送问题 OK。
要看眼睛呢，好像是我们的打野嘎痛啊。
怎么会有人看这个看不出来？
因为那个身材，感觉好像有些人都是这个身材啊，就是比较壮一点。黑黑的一坨，谁看得懂啊？
这个看头型应该是 PHG 的辅助无敌方。打错吗？
利凯吗？
利凯，
眼睛应该是挖口吧？
打错。
小 C 吗？
啊，感觉像 Kino。
好，接他嘴巴。
OK。
看一下嘴巴好了。
哦，应该是贼庆的 AD 吧？布鲁斯，鼻子啊，布鲁斯的鼻子，
我看不太出来诶，Rest 吗
？116，不是长这样。
哦，因为他打比赛有戴眼镜的，看不太出来。盲猜吗？一个布鲁斯，从那个头啊，
不是我啊，那不看了，太明显了。看得出来，看得出来。鼻子哦，鼻子应该不行，嘴巴，嘴巴应该有。
是布鲁斯吗？
你是从什么因素判断他是布鲁斯？
身高吧。
这发型太难认了吧？胖哥，那个哈娜，
感觉好像要看眼睛
阿志，空月王应该不是。不知道，雀巢啊？
谁眼睛长那样吧？再给我一个提示。
空月，不行，需要更多的提示。哦，谁啊？那个欧卡吗？
但是我觉得 B 早又没什么用啊。他们有些人没戴眼镜，我好像猜不出来。
贝蒂，这不是空月吗？哦，怎么办？不知道。哦，我这样会不会有点对不起他们？哎。空月吗？
这是 Rest 吗？小 C，
恩硕，这个也太难了吧？这
你平常不会遇到他？
我平常不遇到他，觉得难。还是小土？哇，谁知道啊？我这样会不会有点对不起他们？
好，这是那个吗？小土啊。哇，我真猛！
这应该是小土吗？ 蛮熟的。
好，那因为你表现真的太差了，所以我要给你
我不是中2题吗？中2题很差是不是？哈哈哈。
3个都是上路哦。
啊？
不同五官，应该有 Rest，
眼睛是 Rest。
好了，这个一定有 Rest， 感觉很没有违和，感觉这就是 Rest， 这没有其他人。
Rest 的眼睛吗？哇，其他真的看不太出来，
完了，全都猜不出来。空月的发型，不是吗？
头发有点难，风吗？太的。
这发型应该是 Solo Kill 王，
有恩错，火龙吗？好了，猜不出来，感觉这个就是 Rest
头发有那个 Solo Kill，
脸有点像 Driver。
太难了吧？
居民恩，
不长。嘴巴太猜了。
Driver 的嘴巴。
哦，好像有比较厚一点。虐菜，easy 啊，没有啊，我就照我的印象来猜啊。我只能说有些还蛮容易看出来的啊，只是我会突然想不起来他是谁而已。
我觉得看不出来应该很正常，看得出来应该比较奇怪。
下次会记得更清楚看好对手的脸。
不会，我都不看他们。
好了，我们也感谢。
谢谢。
你过来 riff me 了。
哎 ，TP 后面 TP。
然后帮
帮他帮一帮一，他们分开了。
帮不了啊，你 go can TP 了多少点？
好吧。
Can run, can just run. I know some.
慢下。我是不该踢的，我怕你们
踢的位置有点深。
我要开。
啊，go。Red fast, no flash. One die, Viego. He reset ah. Slowly, Nico not coming.
Slow him?
Eddie or gonna.
两个没闪。
Okay, no flash. Sorry. Nico below. Nico, I kick away. Obvious, I die already. I fail, no flash. Oh, he flash already.
看，我加速你了，追吧。好，不能的。
他跑很快。
开到 ，AD。
你过。
AD 没闪。
2。I want that. Nico. Okay, Dragon Baron. Together.
Okay.
那个 AD 没闪。我觉得我一样去开他们 AD， 你们这样子打就好 ，OK？
好，我说完了，给
开配音啊。
呀，Jack 去一个人。
我去下还是上？
都可以。
我去上路吧，上路比较多先。现在比较容易出事哦，慢一点哦，一起来看。
好的你。
我 TP 啊，
我有刀，我可以放刀。
对。Nico fast, Nico dead.
我死了。
Oh, AD die. Oh, Jungle die. Look. Heaven. I will kill him. 慢，别过来，慢慢。
AD 没闪。
Okay, go me, push.
看了。
我要去看面啊，不要追了。
看。
呀，你对面
有谁看队友谁？
你对面。OK。
20 seconds。
这没闪的。这没闪的。他闪了。哎，可以去。
哎，开！刀！
不要上头，我们自己打就好。
AD 没闪哦。
You got GA 啊
？You want try N？
You got GA， remember guys？
要不我们稳一点吧？
上面，打上面先。
你不要卖，你不要卖，你不要卖血，不要卖血，你不要卖血。
没有一个塔走。
最后一波啊，他一定在中路。
别过来，别过来。
打架看打架看打架。
做完了，做完了，
算了，
打。
过来带你。
我开到一掉。
AD 几？黑尾森，你够了飞，黑尾森有按尾森。No face，
这个没闪。
OK，slowly， No face，
看上路线。
OK，
听我讲，二一没闪，
集中
没闪。
，No face， OK，
帮 AD 给他吸血，你先去点那个演戏表。
你先等，你等兵进来再提这位。
OK。
No face，
No flash。可以一波，你等那个兵。如果他要手先杀他，不用自己可以杀他的。杀，可以杀他的。他没闪，杀。一波。
Yeah， focus， 15 seconds。
Nice。
Don't need your mouse man Winston to carry.
Okay，nice GG guys， good job。The Nico so fun bro， seriously。
A bit too close 啦。
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, cause you want me to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the final day of the regular season here of the PCS Summer, of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I will be your host, Vestian, and we have him back. It's Shock.
Look who's back. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much, but I am back. I did take the 1 day break. Here now.
Feels like a crime at this point.
Does it?
It does a little bit.
Yeah. Well, here now for the final day of the PCS regular season. And it's going to be interesting to find out whether or not there will be some tiebreakers. I'm sure we'll look down the list, I guess, before the games start, take a look at some standings and stuff. But I think it's most likely that there's going to be either no tiebreakers or there might be one. That being said, nothing ever goes as expected in the PCS, if there's one thing I've learned. So we might be in for a whole lot more.
Yeah, definitely. I think I've done a little bit of work trying to work out what the tiebreakers will be. I think I can run through some of them. The most likely scenario we have is that CFO will pick up a win against Impunity, which puts them equal to Frank. And if DCG beat Frank, that means there'll be a tiebreaker for 5th, 6th. We'll take a look at the results and I'll come back to that though. I mean, I guess the surprising one here, Halpigs picking up the win over DCG and Taipei J-Team picking up the win over PSG Talon. Other than that, I mean, maybe a little bit unexpected, Duish Team almost picking up a win over Frank. It was actually a very, very close game. It came down to a Baron steal found by Kenny Chan on the Nidalee that was able to secure that win there really for Frank. But yeah, I think pretty surprising day yesterday, which is really why we find ourselves in all these different scenarios that in theory can happen for the tiebreakers. The standings here on your screen, and I'll go through some of the tiebreaker opportunities as we see this. So again, if Frank lose, CFO win, tiebreaker there for that 5th, 6th spot. Ultimately though, if PSG lose, Taipei J-Team win, there'll be a tiebreaker for 1st, 2nd. Similarly, if J-Team lose, Beyond win, tiebreaker there for 3rd and 2nd. So pretty important. I guess it does seem like really with this schedule we have today, as we'll see very shortly, that really the only realistic one is that tiebreaker between both Frank and CFO.
I think so. If things did go unexpected, though, there is the possibility of CFO having to fight for that last playoff spot, and I think that would be the most interesting thing to happen. I think CFO today versus Impunity, so you think that they go into it as a massive favorite, of course, but coming from 8-2, now being at 8-9 on a 7-loss streak, who knows?
I've just realized something.
What's that?
Regardless of who wins between DCG and Frank, if CFO win, there is a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Sure.
Oh, so I mean, it's really up to CFO to finally find a win. You see their 7 loss streak.
Yeah.
Same loss streak as Impunity, so one of them is going to end here on that final day. And I mean, for CFO, you really cannot afford to lose that because again, if Halpigs or West Point win and CFO lose, then there's another possible tiebreaker there for that 6th spot as well.
Pretty interesting, all things considered. And I wonder, you know, what teams will actually come out on top on the tiebreakers, but looking at today's matches, feels like there are quite a few that matter in terms of standings, especially for those teams that still want to fight for that last playoffs position. But DCG versus Frank, obviously, and CFO versus Impunity, those feel like the big ones to watch. Honestly, maybe Halpigs versus PSG as well.
Yeah, if Halpigs can play as well as they have at times. Yesterday, if anyone didn't catch it, Godtone picked up 3 steals in the single game, which led to them finding a victory over DCG. It was very impressive. I think it was Godtone's best game so far. Definitely looked really good. I mean, to win against PSG is probably going to have an even better performance. I mean, the whole team will really, very, very hard team to beat. Obviously, J-Team doing it yesterday gives them a chance here to play for 1st. They'll be almost definitely cheering on for Halpigs here.
Definitely. And I guess for that DCG versus Frank match, that's one that I think, I'm not even sure who goes into that as a favorite, to be honest, because it feels like both of them are sort of in a similar spot. I mean, they're close to the standings and everything that entails. I guess we'll take a look at today's first match, though, which is Beyond taking on West Point. A match that West Point do need to win if they want to still have a chance at making it into the playoffs.
Yep, absolutely. If they do fall here to Beyond, it will mean that there is no more opportunity for them to make it, obviously, into the playoffs, this being their last game. And similarly, Beyond want to win it for that chance to fight for second against J-Team. Obviously, again, because everyone has one game today, it does mean that there are no standings that are within their own team's hands. It really is... Oh, I guess other than DCG and Frank, that is within their own hands. But other than that, it really is just comes down to you picking up the win and hoping the person above you does not.
Yeah. Well, for West Point, coming up against Beyond, I think win conditions take away the carry junglers from Kongwei, maybe abuse Lakai on the top side. It does feel like when Beyond lose, it is mostly off the back of Lakai being taken advantage of, which kind of feels bad because, you know, if you have a couple bad performances, especially as a top laner where it's a role that can't exactly get a lot of help, you're going to just get targeted harder and harder, right? And there's probably some of these games where Lakai should be getting more assistance than he does, but ultimately it's a team where you've got Betty and carries on your bot side, so can't spend as much time up there.
Yeah, I think importantly too, from how West Point's been playing since Rallia coming over to Taiwan, it really does feel like that is West Point's best chance of trying to find their way to find a victory here, because Rallia really, really liking those carries, especially now that he's on that lower ping. Nully though yesterday, I think it was, what did we say, 13-1? 13-1 on the Jace. So having a very good game for himself there in his own right, and if he's able to replicate that performance, certainly could be a chance for success. I want to say importantly though, Beyond yesterday, picking up that Nico pretty early in their draft for 116 definitely feels like a champion that is better suited, not only to him, I don't want to say necessarily to him, but for the playstyle, because you have Kongwei playing these carry junglers, so requires a lot more resources than the likes of the Sejuani Maokai, for example. And then obviously Betty, who is just your insurance policy no matter what, so you want to be giving him resources, making sure he's scaling into the game. It means that there are less resources available for you as a mid laner, and thus it feels a lot nicer to play something that can facilitate more than have to be one of the carries and getting these resources, maybe taking some jungle camps and the likes.
Yeah, can definitely agree. Feels a lot like how Pretender has to play around Kenny Chan at the moment. Same way 116 should want to play around his jungler Kongwei. And coming back to West Point for a moment, I think, you know, you mentioned Rallia having a really good time since he came to the low ping. Nully and 665, they've been consistent all split, and I'd say Nully might even be the most underrated mid at the moment. Feels like he's been performing very well despite being on one of those lower tier teams. Stats comparison though between these two junglers, and I'd say fairly different styles. I mean, 665, he's played a mix of carry and tanks, whereas it feels like Kongwei has pretty much exclusively played the carry junglers, and they often do ban for that. Take a look there, by the way, the DPM.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. And there's only 3 points of difference.
That's crazy.
I wonder who's in between. Because that's a crazy stat line to have someone in between 3 points of damage.
Yeah.
But interestingly, first in the damage percentage, but not as high as Kongwei. Sorry, first in DPM, but not as high as Kongwei in terms of damage percentage.
Yep.
So he is doing a lot of damage, but his team are just doing a lot more damage around him. I wonder why that is. It could just be that when they are winning against weaker teams, they're just winning far quicker, and it is their carries that are finding a lot more damage.
Could be, yeah. I'm not too sure. Well, we head into draft. Kai'Sa banned away, as is the usual, especially against Betty. Nico ban, I do like that as well. I want to see if Beyond ban the LeBlanc, or if they're going to look to pick it up, because I feel like Nully has been one of the better LeBlancs, and it's a champ that maybe you don't want to give over. They banned the Rakan instead. Banning Rakan first 3 is a little different.
Definitely is.
That Maokai is still available as well.
Jace, Tristana.
Tristana's banned.
Oh, yep, you're right. Jace, though, is available. So if you don't ban the Maokai, it does give you either the Jace or the Maokai. So it could just be maybe banning something like the Ral. Viego?
Okay.
Oh, okay. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Viego makes a whole lot of sense against Kongwei.
And I wonder, do Beyond actually prioritize the Maokai? Okay, so it looks like they will.
And this will be AP almost certainly.
Yeah, I would think so. And I think it is actually a good denial, because it makes it harder for West Point to play the Jace mid with that Maokai gone. Yeah, maybe they'll still do it. Can obviously have AP from other roles or even play something like the Lilia later on. So they pick up the Jace. Rel could be the pick along with it. It's a nice flex pick, of course. And go towards that support or the jungle. And it also means you could have a Rumble coming in third. I'm not sure if Relia is the type of guy to play it, but possible. LeBlanc being hovered. So LeBlanc Maokai, not something you see that often, but LeBlanc does do pretty well into the Jace. And LeBlanc Maokai has a lot of gank set up as well. So it's going to make playing mid lane for Nuli a bit more difficult. And what do they take along with this? Because there's definitely no chance you can take away the Rumble now, given how much AP you have. You could take the Xayah, but into the Jace doesn't feel as good.
Okay. It looks like it should just be a support locked in. A lot of hovers on the Blitzcrank, but ultimately will not be locked in. It's the Nautilus. I think pretty tried and tested. Oftentimes we do see the Alistair instead into the Rel, but going for the Nautilus here. And in fairness, it does do pretty well at trying to find its own picks that then can be followed up by the LeBlanc, by the Maokai as well. Renekton. So double AD topside.
Yeah, that's kind of strange.
Could be jungle.
Yeah.
Does do magic damage. I guess it's kind of akin to the Sejuani, but maybe some lower damage numbers.
I almost feel like 665 is going to play something like the Nidalee or the Lily of this game because I feel like you prefer AP jungle. I'm a little surprised they didn't go for the Rumble into bans, but maybe it's not a champ that they're comfortable on. They ban away the Jax, obviously a very common answer. And also probably Lakai's most played champ. It has to be.
It's not even close.
Technically ban on the other side. I think you should probably ban away the Xayah. Unless you want to try pick it up yourself, but it feels like if you can just set something up that's very point and clickable, very susceptible to engage, it would be good. Okay, they banned the Lilith, so they're going to go for the AP junglers instead. I wonder which ones they are, because I think Lilia Nidalee makes the most sense. Yeah. We haven't seen Talia in a very, very long time, but Talia jungle used to work really well with the Renekton. Not sure if it'll be that playable this game. Yeah, it could do.
I don't think Karthus does that well against...
No, I wouldn't think so.
Against the Maokai, against the LeBlanc. But honestly, you can find just so much value in dropping that ult, especially if you are the sole AP.
West Point ban away the Varus, so want to make sure that Betty gets a hyper carry. And the Ziggs ban. Alright, so expecting another AP option coming out. So West Point, I think it would be better to just reveal... Well, depends what you value more. Okay, so they're going to take the Xayah away. Don't want to give it over to Betty, and I think it's a decent enough option here. We'll give you the opportunity to counterpick in your jungle and keep this Rel Flex alive. 4-5 here. I wouldn't say no to Azeri, but perhaps something different. Okay, they are going to lock it in. And now, what is going to be the top laner for Lakai? Because you do have to play into this Renekton. And ideally... Oh, yeah, I'd be down for the Gnar.
Would you be down for the Yone?
No, I wouldn't.
I think Yone would struggle a lot against Renekton.
Locked in the K'Sante, so it definitely feels like pretty just whatever in the top lane. Both just going to be probably hitting each other, not too much in the way of CS or kills or anything. Last pick, I mean, it could be the Nidalee. I don't think solo AP Nidalee is the best, but it does work kind of well with Renekton, and it's not as bad to be full AD than it is to be full AP. Well, they lock it in. I mean, I'm not overjoyed by the Nidalee. I think it's an okay pick, and I can see why they've gone for it, but I think there might have been better things to do here. You know, maybe just send that route to the jungle, put the Rumble in the top instead of the Renekton, and I think you have a much stronger draft. Ultimately, though, they still have something playable. I think I do much prefer the side of Beyond, though. Question mark for me mainly about the LeBlanc. I saw in the Champs League here, LeBlanc has a 29% win rate, I think it was.
Yeah.
So it really has not found success in the PCS. And honestly, even in the games it picks up, you know, in the wins it picks up, it doesn't really look convincing until very late in the game.
No, absolutely. I will say, though, I believe it was yesterday there were 2 LeBlanc wins picked up. At least there was certainly one. Adiog's picking up one. From what I remember, there was another one, but maybe that was the day before. So recently, LeBlanc has been finding some wins. But considering 2 of those wins came recently and it's still sitting at a 29% win rate, you really don't feel too confident when you see the LeBlanc. I will say, though, I think ultimately, for the side of Beyond, they kind of got what they want, I feel. You've got just a pretty fine tank matchup. Lakai shouldn't go down too much CS, but we'll have to see. And then you have, you know, Kongyue, sorry, he's going to be on that Maokai. So when it comes to tanks, the Maokai is really the only tank he's picked up, but he does play it most commonly as an AP threat, going the Demonic Embrace into the Liandry's with First Strike. And it does suit him, I think, having some more resources given to him and finding a little bit more damage. It is also just more annoying to try and gain objective control when it is the AP Maokai against you. And then, of course, Betty on a hyperscaling AD carry that can build lifesteal very easily against Jace Nidalee.
Yeah. I think the question this game will mainly come from that early game, but you've got Renekton, Nidalee, Jace as your top side up against Cassante, Maokai, LeBlanc. Level 1, Nidalee does match the flash. Pretty common out of Nautilus to do this now. But yeah, it feels like the West Point top side, at least early game, is a lot stronger. But they're going to have to get stuff done because they definitely get outscaled. West Point, they're going to try to trade a ward onto the red. I kind of doubt that we'd see any sort of split map. It doesn't feel like anyone's really strong enough at level 1. And it is the Electrocute picked up by the Nidalee. I think a lot of them do go Conqueror, but I think maybe with the Renekton, just having more burst could be the play.
Yeah, now do you think there is any real kill threat onto this Cassante?
I wouldn't think so unless the Kai trades badly. But I mean, maybe Nidalee can use the Prior for something. It's hard. I like what Kongyue is doing. You know, starting on this side kind of means that Nidalee is going to have to play towards him in the bot side if she wants to invade, which she might be able to. I mean, Zeri's not particularly strong early, and there is a ward on the red. Mid Prior could be pretty important. I do think LeBlanc gets that Prior, so most likely will be able to defend anything. And I think if it does kind of come down to just full clear versus full clear, I mean, you're very, very happy with that as Kongyue.
Yeah, definitely. Really, 665, it's important he finds agency here, as trade's already coming out bot. Betty taking a substantial amount of damage. Char being knighted up does have flash available, whereas Curious does not. Will be able to back out, pop both those health potions, and get himself fairly healthy again in the near future.
Decent pickup, though. Oh, level 2 first.
Level 2 Curious will land that hook there, and it looks like Char might be going down, although they managed to get level 2 in time. Getting that health up, as well as that dismount going backwards with the shield, means that he is going to stay safe, but it is more damage onto him, especially now that he's lost those health pots. Is quite meaningful.
It is meaningful, I think, especially because with mid and bot pro, Kongyue is never going to get invaded on this bot side, and I don't think Nidalee is going to be able to make anything happen down here either. They're kind of expecting to play around the Renekton more, but the Cassante on top, it's not the easiest champ to gank. A nice little trade. It comes out of 1116 there. Now, I'm mainly now looking towards what 665's plan is going to be, because very often you see, you know, Nidalee either go for an invade or some kind of 3-camp gank, but it looks like it will just be matched full clears, and you can't really use Nidalee's tempo advantage in that case. Looks like Relia proxied that wave and is just going to go for a nice cheater recall here. There is a ward in that river, so most likely 665 will get spotted out.
Here is.
They're going for it,
Yeah,
though.
going to get rooted up. This could be first blood going over to Prage. It looks like it will be. In fact, actually, Char picks it up as Betty rides that wall back to safety, realizing he was in danger if he was to try and do anything else. So first blood here for West Point, keeping their playoff dreams alive. Does go over to Char on the rel, but still important tempo nonetheless.
I wonder, I feel like Beyond might actually be ahead out of that. I know it's crazy, but Prage is the one that has to reset here. And Betty's not going to lose anything in the meantime. I mean, I guess the assist goal makes up for it, but I think all things considered is basically even. Let's see what happened to Karaz. So he hooks forward, overcommits, and then I believe level 3, was it even hit here? I'm not sure it was. No, this was just the level 2 rel that goes in. So first blood goes over to Char. I'm mainly looking at the AD items here because reset has already come in for Prage, and you can see Betty's going to base with probably more gold. So it's going to be up to Char to get advantage out of this, because otherwise Betty actually has the better base. Prage lost a lot of health in that trade. Let's see what he picks up. Okay, he picks up the carrot. So, yeah. Oh, tier 2 birds. All right, so Betty is definitely ahead as long as Prage can't get another reset off. Now, there is that gold on Char. Thing is, though, supports often can't use this gold that well early unless they can buy the tier 2 boots, and they could not here for Char. So I think I's still on the bot lane. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the gold lead certainly reads in West Point's favor.
Nuli has to be careful. There was a Hex flash in mid. Looks like Nuli was able to dodge out of the hook at least. Was stunned up by that chain coming out of 1116's LeBlanc.
Both supports did show their faces mid. Now pings back on to bot side.
Okay.
Wave is...
Wave's feeling comfortable.
Fine. Betty's actually going to be ahead a lot of CS. I mean, he's already up 5 and he's got this big wave to collect as well. I think you're very happy, all things considered.
Rally win for Cull, by the way.
Interesting. Guess feels like just not much going to be happening. You do wonder, because even if it's a good choice on paper, kind of feels like you don't want to go the scaling distance against this team.
I feel like you just want to get to that Rift Shield and have as much power as possible, and there's no way you complete Cull by the time you hit that 8-minute mark. It does feel... Yeah, I'm not sure. I really do think you probably just want as much power as possible to try and fight around those top lane objectives, especially considering you do have that Nidalee, which, I mean, traditionally has been one of the strongest Renekton pairings in the game. Maybe arguable that fairly similar to the Taliyah.
Pings onto mid. Feels bad because 665 has all this tempo and he wants to do stuff with it, but where can you gank? I mean, ganking on LeBlanc is very, very hard. It's going to try, though.
Yeah. Forces out the distortion.
I believe 665 was actually spotted on vision there.
Going bot side now. Betty actually getting poked out.
Nuli's on his way bot. Betty might be in trouble. He did lose a lot of HP there. And this could equalize up the CS if Betty is forced to base. He's going to try stay, though. There are no TPs for Beyond. So this is just... They're going to have to defend the dive. There are 3 sums available, though.
Oh,
Spear misses.
Yeah,
Kongwei's on the way.
They're going forward. Are they going to be able to find onto Betty? Betty does have both sums available. He's getting pretty low. He does flash away, and with that, 665 and the rest of West Point should be trying to get out, but Kongwei flashes forward, will land that twisted advance. Another fight will break out. Char likely to go down first. Ignite ticking. 1116 does manage to find the kill as 665 gets taken out as well. That's Prage. He's the last one here on the hit list. Does get taken out. It's a double kill here for 1116 on this LeBlanc.
Disastrous there for West Point. Unfortunately, just bite off a bit more than they can chew. And you've got to kind of question a little bit of the Nidalee pick. If this is the sort of stuff you're looking for, you know, dives around bot, they're a much better chance for doing this.
At least.
Yeah. And I mean, you did kind of, I guess, go for it opportunistically, right? You're not really playing around the fact that bot was getting chunked out, but at the same time, the Nidalee hasn't really found any proactive plays, and it has just been looking for opportunities. And the opportunity, I don't know, they looked... It feels like unless a spear lands, there's just not going to be anything here. The problem is that Betty having all sums is just not really a target. Ooh, and that, I don't know, the point blank spear, I mean, maybe it's better just to kind of force out the flash and then try chase with the spear.
Trades up top. We see it in the picture-in-picture. Rally getting very, very low. Will survive, though.
Yeah, and the flash coming out of 1116, getting him 2 kills is really, really important because LeBlanc kind of only good in the 1v1 until you pick up the Shiv, and that's when you can at least start to skirmish. But getting 2 kills before that, really just coming in and last hitting them, couldn't be happier. He's got a full Shiv now at 8 minutes. I'm still not sure if they win around the Herald. They did get the Renekton ult out, which is a pretty big win. Obviously a very key cooldown for that Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, I think still though, West Point not really out of the game. Even though 1116 obviously is now accelerated, you do have to feel like there's so much uncertainty around the LeBlanc's fight. Obviously is breaking out here. Featherstorm was used. It's traded with both of these ults for Beyond. Char, not even being 6, will have his Magnet Storm as soon as that level is reached. 665 in the area though.
Yeah, I think they might be aware.
Yeah, I wonder if he was spotted there on that Scuttle Crab. 665 still hunting though. Spear will go wide. And now they'll just be trying to play for this vision round here. As you see on the top side of your screen, top side of the minimap, shall I say, Kongwei starting up that Rift Herald.
Yeah, wow, they're going to get Rift Herald with LeBlanc, Malachi, Cassante top side, which is pretty impressive. All Beyond really need to do on the bot side is make sure they survive. And West Point, they're going towards the Dragon, which I think might be a mistake. I feel like, I don't know, Dragon win condition would be nice. At the same time, I think you need this game to be faster than it is right now. I think taking away the red buff and maybe playing to deny gold on bot would have been better. Instead, though, they opt for the trade, and I don't think it's a trade that's good for them.
Is in level 6 still, very importantly. Betty will be stunned up. Char picks himself up a second of the game. It is 1116, though, who picks up his third there, managing to last hit 665 as he flashed over the wall.
I think he got crit.
That's gross.
Nully is actually in trouble here. There is a red buff for 1116. A lot of damage, but 3 kills to him. It was nice that they managed to get another one on Betty. That'll kind of help the bot side, but you're really not happy with how the Renekton and the Nidalee are panning out. I mean, Nidalee's behind, and Renekton has not achieved anything in top side. You've got 1 plate, but no herald or anything to your name.
I wonder how much of that is the... I mean, Relia hasn't recalled, and who knows how long.
Yeah.
Is he trying to just finish he bought the cull, and he's like, right, I'm in lane until it's done. Because it kind of feels like it, and it feels like that's exactly how you're not supposed to play against the Cassante. Really wanting to pressure him out early, especially when you have so much AD on your team. He will be... Oh, really going wide there. But as I was saying, Lakai will eventually just have so much armor where it's so difficult to deal with the Cassante.
You're right, and I think, you know, especially getting ganked at level 6 or whatever and using that ult, that's just so important, because I think picking Renekton almost always these days guarantees you the first herald. Oh, on the bot side though, Betty, he's already used dash.
Will not manage to get the dash over the wall, and it's going to be 6x5. His third attempt down here in the bot side will eventuate in him finding a kill there on to Betty. And then importantly, the first kill of the game for West Point that isn't on to Char on the Rel. That feels pretty good. Now, a couple of tower plates will be going over. It'll be shared between Kongyue and 1116.
Looks like Betty just got a bit greedy on the bot side here. Doesn't have the ward, also doesn't have his support around, was ghosted on. And he dashed pretty poorly, honestly. And was taken out. And I think that's a big win, although 665 might have given it right back. As he ends up going down to Kongyue. Now, it was a fair amount of gold on the bot tower picked up by Prage, which I think definitely can't be ignored. But despite picking up the kill there for 665, giving it straight back over to Kongyue, feels like you're still well and truly behind. Okay, Cull he's completed. He got it.
And, I mean, maybe he just has to clear out. I mean, this is a problem, as you've now completed it, but it's so hard for you to find a recall timing.
How annoying is that?
He is going to get locked up. He's locked up for a long, long time, and Kongyue finding himself a third. He's on a killing spree. 3-0-2 to match his mid laner.
Just play safe mid.
Yeah.
Okay, Betty's in trouble again. Has the flash this time, but so does Char.
Okay, that is flash trade. Now, feels pretty good there if you are West Point. Again, Betty going to be vulnerable.
Let's see what happened to 665. I think it was just caught overstaying in this jungle.
Depth charge. A lot of point and click lockdown here, which is honestly one of the worst things to play against as Nidalee. Still, you know, again, have to beg the question, what was the purpose of the Nidalee in this game?
It really isn't finding what it needs. And I mean, it is harder, especially given the mid-prior now, with LeBlanc being this far ahead. Obviously, mid-priority is very important when you're playing the Nidalee. But part of that you have to wonder is about kind of how that first clear in the early game went. Just not really finding leads anywhere.
I think something that's pretty important here, as we come 1 minute away from this dragon respawning, is that Relia was able to finish the entire Gore Drinker. So we'll have quite a bit of power as he heads down to this dragon. And although, yes, you have the Frozen Gauntlet on the Cassante, you feel like, especially at this stage of the game, the impact of Renekton can find in teamfights should be a fairly significant amount higher than that of the Cassante.
We'll see. I feel like Cassante might have already outscaled, honestly. First mid tower will go down. I feel bad for Nully, because it doesn't really feel like he's done anything too wrong. But unfortunately, 1116 has just picked up so many random kills, really just comes down and last hits them. And with the Shiv, it just makes it all too easy to siege. Betty, no flash.
Again. He doesn't have flash, has the cleanse, is going to pop the ult for the extra movement speed. And it's going to be flash forward, and he goes here for Prage. Betty's locked up, he cleanses. But it's another kill found here onto that 80 carry of Beyond. Betty really finding himself to be a bit of a lost con at this point of the game. 20 seconds away from the dragon. Kira's hook very narrowly misses. 665 will remain safe. And now maybe with this 80 carry dead for Beyond, do West Point try and pressure around the dragon? I mean, even with that Zeri dead, there is still 2-3-0-2 AP threats. And the Maokai, no slouch. Look how much damage he's going to be doing with this sapling along with the Demonic Embrace.
Beyond, they're the ones starting this up. I mean, they got picked and they still feel like they can do it. Betty is late on the map here, but 3v4.
You have to be careful.
Oh,
Kongwei flashes forward. There is phase rush available for Kongwei. I mean, sorry, Nully. He does get away, and the acceleration gate will secure his safety. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Char being locked up. That depth charge will ensure the kill goes over. It's a 4th one now found here for 11116 on that LeBlanc. And with top lanes not involved, it is just going to be the 3v5 eventuating in a kill and the Dragon here for Beyond.
Pretty crazy, really. This is the scaling comp that's up a significant amount of gold here, and giving over all these early objectives as a team with a Nidalee Renekton feels very strange. Now, do they have the opportunity to get them? Now, it doesn't really feel like it. Another tower picked up. 116 must have so much gold. He's been the beneficiary now of 2 destroyed turrets. He's gotten these 4 kills, obviously, and the assists. Would love to see player gold. Feels like he's so far ahead.
Div charge not available, but Lakai's in the area, does have all out. Hook goes wide. The knockback here from Lakai. Flash away, he goes 665. But he doesn't have any summoners now as Rally comes in. Dominus popped. It's 4v3, 4v4, and 4v5 now comes in as Nully a little bit late there on the wrong side of the team fight. It is a 1-0 thus far, but Chaff the Magnetstorm and Nully coming over will find themselves back at least 1 kill. So far, 1-4-2 in favor of Beyond, but Betty getting super low, gonna have to dash away. Kira's hook will land here onto Relia as Kongwei twisted advance into the tower, finds himself one, but it's gonna be a triple kill here for 1-1-1-6. Nully turning around himself, able to find another kill there. But he's being pressured. There's so much damage that can come through on this LeBlanc, and Nully's trying to do what he can. He might be able to trade one back onto Kira's. In fact, he does. But all things said and done, it's going to be a 5-for-2 here as Betty makes work towards this Rift Herald, and it is going in favor of Beyond.
It's going well in favor of Beyond. Now an 8-0 LeBlanc. And the worst part, the thing is, this Shiv build, its biggest weakness is these early game skirmishes. So getting this far accelerated and having your items just this early completely negates that weakness. And now, you don't really have a weakness at all. We'll see how this ended up starting. So the Kai, he goes over the wall. Feels like it might have been a bit early, but he manages to keep 665 here and almost bait the rest of West Point into coming forward. Fresh off a base here, TP's in 1-1-1-6. Does barely manage to miss out on the 665 kill, but there's no one here really to pressure him, and he's already 4-0 at this point, now 5-0. Just has so many more items than anyone else does in this fight, as well as he's level 12. Only matched here by Rel here.
Probably just Feather Storm. Tried to find Betty.
Now, just feels a bit wallet gapped at the moment. Medjai's picked up for the LeBlanc. I love it. Now, Nully got some kills.
Yeah, and it was a shutdown as well onto Kongwei. He picked up 600 gold shutdown there on that one, so that feels pretty nice.
Raleigh was very lucky that chain missed. No MR or tenacity really to speak of. Might have it in the runes, but...
Now that was interactive.
It's going to be hard. I mean, especially with the LeBlanc this far ahead. She's also going to be able to CS everything.
Ooh, I think one thing that's intelligent, if this is what's happening, it could still be a Steerax, but if Hullbreaker comes through here from Relia, I actually think that might be a pretty good item. Because you are just going to have to match this LeBlanc all game. Being able to buff up one minion as well as take less damage from the poke might actually be a difference maker. We'll see though.
Herald gets dropped on mid. Tower will live with a sliver of HP, but the top tower is being worked on as well. Saplings here. Deal a little bit of poke damage, but not going to be enough to deter Char from walking in. And maybe now looking at Kongwei, but I don't think this is the target you want.
Yeah, gonna find the Magnetstorm. It's a pretty big lockup, and Praise using that Featherstorm again, trying to be aggressive with it, but it's gonna be Kyrgios who picks up one kill. Betty finding his first of the game, and then continuing forward. Flash forward does Betty. First time he's been able to use that aggressively. And now it's Relia trying to find something. He gets a lot of healing done, but ultimately it's a little bit too little too late. Or is it? Relia still staying alive here. Ultimately though, it does go down. It's a 5-0 in favor of Beyond. And with that, it's starting to feel like the chances of playoffs here for West Point are slipping away.
Does feel like they're long gone by now. And take a look at the mid lane gold difference. It's pretty absurd there. And also, he's almost 6k gold ahead of the Nidalee, which is pretty insane. Because remember, that's a champ that kind of needs to snowball early and didn't find it whatsoever. They look on Kongwei here, and the problem with picking the Maokai is even if you do manage to kill him, as long as he gets all his cooldowns off, they'll still win the fight after, and they don't have enough damage to deal even that. Going away with the flash away, keeps himself alive. And you can see how much damage has already been dealt. Collapsed on from all angles really here was West Point. Nowhere to go. Betty, I feel like this was a bit of a rage flash forward. He just wants to get involved, and he's probably upset he's been targeted all game long, but hey, it worked out. More kills here for 1116. Back to live. And you do feel bad for West Point because you know this is where they're trying to find some way back into the game because their playoff streams really rest on this game. But realistically, being this far behind, there isn't much chance. And Nuli, I think he's just dead to rights, really.
Yeah, should definitely be going down. Nature's Grasp will likely confirm it. If not, Kongwei will certainly do so after. In fact, it does. Lakai, though, having to flash away after using that all out.
And are they just going to Desperation Baron? I don't think they can, but...
Yeah, 116 has teleport. It is okay to just hit away at these towers. And look how much damage he's doing. Absolutely destroying them. Having picked up that blue pot, have entire usage of that Lich Bane. Towers are just melting. Betty getting to work now on that mid lane inhib as well. And what can you do as West Point? Feels like Jace Poke isn't going to be doing enough at this stage of the game to matter. Prage, he doesn't have the items he needs to be able to put out the damage. And 116 just with straight auto attacks, almost eliminating the AD carry here of West Point.
Yeah, there really is not much they can do here. Too mobile, too much damage. Picks up an inhib at only 21 minutes. Didn't even need a Baron or a Herald to do it. Second one is being sieged already, and the lifesteal is so far away. All this poke is going to land in a big way. He trades some back, but I think either way, the inhib is pretty much a foregone conclusion. There's TP for 1116 as well, and he's going to base. I wonder, are they just going to try break all three without a Baron? Actually,
looks like it.
There really isn't much wave clear, at least not yet.
Yeah, looks like we might be seeing a final fight coming up soon. Get some poke done by this LeBlanc, and you can certainly look for it. And look at the damage on that.
That looks fun.
Oh. Yeah, all of West Point having to recall. This is going to be their third inhib going down. Beyond, do they opt to keep pushing? Feels like they could, but it also feels like they can just back off, start looking towards Baron. At least for now, they are sticking around.
They have the super minions coming. I think they can just play for the end.
Yeah, it does certainly feel like that, especially with the chunks coming through from this LeBlanc. 1116 finding so much success. Reliant going to be stunned up, knocked up again, and knocked back, and he's dead. As now Prey trying to find some damage, but Betty pops that ult, and he's finding much damage by himself. Double kill now for 1116 on this LeBlanc as he keeps going forward. He finds a triple. Will we see a Penta coming through? It's looking like a Quadra. Oh, the flash away there for 665 denies it, but the Quadra does eventually come through, and he goes into the fountain. He gets taken out. He looks for it. It's going to be his first death of the game, but 13-1-4, a very respectable score and a fantastic performance to give Beyond a chance here to play for second, but West Point will now be eliminated from playoff contention.
Unfortunately there for West Point. I think they were pretty close to turning their season around, right? They started off extremely poorly, managed to pick up some wins against some of the easier teams, and then maybe even could contend against some of the better ones towards the end, but unfortunately was a little too late for them. And you got to wonder about the Nidalee in this game. I can see again on paper why they picked it. I don't think it makes things easy for you. You could just try and play a scaling comp instead. They go for the early game pressure and they don't find anything with it. I think on the other side, you know, Beyond, they pretty much just drafted full greed, full scaling. And the LeBlanc performance, it was really nice from 1116. You got to wonder if this is kind of why it's been prioritized so much, because it very much felt like a scrim LeBlanc, right? How often do you just find 3 random kills in the river on stage? Pretty rarely. But you can see that when you do find that, I mean, this champ, especially from ahead, it cannot be dealt with.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like pretty much the sole reason here why Beyond was so successful in this game. I mean, we even saw that for the majority of the game, Betty really struggling. It was 665 going bot time and time again, putting Betty fairly far behind, but on the other side, it was 116 that was benefiting from everything. A lot of towers, a lot of tower plates, shall I say, going down thanks to that Rift Herald Kongwei found while 665 was bot, and then after that, the First Blood Tower. 2 kills, as you said, in the first skirmish, then a third one later on. Got very out of hand, and I want to come back, as you sort of touched on, the Nidalee. That was the red side 5th pick there.
Yep.
And that is one of, I think, the 2 most important picks most of the time in draft, a blue first and red 5. And did you get the value out of the red 5 that you would have wanted? It certainly didn't feel like it.
No, it definitely didn't. I think there might have even been other AP champs that you can pick there. Or alternatively, you know, like the Rumble we said earlier on. So unfortunately, they don't quite make it, and we do have to say goodbye to West Point for the year. And I think that, you know, the players on the roster, I think there is some potential, right? It didn't really all come together, but I think, you know, Nuli especially looks pretty solid there, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I think Nuli looked pretty good. I also want to say that Bralia didn't really have a chance to play the game all that much. I think he did make some really weird decisions, like the cull. What is the point of the cull? Maybe they had a discussion that 665 was just going to play for bot side. If that's the case, then maybe the cull does make sense. But I think even if you are being left alone top side, as the Renekton, you should be finding early advantages over the Cassante, even if you have to worry a little bit about jungle pressure. It does feel like ultimately there's no kill threat on you, and so you can punish just as you know, Cassante's trying to scale into the game, but that wasn't really happening. And Cassante, Lakai on the Cassante, remaining even the whole time, and then just being able to be a tank there for 1116 to do whatever he wanted.
I wonder if it could even be that they've like had a discussion before the game that there's no way they can test this Herald, given that, you know, we have Renekton in Italy and they've got that, you know, weak LeBlanc, Maokai, Cassante topside. So maybe just wanted to go for more greed, thinking that the Herald was just theirs no matter what. But when they fell so far behind, and especially with Rel here, you know, regardless of buying the color or not, sitting on that much gold feels like that was the difference.
CS.
Yeah, that was the difference, really, I think, between getting that Herald and not.
Yeah, I mean,
he did lose his ult at 6 somewhere as well.
He did. He lost his ult pretty much on 6 from what I remember. But he survived, and he had teleport up the entire time. He didn't use teleport at all early game. So could have just recalled, bought the Iron Whip spike, bought the pickaxe, whatever it may be, teleported back to lane, and all of a sudden, not only are you able to clear minions faster, which gives you the priority, but you're able to pressure Cassante to perhaps look for a kill.
This was that botched bot dive, and I think things could have gone very differently if this worked out. It was a really nice sidestep by Betty. I do wonder if this was a little bit misplayed, though, from West Point. I think maybe you just commit one of your flashes early into burning Betty's, and then you can follow up a bit easier. Either way, the response from Beyond was exactly what you wanted, and those 2 kills going over to the LeBlanc are, they're almost game-losing, I feel like. Accelerating a champ that normally, this is the weak point of the champ, is these early skirmishes, and getting those so early.
Oh.
The damage, wow, it was pretty absurd.
30k damage, 23-minute game.
Yeah, it feels like much the same, really, for Nuli, but just not quite the same. And I think damage percentage this game is going to be absurdly high, and I don't think we really have to wonder who the MVP will be.
Yeah, probably Betty. No, it definitely will be 1116. Pretty hard to give it to anyone else. It would have been even better if he got that Penta, but I guess, honestly, it's too early in the game for you to be able to send a tank up there to tank it up for you. It really is just, you have half a second to try and get that kill, and he just goes in, and before he's even able to get an ability off, died.
Yeah, he just got
wasn't his only death, though.
Yeah. 40% of his team's damage. Not bad, good size. 7,000 gold lead over Nuli, who was probably doing the best on his team.
I think, I don't remember. There was a gold graph right before, a gold comparison before the end, but I think Prage might have been slightly ahead.
He got the butt plates, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think he was slightly ahead. But in any case, he was at minimum 2k up on anyone else in the entire map. So, and obviously it would have ballooned a whole lot when that quadra kill came through, as well as 3 towers, 3 inhibs, and the likes.
This was that flank onto the overcommittal from West Point. And with so many cooldowns used so early, it really is just LeBlanc's playground. Nothing to be scared of, and it almost feels like in these fights here, when everyone's used everything and all you really need to do is keep dashing around, it's just like you're playing Earth almost. You've just got such low cooldowns at this point once you've got full points in Q and W. And obviously with how much damage your auto attacks do, never really gated by any of those bigger cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely not. Ooh, this was a TP close fight,
yeah.
I feel.
I don't know if it was that close, honestly. I feel like as long as the LeBlanc at this point is alive, the fight will always get cleaned back up. They did almost get Betty, to their credit.
Yeah. And then it was only... I mean, Betty did manage to get out, and then it was only really 1116 who survived the tower dive at the end. Prey's using Featherstorm almost every fight aggressively, by the way. You see it there, trying to finish off Betty. Doesn't have the time to do it, and then... I mean, the results, he just gets twisted advance and goes down. I think Noli did a good job trying to trade back, but this LeBlanc was really just running around doing whatever it wanted. Pretty crazy.
Sheer baddie for real.
I think that was probably the best LeBlanc performance we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think that we have seen so much that LeBlanc struggle to really get the ball rolling, and while we have some LeBlancs do well in the late game when she is very scaled, I think at that point the champ almost plays itself of you W forward and you hit an auto attack, you don't even need to hit the QE or do any ulti combos. But here I think 116 was doing, obviously he got a little lucky, I think, to pick up the kills early game. You're not really expecting those to happen, but he took the lead and ran away with it, and he played the fights really well, I thought.
Yeah, and I think as we head towards playoffs, it's really important because it shows you that 1116 is able to carry as well. Doesn't have to find success through these facilitatory mid laners, however, but that is going to be game number 1 in the history books. Unfortunately, it is West Point who are now eliminated from that playoff contention. However, coming up next is J Team, who importantly need to pick up a win to avoid having a 3rd place tiebreaker, so do stick around.
I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to stay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around. You try and try, but never find someone who's not. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around. You try and try, but never find another me.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Don't call your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Don't call your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you
It's not over till I say so.
Welcome back, everybody, here for game number 2 of the night at the PCS. And now, if you're just joining us, Beyond cementing their win over West Point, meaning West Point will be eliminated from playoff contention again. But Beyond, they have a horse in the race. They could possibly be the biggest Duish Team fans on the planet right now, because if Duish Team somehow take a win here against J Team, very unlikely, but if they do, it means there'll be a tiebreaker for that second spot.
Yeah, I think if you're a Beyond fan, you're definitely channeling your energy towards Duish Team, but it's a very uphill battle. J Team, it looks like they could be perhaps the best team in the league right now. Hard to say if they're going to beat PSG in a best of 5, but they certainly have a very good chance as we'll get into our lineups here. And I think for Duish Team going into this game, I'm not even sure where you're going to look. You know, because I think if PSG had won yesterday, at least you've got something recent that you can sort of copy, right? But I'm not sure.
No, I have the answer here.
Okay.
After watching Duish Team in their last 2 games, they actually looked like they can compete with other teams in the league finally. And the difference, I think, literally the main difference that I noticed between those 2 games was WSL was on a carry in the first one where they did win against CFO. He was not on the second one where they were against Frank. And on the sort of opposite side of it, they had Xiaotu and Lysandra, which looked like his best performance so far. And then yesterday, he was on the Jace, and it was just... his Jace leaves so much to be desired so much of the time, and it was just, again, them picking up a loss. I genuinely feel like Duish Team should have now worked out what their play style is, and should just stick to that.
So we're thinking the Frank Classic, like a supportive mid and a carry jungle, something like the Annie Viego, maybe?
I literally think just put him on the Lysandra. You have red side here if you really want to like go down the draft and make sure it's somewhat of an okay matchup, but genuinely, I feel like you can just put him on the Lysandra because the engages he was finding, the peel he was finding was really, really good. And he was still down a lot of CS against Jimmy and LeBlanc anyway, so it's not like you're that concerned about him being behind. Because he was behind. But he was able to facilitate Pepero in the team fights, WSL in the skirmishes, and that really was what led to their success. And again, JP on the Gwen looks like it's his best champion. It was banned yesterday. For the first ban, actually, of that game was Gwen against JP, which makes a lot of sense because I feel like he actually is a contender and a bit of a threat up in that top lane when he's on the Gwen. So perhaps J-Team will recognize that, ban that away from him, although it does somewhat feel like Driver's Rumble may be able to just answer the Gwen threat. We'll have to see ultimately, but again, I think Xiaotu on Lysandra, or, I mean, maybe there's something else that's similar that can offer the same amount as Lysandra, like maybe the Annie, but again, I don't think it's quite the same. I truly do just want to see WSL on a carry, Xiaotu playing facilitatory.
We'll have to see if they can get it because J-Team, they're going to have a pretty good read on this team, I would imagine, and I think that even if something like the Gwen or the Lysandra is left open, they're probably not going to walk into those, right? It's not like they're going to pick with them being unaware, I guess, that those would get picked up. Take a look here at our 2 junglers and Lava. He's got some really good stats, second in KP, first in everything else here, and the forward percentage is actually so high at 29% there compared to WSL's 22%, which again is pretty surprising because Lava, he doesn't normally play the champs that you would think of being invade heavy, but somehow he's always in there.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes through the strength of his laners. Driver, you know, typically winning his lane, Minji typically winning his as well. Even honestly, Bruce and Enso, for the amount of flack you often see them getting, I truly think they are one of the elite bot lanes in the league nowadays. There you go, Gwen.
Gwen is the first ban. They ban away the LeBlanc as well. I almost feel like giving over the LeBlanc might be better. But Nico and Azir banned away from Duish Team. Nico, obviously you kind of do need to ban it against Minji, does like a lot, but it almost feels like it could be a self-ban, right? Like if the Lysandra ends up not being an option, Nico could kind of fill that role as well. Maokai and Tristana both come out, so Minji not going to get some of those picks that he's more known for this split, but lots of powerful mids still up and available. Sejuani is open, as well as the Rel, of course, and the Rumble.
Oh, I think J-Team, one thing that I'm worried about now is that Jace is open. And Duish Team, every time they have the chance to pick it, they do pick it, and it looks really bad. So, honestly, I want to see Duish Team just give over the Jace. I genuinely do think, I mean, it might not be the greatest lane, really, for Lysandra, again, to play into. But I do kind of feel like you just don't want to pick the Jace here as Duish Team. It's really not looked that good. Now, Renekton I do like. I think if you pair this up with the Viego, even though you are double AD, the Viego from WSL, obviously, having some highlight plays, look really, really good.
Ooh. I think the Vern on paper is pretty good, but I'm not sure if it'll be good for Duish team, just because, again, we do kind of prefer WSL on those carry champs.
Oh,
and it looks like they're going to go to the Jace. Now, the worry I have with this is this feels like it sets up the freest Sejuani Jax ever. And it's really good into those champs, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jax picked up. Question is, what else do you pick? I mean, there is still the Rel, but in this case, it wouldn't be the flex. You would just be taking it. Annie also, I mean, it's feels like a good option.
And it's a bit of a Minji special too.
Yeah. No, there's a few Annie players, and they all seem to be pretty comfortable on it. Yeah. Annie and Jax on the same team. Could be risky, but they do lock it in. Now, what? Do you pick an AP jungler here? Because if you don't, it is probably going to get banned out later on. But maybe that's what you want.
Oh, okay. I said oh no. I take it back. It is WSL. I do want him on a carry. Nidalee, I don't know if I want him on there. I also don't really want him on the Lilia. Honestly, I'll be so down to see an Elise.
Yeah, they're locking the Lilia. I do understand why, right? There's a lot of short range, especially with that Sejuani and the Jax, but I do feel like it takes a bit too long to come online, and I kind of feel that J-Team are going to be putting on the pressure a long time before it becomes an issue. It can depend a little bit what build they go for, right? Some of the Lilias have gone for the Rod of Ages, some have gone for the Liandry. I think I like the Liandry a lot more.
So I think we've seen it 3 times. 2 of them were Rod of Ages, and it was WSL the 3rd time. They did lose on it, but he did go the Liandrys.
Okay.
So I feel like he is likely to go the Liandrys again. If the Rod of Ages just seems like you're waiting too long, and there's so many of these games are actually just decided before the Rod of Ages can stack up anyway. So it does certainly feel like it's just you're better off going the Liandrys, have more skirmishing power, especially when your mid lane, top lane is the Renekton and the Jace. If you do play around those skirmishes well enough, you can find victories, although it's very difficult against how much both CC and early damage that can come through from this top side of J-Team. Now, bans, Xayah, as well as Kai'Sa.
I just realized Kai'Sa made it through.
and
no
honestly, I would have, if I had realized that earlier, I would have been so down for this Jace to have been replaced by a Kai'Sa.
Yeah. Wow.
We did see it lose yesterday. Wako lost on it.
True. Kai'Sa's dead, confirmed.
No, I think Kai'Sa's often just troll and go Guinsoo's when you could just go any other AP item.
Now, Rel does get banned away. There is the Rakan up still, but without the Xayah, it's not as strong.
Yeah, what else is there? I mean, there's the Nautilus. You do have the Alistair, Leona. Seems like those 3 champions are the likely choices.
Now, I wonder if we'll see anything different, because obviously there is the chance for something weird to come out in the 4-5, but with less option, and now that is a little weird, I would say, because normally you would pick your ADC here and just last pick support for counter, but instead they've prioritized the Leona. Now, could be worried about it being taken away. You don't really feel like it though. You know, you could always just pick the Alistair into the Leona if it is taken, so I wonder what the last pick is going to be for Pepero.
I was wondering if maybe the fact that they put the priority on the Leona, maybe they're like, they don't really want to have just the solo AP, and they could even be looking at something like a Ziggs. I don't know if it makes all that much sense, but it is pretty decent considering how short range J-Team are. Now, you are pretty heavy, obviously, in the magic damage then, but you certainly do have AD alongside it anyway.
Zeri Lulu is the lock-in.
We're back to spring.
Okay.
This is actually
and
a very
Ziggs,
spring... God, I call draft. If this gets locked in, I actually think it's a good lock-in, to be honest here.
Yeah, it works well with the Jace and the Leona as well. I do wonder if it's that good against Zeri Lulu, though.
Yeah,
because
maybe not in the isolated 1v1.
No. The thing is that, you know, you'd normally be looking to take advantage of Zeri Lulu in the early game, and Ziggs, he's very much a neutralizer. If he gets played around, he can snowball, of course, but you wouldn't really be expecting it, I wouldn't think.
I think one thing that's important to note is that the top side of J-Team are stronger in the 3v3, but if supports come up to this Rift Herald, you do have to sort of favor Duish Team. I think Leona offers a little bit more there in the early skirmishes than a Lulu do. Obviously in the lane, Lulu should be favored, but in skirmishes it does... The lockdown you have on Leona should be more impactful than what Lulu can bring. And I think that's important simply because you've now picked the Ziggs. So once you do have that Rift Herald timing, especially for Duish team, you really, really want to get that Herald, get it into the Ziggs lane, and start freeing up Ziggs to go look at towers around the map.
Yep. Something that could also be a factor is with picking up this Lulu, you're lacking an engage support. Now, you do have engage from your Annie and your Sejuani, but against double poke, the Jace and the Ziggs, you want as much engage as you can get. And it would be really nice if you had something like the Nautilus that at some point can just look for the flash hook or the flash ult, and that's what gets things started for you. Because if Duish team, if they can just sit back and continue to poke, you feel like they will be pretty advantaged, especially around that kind of 2-item spike where the poke damage is starting to build up, but there isn't really the lifesteal yet to answer it.
Absolutely. Now, Shock, I'll ask you, nameplates off, which team comp do you prefer?
I think I still prefer J teams. I'm not really a fan of double poke. I think that unless it's Kai'Sa where you have that really high DPS, it makes the game difficult of being able to do objectives, and sometimes ultra late game it can be hard. And I also think that a lot of teams, when they have the double poke, they often initiate fights before the poke lands. But if Duish team can execute well, I think it's probably more on them. Like, I think they're probably the ones in control, but I just think teams in the PCS aren't really at that level.
Yeah, it does look like that. And of course, I think, you know, knowing which players and which teams are playing here, pretty hard to bet against J-Team. And of course, it is such an important game for them, because if they win it, they definitely are at least second. And it means they are also fighting for that first position against PSG too, after picking up the win against them yesterday. Now, taking a look at runes, I think a lot of things fairly standard. The Glacial Augment for the Leona, which can be traded out for Aftershock. But other than that, I mean, maybe you could make the argument that the Conqueror, not always the rune for the Lilia.
Yeah,
but at least in competitive, it feels a bit better than the likes of the Dark Harvest.
100 games for Bruce.
The very last game of the regular season.
And he will be coming up against this Comet Ziggs. Now, a lot of the Ziggs end up running First Strike in bot lane instead of Comet. It kind of depends how much early game presence you want. And it's kind of interesting because he's gone Comet with Gathering Storm, which oftentimes if you're taking Comet, you're going for the Scorch, whereas if you're going for the First Strike, then you take the Gathering Storm second. So a bit of a mixture for Pepero, and a big trade at level 1 that does definitely favor Zhao too. Now, there is an extra potion here for Minji, so have to keep that in mind. Zhao 2 will be able to match the sustain as long as he can keep up autos. He's looking for that melee Q onto Minji, but a little bit of auto spacing. Procs the Airy there.
Yeah. I think nice trade though. This is actually something we saw yesterday. Nuli's game of the Jace against an Annie, where Nuli found a massive advantage from basically level 1, where he got face checked and just found huge amounts of damage, making his lane a lot easier than it perhaps should have been. But Zhao 2, I think in general the start of his lanes always look good. It's just around these objectives where his Jace doesn't seem to have the same impact that other Jaces in the region do as Bruce. Taking a trip through that wall will find a nice amount of damage here onto Pepero. And again, Pepero will have 2 potions available for himself, as also have the teleport, so is afforded an extra base that Bruce will not be.
Lava's looking mid, and this is very volatile. The flash
forward stun does land. Zhao 2's not going to be able to get his flash out. Actually, will end up doing so after that knockback comes through, and WSL's in the area. Will be finding damage back onto Lalva now. Doesn't have red buff, so no slows will be coming through, although the bowling ball does land, and WSL...
he
finds it!
Wow. That was pretty long range.
Again, we're seeing a repeat here. It's another game now that WSL finding early advantages from counter-ganking mid. Might be looking for the dive. There is no flash here on Minji.
I think they'll go for it. Show us mid.
Yeah, I need to see mid. Okay, it's a 1-for-1.
We'll get a replay.
Yeah,
surely.
we have to get a replay because...
I can't believe we watched driving get executed while there's a mid dive going on.
Yeah, I wonder... Going to that driver thing real quickly, though, I think he was cooking something. He was, like, stacking up the minion wave so it's going to push back to him and then just executes.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to TP, so he's going to save it, which means it won't freeze. He could have TP back and froze it, but maybe it's too big. Instead, it's just going to stack up nicely for him, but the flash committed from Lava, I'm not sure if he needed to. I think probably Minji should have waited a bit longer. You know, wait for Lava to be ready and then go for the flash, because I think you need to be able to connect that flash without you know, having or connect the Q without having to flash for it from Lava, and flashed after that. He was taken out
as well.
in picture though. Xiaotu just got ganked. Okay,
Xiaotu is taken out. WSL finding more. Oh my God, there's so much. We're looking at the dive. Okay, there is a stun in the picture-in-picture. WSL
what happened to the dive?
lives. He's auto attack, double kill there for Minji. Now back to the dive. Xiaotu goes down, but is able to find the kill as well. We're gonna get another replay, but it's a 3-1 Annie on our screen. Inso getting extremely low here on the bot side. There's just so much going on.
It is, yeah. The Rod of Ages, Lilia is what we're going for.
Okay, if you're going to make an argument for it, it's that, honestly, this is also an argument against it, but you are sort of ahead here. You have accelerated a little bit here, a lot faster than you should be, as Bruce going to get stunned up, but we'll be happy to just skirt on through that wall. As I was saying, though, you are accelerated, so you are going to get that gold a little bit faster, which means the stacks will come through faster, but on the other side, you would just have more damage earlier if you have just gone Leandres.
We are looking for a repick gank onto mid, though. Obviously, both mids without the flash here, so are quite vulnerable. This time, Lava's a lot closer around, and they get a lot of damage onto Xiaotu.
Xiaotu doesn't proc his phase rush.
He doesn't have phase rush. He's got first strike.
Oh, did he? Oh, my bad.
And there, I mean, WSL, he commits pretty hard, but Minji with the longest autos ever takes him out. And what is going on top? Level 6 advantage.
Yeah, level 6 advantage. Driver does pick it up, is going to flash out and should survive. WSL on top side, but certainly not close enough to make anything happen there. And it is just a straight solo kill. And what usually is a Renekton-favored matchup goes the way of Driver.
And what is going on? I mean, it's 7 minutes in and we've had so many
Tibbers
kills
comes
and
out.
we might not even be
is
done.
very low, but now the boys have turned up. Xiaotu actually getting very low to Tibbers, but is going to survive. Bowling ball comes through, connects there onto Enso. But again, this Lily doesn't have damage. Got a couple early kills and opted into the Catalyst, which means is even weaker, you'd think, than the Sejuani at this point, just with Sejuani's base damages.
Looks like Lava will come and start this one up. Has that mid and bot priority currently, and he knows Xiaotu was forced into that recall. Now, something that was kind of interesting here is with Xiaotu going for first strike, and within that tree, taking the magical boots means he cannot rush Merc Treads, which is what almost every mid rushes into Annie. And on top of that, there's a Sejuani, right? So it's the most Merc Treads value you could possibly get, and he's not going to have them. So I think he probably should have taken Stopwatch in his runes just so he could rush out the Mercs, because it feels very awkward. You look at his inventory here, it's completely full. WSL, he's going to try to deal some damage on the way out. Might be committing a bit too hard.
Oh, and on bot side, Bruce is getting looked at as well. Xiaotu in the area, though. Lava does have flash available, as does Enso. Inhal, though, walking forward, ignoring the fact there is a Zeri behind him. Will the Zenith Blade commit? No, it doesn't look like it. The Zippy used, and Enso's speeding on out of there.
Xiaotu needs to be careful going that way. There is priority from the Annie.
Oh, okay. Bruce being looked at. There's just fights everywhere. Xiaotu does have flash available, will be stunned up. And with the team in the area, doesn't look like there's enough in the tank here for J-Team to commit. Oh, okay. Nice bit of poke landing onto Bruce. And Enso's actually just doing circles here, realizing it's pretty hard for him to walk that way. And with him spotted there, they're not going to commit to the dive. Xiaotu also will find Lava in that bush with the Shock Blade. Shock Blast even. And Minji. Oh, there's just so much happening, man. Bruce getting very, very low. Ult not available for Pepero, but it might be on this wave.
Yeah, he might hit 6.
Bowling ball, not going to commit.
Okay, hit 6 on Pepper.
Oh, does he throw it? No, okay, he doesn't. But this should allow for a lot of tower damage to come through here for the Ziggs. Feels pretty good. Now, Dominus
Speaking of
top,
tower damage.
Yeah.
That's 2 plates. Dude, what is going on? Why is there so much action? It's only a 300 gold difference at this moment, but it feels like all across the board there is just action.
Yeah, I mean, there's no kills in the bot lane, but it feels like there has been close to like 3 of them. And now Driver constantly, I mean, he's lived between these 2 towers the entire game. He's being looked at now. Does not have flash, and JP, if he lands the stun, it could be pretty bad. The bowling ball doesn't find the angle there. But man, what an action-packed game. WSL now turning attention towards the Rift Shield.
And I wonder, will this one get contested? I think this should be Duish teams. Now, Minji is quite strong, but I think given that the Leona is a lot more valuable than the Lulu at this fight, that it's pretty hard. And I think also Ziggs coming here with the ult. Okay, Pepper TP's bot. So now they secure the first Herald. Although, with that TP committed, maybe Lava can look for the steal.
Yeah, zoning. It's very close. WSL who got that?
I think Duish team got it, yeah.
Okay, Duish team did manage to pick it up. Stun though, Permafrost, as well as that Glacial Prison lands. Tibbers comes in through, WSL flashing, trying to get away, but will end up getting taken out by Lavas. JP will also be stunned up by that Permafrost. He should be okay to get to his tower. In fact, he is. And in the meantime, it is WSL going down, but picks up the Rod of Ages on that recall. With the Rift Shield though, I wonder where he's going to come out. You feel like he should just head bot and put it down in that Ziggs lane. Likely to get the tower very soon after. Minji committing the teleport down to this lane as well.
Bot does seem the most likely. I will say I think that was a very big misplay from Duish team. You saw that J team were willing to give it up until the moment that Pepero TP bot. And what you often see is the Ziggs just ult the bot wave and walk to Herald. But instead here, had just TP'd bot to a big stacked wave, and that gave J team the confidence to contest this. And while there is a Renekton here, he doesn't have ult, and Minji does, was 3-1 on the Annie before this, now 4-1 I believe. It was just so powerful at that fight. So they grabbed a Herald, but it's very costly. You would want to get this one for free and then just be able to drop it bot, but now it's a bit more difficult just because you don't have a lot of control around mid. Right, Minji is pretty much just going to be getting the prio and walking down the map.
And I want to say also, during that replay, we saw WSL landed that bowling ball onto both Minji and Enso as they were walking up, and I feel like you could have just committed that ultimate, put them to sleep, and then there is no way that J-Team can contest, knowing that you have teleported your Ziggs bot and you are vulnerable.
That would be nice. Fortunately did not go for it. So J-Team, they start to pull ahead here. There is still a bit of gold kind of in the tank, really, with that Herald, especially if it goes towards the Ziggs lane, which it should. Lava may be looking for something on top. Yeah. JP has the ult, but might still be vulnerable.
Yeah, Wool knows now. He should pop the ult immediately. Does come through, but so much CC coming through. Counter-Strike will land. Permafrost will also land, and it's JP. He's getting targeted pretty hard after going down in that solo 1v1. It's Driver with a firm grasp on this top lane. WSL, though, is in the bot side. He couldn't find an answer. Are they going to look for a dive, or are they just going to look to put down this Rift Shield? I feel like you can almost do both. Pepero might just be able to get into execute range of that teleport. Rift Shield coming down now. Oh, Zenith Blade comes before the minion wave hits, and Bruce actually getting pretty low. Do connect there. The Drowsy coming through. He's going to be put to sleep. Zenith Blade, the Solar Flare comes through. Cleanse as well. Wild Growth now. Bruce getting low, but Zhao 2 will clean that one up as the Rift Shield does connect. Zalva coming in. Glacial Prison won't land, but it's Minji coming in from the side. There is no flash available. And Nice Satchel will deny him from getting in close enough for now, but WSL doesn't have the speed. Acceleration Gate won't be enough. Inhale trying to block as much damage as possible. The damage is being turned around, but Lava doesn't really take any. Smite will get rid of that Tibbers off of the map. And it is just going to be a couple of plates and 2 kills here. Actually, just the 1 kill for Duish team.
Something very, very important there. Obviously, there were a lot of kills picked up, but Bruce now has the Shiv, which makes it hard for Pepero to actually finish this tower off. Even though it's only on a couple plates, I think it needs to be
probably
just,
like 2 autos.
Yeah, it's really, really close. But question is whether or not you can actually get to the tower. Almost feels like you need one more of those of just sending all the boys down to bot lane. And it could be possible. I mean, Zhao has TP advantage, and so does JP. So if somehow they can get down there, that would be good. But top lane is in shambles as the first tower is going to fall, and not even to the Ziggs team. Driver. He's a rich man right now.
Yeah, Dr. Ivor
He's even got a cull.
He does.
That's why they paid the doctors the big bucks.
That's right. He's almost completed that cull as well, and it's going to be the dragon picked up here. I believe it might be the second of the game, or is it the first? I'm not sure, but we'll have a look soon, sure. Inhale, polymorphed up. He's a lot of CC coming down onto him, but Pepero with this consistent damage, actually finding quite a lot. Leandre's picked up by him is fairly meaningful. Isn't a whole lot of sustain that comes through here for the side of J-Team, and this could be a meaningful sort of change. Okay, WSL on the top side now. Driver has flash. He's going to commit the Grandmaster at arms, and JP's getting very, very low. Does get a nice bit of sustain there, and this could be a very important shutdown if they find it, but it's going to be Driver who's turning around. Oof. He's winning the 2v1. Okay, Ramus thumbs ups them. Almost gets the kill there. Almost gets 2 of them.
Man, the doctor is in.
He certainly is.
Dr. Ivor.
Finishes the cull, so has even more power on that recall.
Yeah, he's just so strong here. Turret plates will fall pretty soon, but all the top ones have already been picked up. And there are pings towards that bot tower, but it just feels so hard for Duish team to actually get down towards her because they're really starting to suffer around the rest of the map.
Yeah, 3k gold lead here for J-Team. 2 dragons to 0. I want to say, though, honestly, this is a so much better looking Duish team than we saw for the first 5 weeks. I don't know where they were the whole time, but there's no way you see them earlier on in the split and think these guys could go toe-to-toe early game against J-Team. Pipero picking up himself a tower. Now, that does unleash your Ziggs. That feels pretty good. All WSL, you are just going to be able to get out. Minji caught on the back end there. Looks like Demonic Embrace should be coming through soon for WSL, and importantly, 5 more minutes until he will have that Rod of Ages upgrade, which will be after the 3rd dragon. And this is kind of the problem you get with the Rod of Ages, is now you're getting to the stage where you have to contest the dragon, but you still don't have the power from a mythic.
Check player goal between top laners.
Yeah.
3,000 difference here. At only 15 minutes, which is bigger than the gold lead between the teams right now, which is pretty absurd. Looks like they're going to siege towards mid, and they've got a great comp for it. Lots of poke that they can throw down the lane, but the Shiv is definitely going to make things a lot more difficult. Now, J-Team's starting up this Herald. This is one the Duish team would really like to get so they can break open the mid tower, but I'm not sure if they can win fights at this point. The top lane difference is just too much. While there is a Gore Drinker on
Seems
the
like they're
Renekton.
looking for the Doctor. Counter-Strike coming through pretty early. He's going to go to sleep, though. He is definitely asleep now. And Lava trying to answer a lot of CC, as well as that Super Mega Death Rocket comes through, and Zhao2 picks himself up a shutdown. Now, Reset comes through on the Herald. Are Duish team going to look for it? Because Minji does use the Proto Belt, but is not able to find that stun here onto Pipero. Going to commit it, as well as the Tibbers onto Inhao. And it's Duish team running away, but they do have a lot of poke. In the meantime, though, it is Lava really securing this Rift Herald. Duish team losing the Herald, but ultimately picking up a shutdown there onto Driver. Goes over to Zhao2. Much needed gold here for your Jace. Accelerating towards that second item.
Well, a minute and a half on the next dragon, and this is a pretty big one. Duish team are going to have to try and contest this, and importantly, Minji does not have Flash, which is a big engage tool, obviously off the board, but you're also missing Flash on Pepro here, and he should be fine. I mean, he's got long enough range, but if he does overextend just a little bit, I'm sure he'll be punished for it. Another kind of important thing about playing the Ziggs bot lane is that you need to take TP, and of course, having no cleanse up against the Jack, Sejuani, and Annie can be extremely difficult to deal with.
Demonic Embrace picked up by WSL.
Okay, big spike.
Massive, massive item to have found just before this dragon. Would have been nice if Zhao2 could have picked up that Mirror Mana. It seems like he's very, very close, and he's headed to the top side. Doesn't have teleport available for now, but will be up very, very shortly after the spawn of this dragon. So we'll see. I think that could be one of the most important items to look towards ahead of this dragon.
And maybe they can just try to delay just for 30 seconds or so and let him finish that up.
Oh, that's really good. And I want to point out too, the Kimtech Dragon, while oftentimes not considered one of the better ones, when you have a Lulu, finds a lot more value. Not necessarily to the soul, but just the dragon passive on its own.
Yeah, there's shielding for Annie as well.
Yeah, well, that's true. Healing comes through from a lot of these members as well. Obviously, eventually Bruce will pick up some sustain in his kit.
Okay, 12 seconds, and I think that Duish team have bought themselves a little bit of time. They forced Bruce into that recall.
Oh,
so, yeah, I think he's got it now. And they really need to win. Well, they don't even need to win the fight. They just need to get this drag.
Does
he complete it? Okay,
he does,
he's got it.
And he needs one more ability for the mana to upgrade as well. So definitely should have it now. Be surprised if he doesn't manage to find a piece of damage somewhere. Now, Dragon started up by Duish team. Lava obviously entering first. We'll see if WSL can find some flank targets. Oh, yeah, flank coming through.
Here comes the Doctor.
The Doctor here. It's Flash. Counter-Strike coming through. The Tibbers onto 2 members. And they are just instantly annihilated. Pipero going to go down next. It's 3 for 0 as WSL and Zhao2 are just having a run. But the Doctor's having none of it. He does leap forward with that empowered crab. It's going to be him going down, though.
Empowered crab, eh?
Not the crab, but what is it? The blast cone.
Okay, but that will mean this mid tower goes down. WSL does not have the ult. He's dealing quite a bit of damage, though.
He is. And importantly, 3rd dragon picked up. Well, should be. Actually, they're just not even on it yet. What happened here?
I wonder if we're just going to have more resets come through. But Bruce, he might.
Bruce
he's in big
might
trouble.
have. Lava coming through. Oh, WSL. And now Pipero arriving means that J-Team are having a run. And eventually it should actually be Duish team now, despite losing the fight, picking up that dragon and stopping the stacking.
And I have to say, while that was very well played from WSL, you really have to question what on earth Bruce is doing. I mean, he's just getting so greedy for no reason, because even taking the chunk is bad. But you see here, this is kind of weakness of poke comps, right? You get set up, but if you don't sweep literally every wall behind you, the Doctor will find a way in. And he gets that engage, follows up the Annie. Just so much damage does come through, and you feel like after this should just be that third dragon going over, and the game well and truly in J-Team's favor. He hits the plant, maybe goes a bit further than he bargained for. Takes a tower shot on top of it. Flash comes out of his out too,
so he gets sleep. Now a lot of this gold on to WSL. The Doctor using that crab, as I like to call it, apparently. Finds himself in a bit out of position. Tibber's committed as we come back to live. WSL getting very low. I want to point out, though, WSL now has got that upgrade on the Rod of Ages, so a lot of AP, as well as sort of tankiness coming through now. Merc Treads are also finished, so 3 pairs of Merc Treads. They're tenacious boys. 4 even.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that dragon, they've bought themselves some time. Question is the time favorable for them? I think it's definitely better than nothing. I'm not sure that they outscale, but I don't think they really get outscaled either. Feels like it most likely does just come down to execution until maybe the Zarya's super full build, but that's a really long way off. Bruce is the one who's kind of struggling on the side of J-Team.
And even then, I feel like, especially because a lot of the fights around the objectives, there's not really a very easy way for Zarya to lifesteal. And given you have the Ziggs and Jace, I think Zarya at 6 items, if you give her a team fight, can very much succeed, but I still think even at that stage of the game, opportunities for success for Duish team.
Especially with the way WSL has been playing. He's really, really strong. Currently sitting at 100% KP. There's another TP flank, this time from Minji. He's going to walk into JP,
going to
though.
find him. Are they going to commit onto Minji? At least Inhal getting engaged on down here. Wildgrowth used onto Lava for a bit more CC, but it doesn't really find much. WSL now is going in. He's got so much movement speed. He's finding as much damage as possible. Now, ultimately, without the Leandries, he isn't doing all that much to Lava, but he's continuing forward, and now Conqueror does fully stack. We've got the Doctor in the bot lane picking up towers, and meanwhile, it is the 5-men strong Duish team trying to find something here, and this is exactly what they have to do. They've got a full poke comp. Oh, they try and find something onto Bruce here. The Solar Flare will go wide. As Minji, flashes forward, finds the lockdown, and Inhal's next to go down.
The 4-man.
4-man sleep. 4-man sleep. Bruce cleanses it, but it's going to be a kill onto Minji. JP finds the flash forward onto Bruce, who answers in kind with his own. In the meanwhile, though, the team fight goes even, but it's ultimately a 4v5 as Driver making huge progress on these side lanes. Now teleporting in to stop this tower going down.
You wondered if the TP was necessary, but still, J-Team, they definitely come out ahead there. And so much damage coming out of Minji and WSL. And you really worry, I think, for JP. Obviously, he is very far behind, but he does very little in these team fights. And the fight was still so close. And in the meantime, Driver was getting more and more ahead. Now has the force of nature and is going to be really, really hard to deal with.
I'm kind of curious about the force of nature. It feels like the what's that other item? The mask, Abyssal Mask.
Abyssal Mask, yeah.
That feels like it's probably better this game. Every single member of your team doing magic damage, as well as, you know, just the better bonuses it really gives nowadays. We'll have to see though. Obviously, I can't really argue with the Doctor.
Off that fight, though, Bruce did get some pretty big pickups. He's got the Navori and some lifesteal, which is going to start going a pretty long way. You know, I don't think the lifesteal, at least at this point, is a difference between just perma being full HP and not, but it does mean having a bit more health before the team fights, because a lot of the time you're starting these fights as a maybe 80 or 70% health Zarya, which isn't as much as you want, and Minji's got a flank but has no flash. I wonder if Enhal could have committed onto him there. I think they didn't have enough info on where the rest of J-Team were and couldn't pull the trigger. Pepper, though, needs to be careful. He's the one vulnerable member of his team. No tenacity to his name. and he's awfully far up.
Yeah, okay, Shirellia's used here, but Minji on the side. They're going to find the Glacial Prison. This could be a big fight, but WSL marking him. In fact, trying to take out Minji on the top side, though. It's 4 men strong. They're trying to take down Lava on the Sejuani. He's not taking all that much damage. His driver, Wild Grove, 3-man Counter-Strike. He's going to find everything. Bruce now picking up the scraps. That's 2 kills for him as he charges on forward. There is the Blast Cone available, but Pepero not able to hit it. It's a triple kill now for Bruce.
Ooh,
as he finds the snipe, Xiao2 not able to click to the side somehow, and Bruce picks up a Quadra.
He does, and from out of nowhere, I mean, Bruce was pretty much completely out of this game, but he's well and truly back in it now. Grabs himself the Quadra. They get the Baron on top of that, and I believe they can even reset and move towards that drag. So it feels like with that, Douche Team's hope in this game has been ripped away. Maybe we'll see what WSL can do in the next fight. And I think that fight, I'm sure we'll get a replay of it, but WSL, he's been so impactful in every team fight so far. But he was the one marking Minji, which I don't really think is his job. I feel like that almost needs to be Anhao just looking for that. Because you'll see what happens, right, is that the driver and Lava, they end up in the 4-man, and WSL is just soloing out Minji on the side. Can't make use of his AoE, doesn't get the sleep onto any of the members, and so deprived of your strongest member, really. Douche Team just completely fall apart in the 4v4 that happens up here. So confident, really, is Bruce able to just dive forward, knowing that there's no CC, there's no damage left. So it really feels like, while J-Team, of course, they were ahead in gold, ultimately, Douche Team's misplay in the team fight really cost them.
Yeah, I think big question marks at this stage around the sort of poke comp. I think they've actually pieced together a fairly decent team composition, but they're not finding any poke before the fights, and so it doesn't matter. You're not winning 5v5s if the members of J-Team are starting it at full health. WSL, though, looking here for something on Dienso, but the flash will mean that he gets safe. Bruce, though, is going to get locked up here a little bit by Leona, as he does have to cleanse out. Wildgrove comes through, JP in the area, but not able to land that stun, and it's now Lava turning around. Glacial Prison will land onto WSL. He's trying to kite away. JP going to be that sacrificial lamb. WSL should be fast enough to get himself out, as well as the slow coming through from Pepero. But Driver, the Doctor, Blast Cone is available, but WSL playing it pretty well. Driver now being looked at. He's getting pretty high on health here as WSL. He's going to find Enso.
No flash on this Lulu.
Yeah, going to polymorph. Driver in the area. Xiao2 as well. But again, we're just seeing so many of these shock blasts go wide and not finding any impact whatsoever. And it just makes me question. Douche Team started looking so good. Even while they're on the Jace, they found options to try and win. But ultimately, it gets to this mid-game and Xiao2 starts to just do nothing. Oh!
Lots of damage on the Bruce. He doesn't have anything life still off either.
Yeah, WSL, though, he's just face checked to Sejuani. He's going to get stunned up. He is able to survive some of the power of that Rod of Ages, but now it's Enhao, the next sacrificial lamb. WSL gets the boys into a bad situation, runs away, and makes their team lose. KDA will get himself out. It's going to be an inhib found there, though, in the top side as well as the bot side.
I wonder, are they going to push for more with this? They've broken this. I think they have to go mid. Although there's a TP onto bot from Driver. So maybe they'll keep pressuring. I think, yeah, should probably go mid. This will be another one that falls, though, eventually. Driver picks this one up, and he's going to hop away. Looks like resets will just come out. So not going to be able to break the mid inhib just yet, but the side inhibs are really the ones you're after. Obviously makes setting up for any more neutral objectives quite a lot easier.
And avert your eyes when this graphic disappears to Zig's items.
Oh, no.
Just avert your eyes.
It's going to be a Shattered Flame, isn't it?
It is. And it's also answered by a Force of Nature, an Abyssal Mask.
Oh.
The classic.
You hate to see it. Whose Gromp is this?
Okay, Driver.
It's Driver's.
It's Driver's Gromp. But is he going to go down? He's extremely tanky.
He is.
WSL now on the receiving end of the Doctor's punishments. Is he trying to get out? Is he? It's going to be Bruce picking up one kill. Driver eventually finds that it's JP now stuck in the middle of 5 members of the JT. Now Xiao2 and Pepero last alive. Bruce will be confirming this kill. Picks himself up a triple. Now with just Xiao2 left remaining and 2 inhibs down. Super minions empowered running down this bot lane. It should be J-Team picking up their win. Ensuring that there will be no fight over that second place with Beyond. And also giving themselves a chance at first.
Yeah, they will have the potential to tie up with PSG if they lose to Hellpigs later on today. But with that, that will be the last we will be seeing of Douche Team for the split. And it's almost a shame because in those kind of very last few games of the split, they did actually start looking quite a bit better. but they never really managed to get everything kind of all together often enough, I suppose, to consistently beat those teams. And
that's not Driver.
No.
What's Inso doing?
They've all got
They've all got the props.
Does Menji have it?
Oh, no. Oh my goodness. What's he doing?
I don't know. Gang signs.
There's Lava. Oh my God. The Supreme Money Gun comes out.
Wow.
Driver.
I love Dr. Iver.
That's basically what he was printing up there in the top lane against JP.
He was very far ahead.
He was. Found himself a solo kill as the Jax into Renekton. Now, this guy, no matter what the matchup, somehow manages to solo kill his lane. He did it as Ornn against Renekton. He's now done it as Jax against Renekton. What's next? We're going to get to see this guy in playoffs. We're going to get to see him playing best of fives, which means the chance of 5 different champs all in a day on Driver.
Yeah. Could be pretty ridiculous. Hopefully he manages to keep his performance up. I think he will. He's been keeping at it all season long. And I mean, coming to that game real quick, we definitely see the weaknesses of the poke comp put on there. And I think the thing with the poke comp, I understand why people go for it. It's very tempting to run poke comps because typically they're very strong in lane. And if you play them well, the execution is almost entirely on you. It doesn't actually, unless your opponents have a lot of engage, there's not that much that can be done to punish an extremely well-played poke comp. But that's the thing, is it has to be very, very well played, because otherwise you leave those small windows open like a TP flank, or just even walking too far up, or not finding the poke before the fight. And I think that if there's anyone that should be running poke comps, it should be the very top teams of the region, not a team that individually is weaker, and on paper, even as like a cohesive team, is probably weaker as well.
Yeah, I was about to ask you pretty much a question, a hypothetical in that regard. I was going to say, like, it's hard to use PSG because they are currently top of the leaderboard, but if that was PSG on Duish Team's comp versus J Team, at least personally, I actually think it favors the side of PSG, because I genuinely like Duish Team's comp, but when your Renekton is getting solo killed, when your Jace is not landing poke in the mid game, and also when you're just building pretty terrible items for the situation on Ziggs, you kind of lose all effect, really.
Yeah, definitely feels like they drafted a comp that maybe doesn't work that well for them, and then also didn't play that well around it. And on the other side, I mean, J-Team, they did have some hiccups, but ultimately they were winning really, really hard on the top side, and they did have a comp that could pretty much just go forward and press their ults, so really didn't need to do too much.
No, absolutely not. And I'm kind of excited to see some of those replays, and that's mainly because, at least for the first 10 minutes of the game, there was a fight in every single lane at every single given time of the game. It was very difficult to catch up with, and I think like 3 different times we were watching something as a fight was going on at the other side of the map, and it's just like, well, you can't really keep up with both of them, and so hopefully we'll get to see some of the action we missed. But I think the big one really was WSL finding first blood and immediately Lava re-ganking Xiao2 and finding a kill back. And it's something really, especially for Xiao2, has happened way, way too often, where he has just been, he's been ganked, and maybe he lives the first gank, but then he dies 3 times before his flash comes back up. And at some stage, you've just got to learn that you can't play aggressive anymore as soon as that flash is on cooldown. You may have to concede some of these, you know, creeps and just give over some gold in that way, but it's better than giving over the 300 gold and tempo to the other team.
Definitely, yeah. And it feels like maybe he just feels like he needs the pressure, because having the Lilia, right, if you have the mid priority, it does mean camp's taken away. But unfortunately, especially against a jungler like Lava, he's definitely gonna make you work for that priority. We will take a look at the replay, and this is the one where Dr. Iver found that massive TP flank, and this is really the thing, right? If there is no TP flank, this looks pretty good for Duish Team. They can just keep poking, and they've got like a nice vision place to retreat to, but unfortunately, the Jax is just able to get in here for free, and it feels like this should have been even worse for Duish Team. They actually managed to get this drag because of Driver's overextension and then Bruce getting very, very greedy. But this, I think, the nail in the coffin should really have come here, and they were quite lucky that it didn't. Instead, it just came 5 minutes down the line around the Baron fight instead. And look at the damage across the board. I feel like that was one of the, for how short that game was, that was one of the highest just all-round damage games.
Yeah, definitely. I think everyone really pulling their own weight in many ways. I think it is kind of sad to see that Jace doing the least amount of damage really out of the main carries of the game. Certainly feel like, I mean, you saw in that replay, right, that the team fight started off. You've got the Ziggs in position, you've got the Jace in position, but the team's fight starts and J-Team are all entirely full health. Bruce isn't even on the screen of Duish team, and he's just sitting there waiting for his time to strike, and there's no poke landing. It is just, I mean, the opposite way as you have to play a team fight as a poke can't.
Yeah. An MVP, I think probably goes to Driver.
Yeah.
I think you could shout out Lava, but some of the early play around mid was a bit hit or miss. But I think he still had a very good game. So I'd probably give it to Driver, especially just given the nature of the matchup as well, right? You're expecting Jax to lose early, and then sure, the Jax Sejuani will outscale, right? No doubt about that, especially in the 2v2. And just isolated 1v1, I mean, being that far ahead. And I will say, this is a PCS classic, favoring the person who's dealing the most damage, but I don't think Bruce had a good game, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, I don't even think he did the most damage, right? I'm pretty sure Menchie did. Oh, really?
I think he did, but
okay.
I mean, look, Bruce did have a lot of good team fights, but he was a big reason why the J team was not stomping early game, right? He died a couple times, and I think misexecution, especially around the third drag, did end up costing him. But credit where it's due, he did team fight very, very well, and we'll see that here. It does feel like it's very well set up for him, though, right? Playing Zeri Lulu at this point, and all the cooldowns used, and
look at how easy this is.
Yeah, he just gets to jump on in. No, I don't want to take away from him too much, but I don't think that was... I don't think he was the MVP.
I think so much started from Driver. And Lalva, honestly. A lot of those fights, a lot of sort of the tankiness that was stopping the poke was Lalva just standing in front of it and making a nuisance of himself. There we are. Oh! You guys don't get to see it, but it's a very cool Bruce pose. I could reenact it. He's like... with his glasses on.
Oh.
You reckon I did it justice? I don't think
it was
so.
decent.
You reckon? Well, who knows? But I think the most important thing to come out of that game is now J-Team definitely are second. There's no way to compete for second, but they can also be first, depending on the result of the PSG game coming up. And obviously, Duish Team, it doesn't really matter for them. It was just playing for bragging rights, really, and trying to have a better season. You don't really want to end on one win, especially with how the last two games went.
Yeah.
It really felt like against Frank they could have won, lost to a Baron steal from Kenny Chan. In this game, they kind of just lost because they stopped playing around what was good for them, and despite the good starts to the game, it wasn't enough to get it done. But game number 2 now will be done. Coming up next, it is the battle of the 5th place teams. It's going to be DCG versus Frank.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I
Hello everybody and welcome back to the final day here of the regular split for the summer PCS. Now the next game, probably the most tightly contested one of the night, you'd have to think. It's going to be DCG versus Frank. Now Shock, I want to get your input. How are you thinking about these teams? Who do you think's actually going to win it? Because at the moment, current form, it's very hard to say.
I think it'll almost completely depend on draft. I think, and it's not even so much drafting against each other, it's drafting against themselves. I think for DCG, if they, you know, have the likes of Mission on his control mage, you know, some really strong laning champ, and they pick a somewhat normal team fight comp around it, I'd say pretty good chance for them. And then on the Frank side of things, if they're looking more towards, you know, facilitatory mid, they've got to carry jungle, then I think things are looking good for them. But so often these teams kind of move away from what has worked well for them and end up just kind of, you know, it feels like flailing in the dark almost. So I'm not even sure who I favor. I'd maybe give it to Frank just because I feel like their win con is easier to kind of come across, whereas DCG's is maybe a little more reliant on Frank giving them what they need. But I mean, ultimately it does really just come down to who comes out on top in draft.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's kind of important for me when it comes to these two teams, as it truly does look like the Frank bot lane, while they aren't up at the top side of the bracket at the moment, they do seem to be one of the more dominating bot laners in the league, especially Kaiwing and sort of what he can find around the map on those engaged supports. Seems to be only really matched by the likes of Kyrgios at the moment. Maybe you could put Woody in that conversation as well. But I think the bot lane here for Frank could be a massive opportunity for at least the side of Frank to find a win. And as you kind of touched on, Mission in the mid lane on those control mages might be sort of the opposite side, that, you know, Deep Cross Gaming, the team on your screen here, might be their best chance of finding a win. Now, importantly, he did play Orianna yesterday to not much success. I want to say he had a pretty lackluster game. In terms of mission standards, he really didn't put up the numbers that you'd perhaps suspect. And also, I mean, I don't know if it's important, but it's definitely worth noting is that he didn't opt in for that rush of the Shadow Flame. And so I think he looked a lot weaker than when he does go for the Shadow Flame. Now, Frank here on your screen, it does feel like they should just try and find Annie, maybe the Nico here for Pretender, something like that. Kenny-chan, it seems also somewhat similar to Kongyue, as it really seems like they do a lot better if he's on a carry champ. I think one thing that makes a little bit of uncertainty around that is that Solo Kill also tends to be a high resource player. So having both your top-end junglers high resource sometimes can be problematic. I think the one thing that evens it out a little bit is that Eminem, while he does gobble up more CS than most people in the entire league, he does tend to be less reliant on having pressure around his lane, Kaiwing often leaving it and Eminem just doing so well, finding his own way of getting gold without resources put into him. That could be an important thing to mention here, considering that top lane dynamic.
Could be, for sure. And I think just something important to mention about the game in general is that most likely, assuming things kind of play out as expected, is that the loser of this match will have to play a tiebreaker up against CFO.
Well, Impunity could take it. You're writing Impunity off already?
Well, I said as expected, right? We are expecting CFO to beat Impunity.
True.
But if they don't...
Oh, even KDA here. Don't see that too often.
No. Forward percentage is very similar as well.
Yeah.
Only slightly different, and same 3 champs at the top, so feels like two sides of a coin here, really, these two top laners. And they do kind of both embody the carry top lane. And I think Solo Kill in the past definitely, or at least last split, was more of the I would just play carries and I'm not touching a tank sort of thing, especially in playoffs.
Yeah, I will say importantly, I think it's because of the other champs played, but Solo Kill has had a couple games of Gangplank as well. And so I think that's something definitely that he's done, Hanabi has not done. That could be important to mention. We'll have to see though. Does he opt for the Gangplank? I almost would like to see him back on the Gnar. You saw Hanabi's champ pool, and that really has been his champ pool this whole split. Gnar doesn't do badly into any of them. So it could be something for Solo Kill to look at. I remember, I go back to last split, and when Solo Kill was picking the Gnar consistently, in the playoffs he was finding constant 4-man engages, 4-man, 5-man engages with that Gnar ult. And in the regular season, he was more of a split push threat and was at times 1v3ing on the side lane after finding himself with a massive lead. But now, talking about the draft that we already do see, it's both those Impact junglers banned there from Frank, and it's the Viego banned against Kenny-chan on the opposite side of the coin. Now, Renekton and Nico, the other two bans, feels like a takeaway from Solo Kill as well as Pretender.
LeBlanc and Kai'Sa both up. So LeBlanc being left open by DCG is interesting. They almost always ban it, but maybe think that giving it over could be a win condition for them. Maybe Mission can take advantage of Pretenders LeBlanc in the laning phase, and maybe they don't even want the champ, but Kai'Sa have to feel like it is just going to be that lock-in. And this is something that we're starting to see a lot more of, is just Zeri being picked into it. And I think it's fine. I do think there are still players you probably don't want to give the Kai'Sa to. Feels like, you know, giving over to the likes of Betty could be a bit of an issue. And Kriskata could be one of those players. I think his best performances have pretty much been off the back of that Kai'Sa. Does Zeri Nocturne? Not a first two that we would have seen even a week ago. Definitely something a bit different from Frank. And I wonder now, what are you going to take in your mid lane? Because Nocturne is very good against most of Mission's champ pool. Tends to be immobile. Champ like Tristana, though, does have some mobility. If this gets picked, there is no AP from the jungle. Of course, you have the AP Kai'Sa. We just take something like the Tristana Rel?
Could do. I mean, yeah, you could also look to take a jungler. I think with this team comp, you could look for an Ivern. Doesn't seem like a terrible game for an Ivern.
Yeah. Could definitely be something you look for later on. I think securing Rel as a flex is probably the right play, but I definitely like having the Ivern in the back pocket. And here, I think you should pick mid, probably. I mean, you can pick support, Alistair, if you want, but I think Annie or LeBlanc, I think I'd actually prefer the Annie.
I was going to say the same. And I don't even know if it's because it's Pretender, but just because Annie paired with the sort of, I don't know, I want to say the team fight ability that you get through the Nocturne. It looks like maybe something's happened here and caused Championship Select to crash, maybe? Yeah, we can see it on the back screen. They're in lobby again, so maybe an issue there on the client somewhere. I'm sure we'll get back into it. We'll have the same picks almost certainly. But yeah, going back, I do think that I like the Annie better, both for Frank and just for the team comp in general.
I think so too. Just feels like it's a lot easier to play around now. If they were really good at using it, I think having a LeBlanc that pressures the side lane so hard and a Nocturne to hover her as well makes it just impossible to deal with. But again, very high level of execution from a team that looks like they're just a lot more comfortable when they're kind of playing for the either 4-1 style or just a straight up 5v5. Because obviously if you are playing something like that, it does make executing those team fights a lot harder. You kind of need to make sure that you're getting prime in the side lanes and using that to secure control over the objectives. Ultimately, it just requires more steps, and I think Frank, you know, in your very last game here of the regular season, probably just don't need to make it that difficult for themselves.
Yeah. Does feel like that. We got word there was a disconnect, so we're remaking the lobby. Shouldn't be too long. In fact, we see it on the back screen there. They are back in there. I'm sure we'll just go back as soon as we're at the same position of the draft as we were before. Now, rounding out, I mean, we pretty much know we're either going to get the LeBlanc and Annie. Following that, what do you ban? Like, I guess it sort of could change depending on the champ, but it doesn't feel like it will. You already know you're against the Tristana anyway, so it doesn't really impact that much. I feel like you've got the Rel. Do you still target some supports? Because there is no jungle locked in, and there are still impactful supports available. The Nautilus comes to mind against the Zeri. Or Vi even. You could think just this Rel's probably going to go support. They might pick the Vi here in the jungle for Hana.
Yeah, that's the thing that's harder, right? The Rel Flex is really kind of throwing a spanner in the works. I think it might even be better just to kind of target blindable top laners, just because you've got last pick there for solo kill, right, on the red side. And there aren't so many blindable tops left up. But let's see what we end up... Okay, so it could be the Alistair into Rel. We were kind of floating that idea before. They lock it in instead, and I think that is actually because Pretender has several options that can set up for the Nocturne here, right? It feels like you've got the LeBlanc, you've got the Ahri, and of course you've got the Annie. Now there's Nico banned. So there's probably 3. So 2 mids get banned. Pretender's still fine with that. They pick up the Alistair instead. Now that does mean that there is potential of a different support coming through to counter the Alistair, but it doesn't feel super likely. They ban away the Vern, so paying their respects really to that coming out.
It does feel like a pretty good champion here from what we've seen already.
And now, do you put bans towards mid? I think you probably do. I think while there are 3 champs left available, I feel like Annie should go probably. Feels like that makes things a lot more difficult. They banned the Jax instead, so kind of interesting. I'm a little surprised that there's nothing being levied towards mid, because it does feel like Pretender is a big enabler of Kenny Chan, and maybe Mission's confident to play whatever matchup, and I don't think that confidence is unfounded, but I do think he could make the game a lot easier for his team with even just one mid ban towards the Annie.
Okay, also paying respects to the fact that Rel can still be jungle, banning out the Rakan. Does feel like a pretty powerful pick. Now, last ban, is it going to go towards Danny? It feels like you still can. Maybe it's just you don't want solo kill to get the Jax. He's looked pretty good on it.
They ban Ahri instead. So some people do like the Ahri into Tristana matchup because you can just hold Charm for whenever Tristana W's forward. And so it kind of just becomes a bunch of pushing. But it doesn't really feel like it'd be as impactful. Now, Syndra is a very good 1v1 into Tristana. But I do just kind of prefer the Annie for Pretender. But on paper, Syndra is very, very good here. Really good against Kai'Sa as well.
Is it? I think, though, if the Kai'Sa goes, just the poke build doesn't find as much power.
That is true. Yeah, that's true.
And it should be. It should honestly just be the straight poke build here out of Cascada. You've already got enough damage in terms of attack damage coming through from Tristana, and you're likely to have an AD top. Obviously, Rumble's still available. Could be picked up in theory, but doesn't seem like it's...
Yeah, I'd be down for a Rumble. Maybe that's why they banned the Jax, because oftentimes that is a response.
But you are...
Poppy jungle.
You do run the risk of going up against the solo kill Udyr.
That is true. I think if they can get away with the Rumble, they should. But if they do feel too vulnerable up against the Nocturne, which perhaps they do, they lock in a stronger side laner there.
But why ban the Jax now?
Yeah, does feel really weird. Especially, you know, because you're picking the Poppy as well.
Yeah.
It is really... Feels like something kind of went wrong there in the 4-5. Maybe they were expecting to go for the Rumble and then felt like, okay, now we can't. And that might give a window into this game for solo kill. He's looking at with a bunch of red side last picks here. The Fiora and Gwen hovered.
I'll be down. I'll be down to see some solo kill carry action on one of these champions. It is always exciting to see solo kill on one of these champs, especially when you think back to how he was in spring. Ultimately 1v9 in a bunch of games here on these red side 5th picks. Gonna have his opportunity to do it once again here. And ultimately, I want to say the Fiora, while having a dash, is actually a counter to the Poppy because you can use the parry at the same time as the dash and guarantee a stun, which is not something that Fiora can do against many champions, honestly. It's kind of just a Poppy unique interaction. I mean, you can do it against the likes of the Maokai, of course, with that sort of Nature's Grasp, but I honestly like the Fiora here. Does it suffer in the side lane to anyone? Not really. Mission, maybe if he gets ahead, will make it hard for solo kill, but ultimately, it doesn't feel like Mission should ever have kill pressure over solo kill, while solo kill should have kill pressure over Mission.
It will be interesting because I feel like this is a slight departure from what Frank have been playing. I think it is more similar, I guess, to something they'd run last split. You used to see Pretender oftentimes on the control mages while solo kill picks up some kind of split pusher or just top lane counter in general. But recently, you know, playing more around those heavy team fights with, you know, a stronger, I guess, team fighting jungler and maybe a stronger team fighting top as well. Because this time with the Nocturne Fiora, it feels like if it goes to a straight up 5v5, it shouldn't be favored. But maybe could be still. I mean, the Syndra is quite good into Tristana in the team fight, so it's hard to say. I think I overall prefer DCG's draft for what they want. Again, I don't think they've got it perfect either, right? Mission on Tristana, it's been decent. But I think he's looked much better on other champs for sure.
Absolutely. Here we are, 3rd game of the night here. And as I said before, it's really a battle over who gets 4th and who gets 5th. Whichever team wins here will lock in their position as 4th, which is, again, I must reiterate, is an important place of the standings heading into those playoffs because it means you do start off in that upper bracket, meaning you have an extra life. Now, taking a look at runes, it's a phase rush for the Gragas, phase rush also for the Poppy. Elsewhere seems somewhat what you'd expect. Obviously, Tristana opting in for a little bit more sustain, Pretender opting in for a little more lane dominance.
I do like it. Sometimes see the Syndras go for the first strike, but I think if you are playing Syndra into Tristana, the main reason is for the laning phase, and so having more laning power makes a lot of sense. And in this matchup, it's pretty much the same as other champs with some sort of disengaged versus Trist. You pretty much just want to hold it. If you hold your Syndra E, Trist can never jump forward, and then you're free to just pepper her with Qs from afar. And a level 6, especially with that Nocturne, do have quite a lot of kill threat.
Now, where are your eyes going to go for this game? Because I'm interested in the Fiora vs Gragas dynamic.
I think that's kind of where I'm looking at too, because I do think that I'm pretty willing to just hand the 5v5 team fight to DCG right now, unless this Fiora gets so strong that she can always bring one, if not two, away from the fight, or if Fiora gets strong enough and can just team fight. Because we sometimes see, if Fiora gets accelerated, as long as she has Ghost, she can actually team fight decently well. Doesn't bring a lot of utility, but brings enough damage.
I want to point out something I'm slightly worried about.
Okay.
Cascada started with Cull. Now, does have the Halo Blades. And that could be that it's more of a Gwinsu's sort of pathway. It feels weird to not just go for that longsword start when you do want the static shiv. And so it makes me wonder, is he going to go AP? Because we've seen Cascada one time already this split go for a lethality build on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah. I mean, I could kind of see the lethality build, but I do feel like the AP build is just better, right? It feels like you want any excuse to go to the AP build, unless you're forced into not going it for whatever reason.
Yeah, and you don't feel like you're forced. Having that you do have a Gragas, obviously, there is some AP, but you can not have Gragas as your solo AP. It doesn't really matter.
Kai'Sa has the D-mats. Hold on, we will be going for a bot dive here.
Yeah, okay. Kaiwing is going to be looked at. He's stunned up, and he's going to be taken out nice and quickly. Hana picking that one up for himself. Very well executed dive here as Eminem being looked at as well.
Yeah, they got a plate already.
He's trying to
he wants to stay off the wall.
Oh, flash away, and there is
That's
a teleport
Fiora's
coming
TP.
through. It is Fiora's TP. Orca, though, should be taken out, and Fiora not gaining anything for it. Ultimately, it may have meant the difference between whether or not Eminem goes down, but it is going to be a huge committal here for solo kill. Losing out on that TP means this top lane just became a whole lot easier for Hanabi on the Gragas.
It did. I think you do have to kind of make that TP, and it is really good for Eminem, who will trade a kill back, but it definitely means the game is more on him, and solo kill, a lot of his agency in the game has been taken away. We'll see how this happened. It's pretty simple, really. A 3-camp bot from Hana. They've got the stacking wave. Kai'Sa does get priority. And just so much CC. I mean, Kaiwing never really has a chance, despite having the sums. It never was close. And I do like the redive from DCG. I think even though Orca went down and gave a kill to Eminem, you've still got a very big lead here. And forcing out the TP might even be worth more than the kill in terms of just actual game state. Because if you think you win the 5v5 anyway, a kill on Eminem probably won't make the difference between that. But slowing down that Fiora could definitely mean that you get to 5v5 for, say, an extra dragon. And suddenly that's the difference between getting 3rd and 4th for those drags.
Yeah.
Now, as I was saying before, Kai'Sa has the D-mat. So that makes me think that she is going Shiv still.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, importantly, though, because that kill was picked up by Eminem as well as starting the longsword, means that Static Shiv will come on a whole lot earlier here for the Zeri, which means maybe because of that, they can start to look towards the dragons. I mean, particularly once Pretender hits 6 and Kenny Chan hits 6, while if it's just a straight-up team fight, they might not be favored. They can create so much uncertainty with that paranoia that they can find a way in those fights.
Yep. Early lane here is going the way of Mission. It is somewhat to be expected. Siren doesn't really have the damage yet to really put the hurt onto Tristana, especially with the fleet. The fleet movement speed more than the sustain can make it difficult. It really just comes down to how good is Mission at dodging skill shots and how good is Pretender at hitting them. And top lane, Hanabi should be ahead after he picks up this whole wave. Ever so slightly. It's going to be up. It's going to be completely even.
And that's pretty important, I think, considering the teleport committed early for solo kill. Dragon, though, 5 minutes 30.
It's good timing.
Yeah. Looks like DCG will be picking that one up.
Yeah, I really like that. Frank, are they going to try steal this? No. They might still try fight around here, though. Kaiwing, he has flash.
He's level 3 still.
Yeah, it should be fine. Mission has to be careful on his way back to mid, though. Yeah, he's being looked at. Has a W. This might be flashed. Okay, I thought maybe he'd just flash trade, but does not. That's a good pickup, though, that Dragon. I mean, if you're playing against a split push win condition, the earlier you can kind of threaten the drag soul, the better. Force him to come out of the side lane and just take a 5v5. I mean, he's taking a little bit of damage now on the top side, but I think he's mainly going to be fine, especially because Solo Kill is stuck on this relatively weak Cull for a long time. Doesn't have the TP, and Hanabi still does. Hana is in River here, but Pretender has the Prior, and Kenny Chan, I think he should be getting this. I mean, Mission wants to contest. I think this is better for Frank, though.
Yeah, there is no Eminem just yet. He will jump over. Syndra stealing away that crab. It's going to be Eminem locked up. He's looking to go down. It's Orca, though, next to be looked at. Fair should land, and Pretender picking himself up a kill nice and early. Now, Hana, the next point of attraction. Is the stun going to land here for Kaiwing? It will not. And some return damage coming through from Cascada, but ultimately a 1-for-1. It was the crab picked up there by the side of Frank. Obviously, Syndra helping a whole lot by just dragging that away from Hana.
It's a nice buster shot at the end as well from Mission to disengage that. And you wonder what Eminem was up to here. I think he might have just misangled this a little bit, because it feels like this should be a really winning fight for Frank. But instead, your AD carry just pretty much dies for free and deals no damage whatsoever. He even had the cleanse and he didn't use it. Feels like that might have been... Maybe he could have kited back a bit. I mean, could have been dead to rights, but either way, that's pretty important for Pretender. He's got the Sork shoes now. That's going to allow him to put on a lot more damage in this lane. It's very hard for the Tristana to itemize any MR early if you're not going for the Merc Treads. And oftentimes you do see the Merc Treads rush come out in this matchup. But I think if you don't have the lethal tempo and you don't have Berserkers, pretty hard to deal damage later on.
Yeah, definitely is. Now, I think all things considered, things are going fairly well for Frank. Honestly, sort of feels to me like Solo Kill got away with murder with that teleport and now still remaining even. Bax gets the Sheen, so even more power in this lane. As nice trade found by Pretender. As Eminem jumping forward will pop the ult, but he's out of range. Cascada will be able to keep himself nice and safe there.
Yeah, Frank got even in gold, but first Herald and first Drag going the way of DCG so early does feel kind of bad. I think you're right that Solo Kill got away with it a little bit. Hanami hasn't used his TP at all. And it feels like at some point there would have been the potential to just TP back and then have more items and leverage that over your opponent, but never found it. And where would this Herald go? You'd have to think towards bots since they've already got a plate. I mean, giving the Tristana gold could be nice as well, but I think given that bot's taking a bit more damage, it could be the place to look. Alternatively, maybe you try damage mid before the Shivs get put in that lane. Lots of options, really.
Shiv completed.
Yeah, nice and early.
And despite going down, it is really that kill and assist, as well as starting with the longsword, that puts him at an advantage in terms of the speed of the Shiv picked up. Now, when it comes to second items, Cascada should be relatively even, if not ahead, when it comes to that spike. But at least for the given time, Eminem holding himself with an advantage. As you see, Cascada getting off his recall will not have the Shiv available to himself.
Minute away from the second dragon already. And Frank, I think, could be ready to contest this one. They are reasonably strong. Alternatively, if you could trade for a lot of gold in the top side, it would be good. But feels like trading on the Gragas not too easy. Orca being looked at here. Could take some damage from Pretender. Stun committed, but doesn't find him.
Always have to be careful. Paranoia obviously available here for Kenny Chan. Means that there is a very, very far away engage or collapse that can come through from Kenny Chan.
Okay, 30 seconds. Both TPs are up for top laners, but I would kind of expect them just to stay where they are and not really look to roam too much. And I'm pretty sure DCG... Well, I think it comes down to execution, actually, on the second drag. Because there is no item here yet for Cascada, so he's a little bit weaker. And the Cinder is quite strong. So will, I think, just be probably a 4v4 around it. And this might actually start from the bot side. It's Hana's probably going to drop the Herald through here. But Kenny Chan's waiting in the wings, knows it's likely. Walker maybe wants to get aggressive. Mission has to be so careful pathing down the river, though. If he's found by Nocturne Syndra, won't be long for this world. They spot him out.
Okay. River control is in favor of DCG. Despite the ship being picked up for Eminem, it feels a little bit too dangerous for him to walk up and find any attacks on the wave. Which means Cascada, being so far pushed, is able to get that shove on. And Kenny Chan, as well as Pretender here, walking towards that tri-bush. Wow. Nice. Good stun there by Pretender.
But Dragon has not been started up by either side, which I think favors Frank. If you can, just keep giving Solo Kill time to scale up in the top side and make sure those drags aren't coming through instantly for DCG. I think that's a big win. And Cruscata, I think he's going to try farm this wave, and then maybe he has item after that. See. And Hana, he wants to start this up, so he is pulling it now, which will force Cruscata to stay. And this Herald still hasn't been used either. I think Frank should fight this. Cruscata's sitting on a lot of gold at this point, but they're going to be here pretty late. It's already very low. Maybe Mission could be the target. He's taking a bit of damage already.
Oh, flash forward does go Kaiwing as the Dragon already taken out as we're going to see Kenny Chan stunned up against that wall by the Poppy. The stun comes through also though for Pretender onto Orca, who is very, very low and dismounted. Does Kaiwing have the attack speed, or the movement speed? He will. And Eminem coming through, gobbles himself up a second kill for the game. It is the second Dragon trade for just the one kill for the side of Frank.
Can maybe drop this Herald here onto mid. It's going to take a little bit of damage. Pretender's around, does not have the ulti this time. So going to be more gold. There's actually some of it that goes to Mission. Get a replay. Feels like Kenny Chan almost should have just died on the engage. It's very close. Mission takes a lot of damage on the way here, so it was a nice chunk from Pretender. This was Kaiwing, he gets it stopped here by the Poppy block, was very, very close to finding Mission and just shoved into the wall. Mission didn't get any orders on Kenny Chan, and one order would have been the difference. I'm not sure if he couldn't see him. I mean, it must have been close enough, right? I feel like it was. Either way, he couldn't find it, and there was a kill traded back as well as Hana's flash forced out. So all things considered, it was relatively even, but DCG managed to get more gold on the tower, and they also got that second drag. So I think DCG, well, I mean, I think everything feels pretty even still. Maybe slightly DCG favored, but both teams are kind of still achieving their win conditions.
Yeah, it does feel like DCG, though, giving themselves more options, being that they have picked up the early two Dragons, could be something to note. Obviously, if Frank starts to tidy it up around that third Dragon, it ultimately won't matter.
Yeah, third Dragon will be the big one. And it feels really tough. Ooh, Mission?
Oh!
It feels really tough, I think, for the side of Frank, because normally, you know, you're not expecting to win these Dragon fights early, especially when you're playing with a Nocturne as well as a Fiora. But you're normally expecting to be able to trade onto top side. And Gragas is just one of those champs that is so hard to punish because he's so tanky and he's got such good wave clear and a strong laning phase. So it's just really hard to trade, and he's a great weak side champion. And you really see it here. Nothing has been achieved on top side at all from Hanami, just constantly clearing under the tower. And solo kill TP top, which is interesting. I mean, he's going to match Mission, but I don't think anything's really going to happen there. I think this is better macro for DCG. Because Hanabi's just getting the hit bot for free. Okay, Frank, they're heading this Herald, but the problem is there's already a Shiv on mid lane. So where are you going to use this?
Maybe just putting it into solo kills lane against the Gragas, perhaps, or it will be the Herald anyway, picked up by Frank. There was no answer. Just letting Gragas hit this tower. Teleport now actually coming out from Pretender, who's going to match it.
Yeah, I feel like that was quite good for DCG, though. While this Herald has been picked up, I don't think a lot will be found with it. And in the meantime, there is a TP advantage for Hanabi. And Solo Kill is kind of stuck in a poor lane assignment. While he's fine to verse Tristana, he doesn't really want to be versing DCG's strong side, which is what's happening here. So rather than having an isolated lane to just keep farming up, he's kind of forced into some early skirmishes.
Kaiwing, though, is going forward. It's a 2v3, at least for now, with Kenny Chan following up a lot of damage here onto Cruscata as Eminem slides on through the wall. He's trying to do the damage. That Glacial Augment really slowing down his progress as he tries to run forward. All things considered, pretty even trade in terms of health bars. Solokill remaining full health, has the Ghost, also has access to that Fiora ult, and by God, that minion wave disappeared.
It really did. I feel like this is quite bad for Solo Kill, though. Sharing a lot of XP, sharing a lot of gold. While Pretender is getting to farm up on the bot side, which, I mean, it's good. I still worry a little bit about just their straight 4v4. Eminem is getting stronger, though, which is going to make that nicer. 50 seconds on the next drag, and this is a drag that Solo Kill and Pretender do not have TPs for. So someone is going to just be forced to walk here and give up CS on the side lane. And it looks like it's going to be Pretender. Pretender's currently walking out towards top. He can catch this top wave and then walk all the way down. But that's going to mean that DCG have complete control over this river. And Mission's on the map and ready a lot earlier than Pretender will be. So this is looking like a really good fight here for DCG. Frank, it's a bit of an uphill battle, but I think they somehow have to try get this. Now, Hana resets very, very late. I guess he has a big item. You'd hope so. Yep, okay, so he completes Mythic. But it's a little worrying. I mean,
Pretender also did finish Ludens during that time as well.
Yep, that gives Frank the way back into the river, though. Hanami's just going to go top with TP. I wonder if they're just going to give over this dragon to Frank and just try and trade gold on the top tower, because I think they definitely could. I think this tower survives for now. Nope, it's going to get taken out.
Okay,
Hanami's walking down.
He is.
He's not using his TP.
We are
why.
likely to see a 5v5.
Yeah. I'm really surprised that Hanami hasn't used his TP advantage at all. He's sat in it all game, despite Solo Kill having used TP rather poorly twice. And somehow Frank have the control. I think if you're DCG, you just go down mid, and Hanami should still be top.
Yeah, it feels like this roam down made a bit redundant as...
Another engaged block by Hana.
Yeah.
Hana's doing a really good job, but I really have to question Hanabi this game. I think he's had 2 big opportunities to punish Solo Kill's TP disadvantage, but instead he's just walking down the map, and it feels like he's just played the entire game without a summoner.
Yeah. That's definitely weird. I mean, you can make the argument that while you haven't used it, keeping it up means there's this sort of omnipresence. But still, the fact that it's been up the entire game while Solo Kill has made use of his, and he's got it up now again. He's against the strong side. Mission should be able to pick up this tower.
Nice angle.
Yeah, it is going to be that paranoia used, and not long for that fight was Kitty-chan. Gets booted away off our screen, and it is the tower picked up there.
Yep. So while gold does favor DCG, I think Frank managing to get 1 drag was super important, and especially because it was 1 drag for basically nothing. I mean, Hanabi could have got that tier 2 top, or DCG probably could have committed to that tier 1 mid. In fact, I think ideal is probably DCG give the drag, they take the top tower, and then whenever Hanabi, or whenever someone answers Hanabi, Hanabi just walks down mid and they break that. So it could have been a lot of gold to pick up. Instead, it's kind of all left on the table, and things are a lot more even here than I think they should be, given the way that Frank have kind of missed macroed, but then DCG just followed up with more poor macro.
Yep. One thing I will say is, while Nocturne can find a way into the team fight, with Buster Shot as well as the Poppy ult, feels like he's just going to consistently be booted out. Seems pretty hard for him to stay anywhere near either Mission or Chris Carter.
2 items here for Eminem. Pretty early. So he's still managing to get a bit of gold for himself. And Mission normally has to be careful on side lane, but while that Nocturne ult is down, that's kind of his window to push out. This mid tower is very low, but the Shiv is keeping it alive on life support, really.
Yeah, it is kind of just a walking 300 gold sack.
It walks?
Standing, shall I say.
Okay, it's 2.5 minutes on next Dragon. I think this game will pretty much come down to a Dragon Soul at some point. Fiora's once again in the side lane versus the Gragas, but how much can she get done? It feels like you almost need like 3 items to do anything to Gragas, and even then, I'm not sure if that'll be it, because the problem is the wave just disappears. You almost need a Hull Breaker just to keep it alive.
I'll tell you, there is an absolute connoisseur of the Hull Breaker in the PCS. It is Solo Kill. He loves that item. He picks it up. If he's Aurelia, nah. I mean, I imagine a Fiora. He just pretty much always picks up the Hull Breaker.
Fiora of all champs, surely.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with how much damage you can do on towers if you gain access to them. And importantly as well, the Hull Breaker will mean that Gragas then does start to struggle to clear out the cannon waves.
Okay. Mission, he's pulled away from this side lane. Does not feel super confident up against the Syndra Nocturne at the moment. But they have control of this river, and Hanabi's got himself a Zhonya, so now even harder to get ganked, and can also survive any kind of Fiora tower dive.
Oh, nice stun. Pretender finds a pretty big amount of damage here onto Hana, who is looking to go for the recall. Kaiwing will not allow it. Now, because of this, honestly because of that stun found by Pretender, and the chunk that followed, means they are able to regain some control over this topside river.
1 minute away. I'm curious to see what happens here. There are 2 items on the Fiora. And she's got TP, so she kind of does have options now. It's starting to be possible for her to teamfight. I still don't think she's at the point where she can really take towers in the side lane. So at the moment, she doesn't have a lot of pressure. And I think that if DCG play it well, it should still be their winning teamfight.
I think importantly, though, solo kill opting for the Ghost means he will be a little bit stronger in those fights.
That is true.
Definitely a lot better than the Flash when it comes to team fighting. As pretty much all of those melee top lane carries, all of them often struggle to stick to an opponent, and Ghost offers that a lot better than Flash does. Maybe Jax being the only real sort of anomaly in that case.
Resets coming out of both mid laners. Would not be surprised to see them just TP mid. Might even be mashed by Pretender. Feels like you just want to get on the map as soon as possible, get in this river. Lifesteal has been picked up for Mission, and actually they're going to control Baron's side vision. So happy to give over a drag and just force down the Baron. They're going to clear this all out, and they do have a lot of DPS. They just started up.
They're on it. Solo kill auto-attacking their dragon, but quickly realizing that will not be able to happen.
What better way to bring this split push into a fight?
So low. It's down to 3k.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Kenny Chan is going to pop that ult and go for Orca. But Kaiwing's been eliminated from the fight, as has Eminem. He's been deleted in the follow-up. Chris Carter finding a lot of damage. The 4-man pulverize here from Kaiwing will be pretty meaningless as he does inevitably go down. And what a clean team fight. Once again, Hana denying the engage from Kaiwing, hitting him out of the fight, and then just the follow-up from Chris Carter and the rest of DCG secure themselves a team fight win and the Baron.
They do. And you see why the team fights are so favored there, really, to DCG. Just too much AoE, too much engage. I'm sure we'll get a replay, but solo kill, he TPs up from the drag for a TP flank, as you can see on the minimap there, but he's so far away. And the fight ends up going nowhere near him. I mean, Orca found this really good flank, gets the Nocturne ult out, which is huge. I mean, now your carries are under no threat whatsoever. Pretender forced to disengage is just caught up by the Rel, and the mobile mage with nowhere to go, really. So DCG, their team fight is a lot easier to execute, no doubt about it. But that's the punishment you have for picking champs like Fiora and Nocturne.
Absolutely, and now Frank will have to try and deal with these Baron waves coming at them for the next 2 minutes. At the moment, solo kill being left alone in that top side, Mission heading in that direction. See how much damage onto this tower solo kill can get. It's looking like it's actually getting very, very low. Although Mission coming through, that is not a trivial amount of damage. Is solo kill going to be forced to
ghosted. Yeah, I think the ghost is actually a big deal. Thought Mission would chase after him. But that's a really long cooldown. Well, not really long, but really important, really.
That's right.
And he's not going to have it up for any time during this Baron. So if Frank tries and slow down this Baron by forcing a fight, Fiora's not really going to be that impactful. Looks like he is working on the Hullbreaker. But honestly, I don't think it's going to finish in any relevant time.
Yeah, you've really got 4 minutes, it feels, to get that item completed.
Not just completed, but get set up in the side lane as well.
Now, Poke coming through here. I gotta say it, I said it a lot yesterday, but I'm a little bit upset to see the Guinzoos. I really think you benefit so much more off just keeping at range and firing those Ws. One thing I talked about yesterday, and we don't really see it all that often, is how strong Leandries can be on the Kai'Sa. Because not only do you constantly land these pokes, and if it hits the tanks, it does a little bit more damage than you would if you have the Ludens or the Guinzoos, but if you go into a fight and you land a Q on multiple people, all of them will then start to burn away from the Leandries. So you get a lot of effectiveness. Sort of, the weakness of your Q is if it's not an isolated target, it does less damage. But then you've kind of gotten rid of that weakness by meaning it burns everyone it does hit. But will be the Guinzoos, ultimately. I definitely think it's not the correct choice, though.
Well, either way, let's see if he can get it before third dragon, because I think that's a really big spike, and I think he probably can.
He definitely should.
They've picked up a lot of gold off this Baron. Up 3k off of it. And now they're very, very far ahead of Frank.
Oh.
Mission does have to be kind of careful. Not to Fiora, but just to Nocturne. I think they did have eyes of Nocturne on the bot side, though. So it's going to be fine here. Reset will come in for him as well. Will he have his BT? Yep, has it completed. That's a big pickup, and the Nocturne hasn't found anything in the team fights. Has just been constantly denied by Hana, really. onto the back line. So 2 minutes on the drag. There is still no hull breaker. There's no even tier 2 boots for solo kill. Feels like he's so far away from being able to actually put pressure on Gragas in the side lane.
Yeah, well, he hasn't got any towers, and that is where the majority of the gold you get from Fiora comes from. But when you're not able to take any of them, it feels like you've really been neutralized in terms of this counter pick. And I don't even think that it necessarily has to go this way. But just no attention to that top side means that there is just going to be an absolutely fine stalemate when it comes to the Gragas.
Especially with the early TP as well. I don't even think it was punished that well by Hanabi, but definitely slows solo kill down. He grabs his first, which is a nice pickup.
And a shutdown. And now bot side Pretender trying to land some stuns. Hana will threaten the ult, but ultimately will not use it. And so goes on to a very short cooldown. Will be back up in no time. In fact, as I'm saying, it pretty much has come back up already. Guinsoo's was completed here by Cascada on the Kai'Sa. And you see player gold on the side.
Yeah, look at Mission.
Yeah. Mission finding...
He's up
a lot.
Like 4k gold.
Yeah.
And it's basically just in all this CS. Has just been able to rotate around the map a lot cleaner. And honestly, that is partially just what you get for being ahead, right? You naturally get to farm the side lane more. And I think also Pretender and solo kill kind of mismanaging their TPs does end up costing Pretender especially a lot of CS. So he is down a lot, and you'd have to give credit to Mission for that, but I don't think it's all Pretender's fault. Now, he's got the Shadow Flame, so it's a big spike, and you need all the damage you can get, really, because 40 seconds, if you give over this Ocean Drag, you might as well give over the 4th place with it.
Yeah, Eminem also picking up the Bloodthirster, so very, very important items coming through. Hull Breaker is completed here on solo kill.
Just in time for the team fight.
That's right. The perfect item to 5v5 with.
Hanami's got the Morello. No healing allowed.
That feels weird, I think.
I think it's kind of good just because you want power right now. And Mission, please don't face check that. Oh, he sweeps him out. Nice. Oh, they know he's there, and solo kill doesn't know that they found him.
Is he going to be able to find a way out? Does have the Ghost, but using Go... Oh, they don't know he's still there.
Yeah.
They might have thought he's recalling, because he didn't actually just remain still the entire time. Actually, in fact, that could surprise them as Kaiwing does find a nice engage, and the follow-up is good. Eminem finds himself a first kill, and he's remained in that team fight to wail away out these health bars. Mission going to be forced to flash out of this Dragon Pit, and now Dragon should be going over to Frank. I don't know exactly what happened there, but Cascada was found shut down, and it is going to be the Dragon picked up, so no soul just yet. Frank by themselves, 5 more minutes for... really solo kill to start working away at some of these side lanes.
I'm very surprised Frank just didn't immediately run to Baron here, because Cascada's dead for 20 and still has to walk to the Baron. And despite spotting out solo kill nice and early, they don't really check him, and they instead just go for the engage. And I think this is the first engage that Frank has found that has been from multiple angles. You know, solo kill actually manages to find his way in.
Stun.
Yeah. Really nice there. Take him out, and like you said, it's an important pickup, but even more important would be the Baron, and I'm really surprised. I think Frank could have done it if they just ran to it. Instead, it's DCG who are going to be putting pressure on it.
Now,
this is 3v4.
This is a 3v4, but do Frank realize it's a 3v4? It feels like they probably don't. They're going to get the teleport out, but it's going to be Pretenders, and the Baron is stopped. Meanwhile, on the bot side, you see the Hull Breaker completed on solo kill means he is now able to get access to these towers.
I think he turned back to the Baron.
They are looking like it. They're clearing out the vision for now, and recall's coming through. There's no teleport here on Pretender, who does cancel his recall, but this Baron is getting absolutely annihilated. Kinchan going to have to look for a steal. He's not going to commit.
That's the rage blade
would have been too much, but it is ultimately going to be Baron here, picked up by the side of DCG, and perhaps it was the Rage Blade that made the difference there. Although I think Frank just a little bit discombobulated. Really not playing well as a team around these objectives for the most part. And DCG, on the other hand, find themselves what was essentially an entirely free Baron.
Yeah, that was so strange. I really think that Frank, after just killing Cascada and getting the Dragon, could have just run straight to Baron. And then you'd have a Baron buff Fiora. Game would be completely different. For some reason, they don't go to it. I guess because they were lacking cooldowns. But realistically, you know, with the Kai'Sa dead, that's all the poke gone. You only had to worry about the Trist. And then they give up so much control over that Baron, and DCG just do it too fast. And while Fiora has started to get stuff in the side lane now, the Baron puts another delay on it. Another kind of 2 or 3 minute delay here where it's just too hard to really take anything into Hanabi. And so it's up to the rest of DCG to get as much done here. Try and make it as difficult as possible for Frank to ever get a leg foot in the door.
And importantly, the Dragon spawning only about 40 seconds after the end of this Baron means Solo Kill really has 40 seconds to try and put on the heat before the Dragon Soul win condition back on the table for DCG.
Skada's got a Zhonya's now, so it kind of feels like he's not a viable target. Mission 2 has a stopwatch. Next fight, I think, is going to be very difficult for Frank. A lot of it is going to be on trying to find some sort of engage, some sort of stun, even a flank from Solo Kill. I think a straight-up 5v5, I mean, we've been saying all game they don't win it, but a straight-up 5v5 right now feels like it would just be a massacre. DCG would just destroy Frank.
Thoughts on the Blighted Jewel?
Bad.
Yeah. I think this should be turning into a death cap. But
he's got a book as well. He's building a few items over there.
Yeah, it's just the Earth grab bag.
Okay, trying to pressure this top tower. I think it's good as well that they're putting members in Fiora's lane. Just try and make sure she can never push out. And even if they can't actually take much more with this Baron, I think just keeping it pushed, making sure they have control, especially if the bot side jungle is really good. And I think mid tower might actually take some hits here, although I don't think the waves are synced. So a bit of, again, missed macro from DCG might mean that they don't get as much here as they should. You really need 2 waves to crash here. It looks like instead they're going to try and invest the Poppy ult.
Oh, nice stun from Pretender, denies it. It's Keechan looking for something with that fear. It's going to be Pretender's ult used there onto Hana's Poppy. The Radiant Virtue is popping, trying to get back some of that health. Nice chunk. Kaiwing is forced to use his ultimate as well as he runs back to the fountain. Looks like they are going to start to get to work on this inhib tower top. Are they going to be able to find it though? Stun lands here onto Keechan. Does their paranoia and the teleport's coming through. I don't know which one's which. Solo Kill is on the flank. His Mission going to have to back off. Solo Kill trying to find nice Zhonya's, denies that Magna Storm from finding anything. He's going to get stunned up. He does have the GA. Oh, he doesn't actually have the GA. He's just absolutely annihilated. It's going to be now a 5v4 as DCG lose their Baron, so Eminem might be able to clear this minion wave away alongside Pretender on the Syndra. Although teleporting coming through, they're looking for the fight. They are clearing out this wave. Mission finding a big chunk there onto the tower as Hanabi goes forward. Hanabi is going to find the start of the fight as Eminem gets absolutely cleared out. It's now Kaiwing versus the world, and with 30 seconds left until Solo Kill respawns. It's your nearest member, but there is no minions. Kaiwing's got a lot to do here if he's wanting to save the game. 20 seconds left on your Fiora, and 280 carries to try and contest with. He's not going to be able to do it. He's going to try his damnedest, but that tower goes down immediately. And with Mission and Cascada now hitting the Nexus, in fact turning around towards Kaiwing, one slip up from Solo Kill. It was the one death which led to the end of the game, and it's DCG confirming that they will be your 4th place team heading into playoffs.
Yeah, really nice for DCG. I think for me, question marks around Frank's draft a little bit. I think the Fiora, I like Fiora, but I don't like Fiora and Gragas. It feels like it just takes way, way too long. And I think Gragas is just one of the best champs at completely neutralizing the side. You saw him hover when that Gragas came in, I believe the Gwen for a moment. And I actually think I would have liked that because I feel like when someone picks Gragas, it's just the ultimate neutralizer, I cannot lose type champ. And I think if you just pick some really greedy scaling like the Gwen and kind of match it, when you come to team fights, I think there's no doubt that once you're pushing, you know, the same kind of items that Fiora has, you know, the 3 items onwards, now you're a lot more impactful than the Gragas, both in the side and the team fight. And I think having that versatility would be really nice. I'm also not a huge fan of the Nocturne taken so early. I feel like, especially when you're picking it into Kai'Sa, right? Like you're picking Nocturne normally into immobile ADCs that have trouble itemizing Zhonya's or just have trouble living, right? And Kai'Sa not only has a Zhonya's build, she also has a lot of mobility to her. So I don't know, I think that overall DCG had just a much simpler to play team fight, and I think they made it a lot easier for themselves. I will say that I feel like macro from both sides was honestly pretty poor. It was better for DCG, no doubt, and hey, they came away with the win, but I think both teams will be looking to clean this up coming into playoffs.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, Yeah, I think you really touched on all the important notes. I want to say at the early stage of the game, it looked like Frank were staying relatively even. There was one team fight, I think it was pretty much the first team fight of the game. Eminem walks pretty poorly, gets immediately stunned into a wall, dies, and then after that, Pretender has no one in front of him or no one near him, and he dies too. And that was, to me, the real turning point, because I think up until then, it felt like the game was very, very even. Honestly, just entirely even. There was like 100 gold in it, and then after that, Mission was just really taking over the game, because I think he found a bit of gold there, not from kills, but just from having so much access to the side lane. He's able to get towers, and then the objectives coming through too meant that constantly Frank were on this timer, and when you had the Fiora, as you kind of touched on, you weren't able to play around time, because you saw it. By the time Fiora was able to hit towers, DCG were already strong enough to just take down Barons in less than 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was far too late for them. And I think, again, if there is a team in the PCS that is going to play some sort of split push, hard 4-1 comp, it probably would be Frank. But I think you really do see the limitations of it there. Of if your split pusher can't get enough done to really kind of put a timer on the game almost, then instead the timer is put on you through the dragon win condition, right? Which is exactly what DCG did, especially picking up their first dragon only 5.5 minutes into the game. Really kind of, puts the pressure on for Frank.
Yeah, definitely. I think DCG all around played pretty well. They saw the Nocturne early, they got the Poppy into it, they got the Gragas into it, they got the Tristana into it, even the Kai'Sa. Now, while the Kai'Sa is not the greatest into it, obviously there's things like the Xayah which might be better, you still just had absolutely no one really that you could go on as the Nocturne, and that feels really, really bad. I mean, there's so many junglers available too. Even for the side of Frank, you feel like an Ivan wouldn't have done too poorly. Like, it's something that can both hover the Fiora if you need it to do that, or play pretty well around objectives. As we take a look at the replay, I don't remember exactly which one this was.
This was the disaster.
One where, this is the one where Eminem just gets, I don't know what happens here, but he just walks into the...
Oh, yeah.
He just,
I didn't even notice that's how he got there in the first place.
He's just strolling in no man's
Strolling
land.
was exactly what it is.
Yeah, he was just actually walking around in the middle of nowhere, gets Gragas ulted, and then hit into a wall and just eliminated. And Eminem at this stage actually had some gold. Eminem was doing pretty well in the early stages of the game, picking up some kills for himself. But when you're going down like that, it doesn't really matter. Damage graph though, Cascada topping it on that poke Kai'Sa. And I think we're seeing more reasons not to leave Kai'Sa open as the red side.
True. Yeah. Although I don't think they really drafted that great to shut it down. But yeah, I suppose so. I think MVP, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to Cascada just because PCS damage bias. But I would say this is Hana. I think Hana kind of won me nine this game.
I think Hana stopped so many engages from
really
Kaiwing. And then even the ones where you can't stop the Nocturne coming around. The Nocturne arrived, immediately hit into a wall and just blown up. So I think Hana deserves it here. Damage graph doesn't reflect it, but... And honestly, I think if you're going to give it to someone else, it probably should be Cascada, because he was finding a lot of damage and playing around sort of the Nocturne as well as the Alistar, as well as you possibly could hope for an AD carry.
Hana better not get robbed, man.
Yeah, I definitely think Hana should be it. Especially, I mean, MVP often should, like, to me, it feels like an eye test sort of thing. Like, you see
I think so too.
Who does the most, and it is Hana. Very, very well deserved.
Always right again.
That's right. 80% KP. Up gold, even though he was the Poppy into a Nocturne.
Plus 378.
That's really just because of objectives, of course.
Yeah.
Didn't die. I know, played so well. And it's not really him doing things proactively, but reactively, and he was reacting pretty much perfect in every single scenario.
I think as well, the kind of presence of mind to be in the right position every time, kind of like knowing which carries are most likely going to get targeted, ones with flash or without flash, obviously kind of have to think about. So I think that was really nice by him, and was, just peeling all game long with not only the W, but with the ult as well. Oh, this was that dive. I even forgot this happened.
I forgot too, but this was a really good start to the game for them.
Yeah.
Admittedly, Eminem gets one back, but Hana, I think the teams that look for these things are the teams that succeed most of the time.
Yeah, I think so, because this does come at a cost to Hana's jungle, right? You can see on the minimap, the Nocturne's going into his top side.
Yeah.
So you have to be very selfless, I guess, to be willing to do this, because you are consciously putting yourself behind. But knowing that Poppy doesn't really need this gold as much, and knowing your carries would absolutely love it, does feel good. And this was a very important fight here. I think this was the one where Eminem dashes through the wall.
Yeah, just bonk into the wall. I mean, this is another mistake that you can't afford to have, especially now that, I mean, both of these teams will be heading into the playoffs, you have to think. Actually, no, they definitely will be heading into the playoffs. You can't afford to be doing that. And I think, really, both of these teams this season has been ridden with these types of mistakes.
Yeah, definitely has. I don't think either of them have looked super clean all season long. And the question comes now of the next game, really, because Frank, if CFO win this next game, Frank will be playing a tiebreaker against CFO tomorrow. And if CFO somehow go down against Impunity, then won't happen.
That's right. Well, I mean, it is all going to come down to that last game. I mean, as we kind of said, you do expect CFO to stop their lose streak and find their next win. And ultimately, I don't know if you remember this, but if CFO are to win and it is a tiebreaker, it's a repeat from the spring tiebreaker because we had a Frank versus CFO spring tiebreaker. Now, it's a little bit different because last time it was over the second
two
second
very
spot.
different teams.
They were
now.
trying to get second and get the first week bye, but unfortunately this time it will be over 5th, 6th, which doesn't feel quite as good, but still we don't even know if that's going to happen because we are going to take a break, and then after that we are going to find out when we see CFO coming up against Impunity.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. let me down. Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 4, CFO Impunity, and big implications here for CFO. If they lose, there is a chance that Halpigs can tie up for 6th, and we'll have a tiebreaker between them. If they win, they will be tied with Frank, and we'll have a tiebreaker for 5th, 6th. So, after this game, we would definitely know our top 6, but not exactly what order.
Yep.
Or we still could have another game to decide it.
We could. And how crazy is it that CFO are on a 7-game loss streak, and if they win this, they're tied with Frank? That's just absurd to me, especially because Frank were just playing for 4th place just a moment ago.
Yeah, they were. That is... I mean, it really is so tight around the middle of the pack. I think between West Point now and Halpigs, West Point and Halpigs up until what we have DCG at now, it really was just like no one really knew who is going, where they're going to be, and now we're starting to see it, but it's crazy that it could even come down to the very last game of the season to decide it.
Yeah, it definitely could. I think going into this game, I'm expecting CFO to win this one. I really think they should, but I mean, they lost to Jewish team. They've lost to basically everyone else by this point, so never say never, but I will say that I think Impunity's weaknesses do play quite well into CFO's strengths, right? Like, Impunity do often fall behind very hard early, and if there's one thing that CFO has done, at least somewhat well, I think they are normally getting their early game leads. It's just normally their team comps aren't super cohesive, or they don't manage to close it out, but they do manage to do a good job early game, and I think that Shun and Shalsi have mostly kept it together. I think it's more been the top jungle and mid that haven't really found the same heights that they have before.
Yeah, I want to say Jimmy has often found leads in his lane and just done nothing with them. And I don't know how much that is him or how much it is Gemini not really playing to his strengths, because it feels weird to me that we're not just bringing out the Vi again. It feels like the Vi have found so much success even in the first round robin. And now that we've headed to the second round robin, we haven't even picked it. And it does seem like that's his absolute best champ. And if you get rid of the Xayah, there's not really that many answers to it. But ultimately, I mean, CFO haven't really found that success. I will say yesterday we got to see Shalsi on the Blitzcrank again, and it did look good. He found some pretty crazy hooks there, but it wasn't enough to get them across the line, which feels pretty crazy to say. It was against Beyond, I believe it was, and I guess it's fair. You don't necessarily expect them to win, but still, against the team on your screen here, Impunity, They've got a very big uphill battle, and again, they're not playing for anything other than bragging rights, wanting to finish on 3 wins. Of course, most of these players are not going to be, you know, laying over and just giving the win over. I'm sure we'll see them trying their best to prove that they are worthy of being here in the league.
You'd hope so. And I'm not even sure what kind of draft I want to see from Impunity at this point. You know, they did have a couple wins off the back of Scherer. He's on your screen here. Damage percentage is actually quite high for both mids, and Jimmy in second at 31%. I'd like to see his raw DPM number, because I have a feeling that outside of Shun and his team, there just isn't really anyone else dealing the damage at the moment. But goal difference at 14 has to be the one you look at here, and forward percentage, I suppose. Just says that Jimmy in the laning phase a lot stronger than Scherer. And while he might not be picking up any wins, goal difference at 14 is what matters.
Yeah, exactly. Laning phase, so important, especially because you can relate it to those objectives. If you are that ahead by 14 minutes, you have to expect that you are getting some objectives around it. And to be fair, CFO often do. They just falter really hard after sort of exiting that lane phase. Now heading to draft, banning the Azir against Scherer. It did seem like his best champ, so getting that off the riff should heighten your chances and your expectations of a win.
I think you could almost just triple ban Scherer and just make the game really difficult for him. Alternatively, maybe a Maokai against Arashi if you don't want to prioritize it. Could be the way to go. See what they have in store for us with our last ban here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, because as you said, okay, this is a triple mid ban, but I don't think Scherer is much of a LeBlanc player.
Yeah, I feel like this is almost CFO saying, okay, we didn't find success on it, so we don't want to play it. Maokai's banned away from Impunity, so jungle pool has been pinched a lot, which does allow for, you know, stuff like the Rel, the Ivern to be the things that come through.
Ooh.
That would be really strange. I don't think that's going to be picked up. Should probably be the Jace, the Rel.
What if it's a flex?
Could be.
Could be a 4-way flex almost. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Chelsea pick it up. Okay, I like this though.
Xayah first pick. So I think this is normally vulnerable to being outranged, but honestly, long range poke comps aren't too difficult, or sorry, are pretty difficult to pull off.
Ooh.
Sandra this early.
Now, I mean, with the Viego, if that gets locked in, maybe Impunity are trying to repeat the success that Duish team were able to find.
Yeah, okay. So want to have some early game pressure. I do think it's not super easy into Xayah, but it's never stopped the Viegos before. And I'm impressed that champ's made it past 50% win rate. Actually sitting at 63 is pretty solid. Zeri being picked up seems like the ADC that people are starting to go to once the Kai'Sa or Xayah is picked. Now, what do you pick now? I honestly think this could be the time to play something like a Vi Syndra or Vi Ahri, something that works really well at killing the Zeri. We saw a lot in Split 1, where the Zeri was just so overbearing that you have to have as much point and click to deal with it as possible. Poppy will be picked up. This is in theory a flex, but I think it will most likely go to the jungle unless something like a Jack's top comes through, which isn't all that unlikely, to be fair. And do you just take the Rakan with it? Because I think you could.
Yeah,
I'm not sure there's like a prior mid. Yeah, unless you're worried about giving over Jace or something. Okay, prior Nico, I kind of like it. I think I'd prefer the Rakan, but I think this is fine too. It's going to give Jimmy and that strong team fight.
What's up with all the Gragas hovers?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe paying tribute to one god tone.
Yeah.
Now, what do you match? Do you play? Oh, okay.
Okay, so Syndra, I mean, it is a good matchup into Nico, but you don't see it picked that often nowadays because the engaged supports that can come through are so strong. You saw in the last match where Pretender played the Syndra, and in some of those fights, the Rel just completely takes him out, right? Even if there would be that damage, and even if Syndra has disengaged up against the Rel, all it takes is to be caught out once, and that's a lost team fight. So they ban away the Blitz, which is good, but there are plenty of other engage options still available.
Yeah, I think there's too many supports really to ban them out. You're almost certainly going to have to look towards a Rakan ban. I mean, you could also just try to pick it up there as your first pick coming out of these bans. And you have to feel like either way, you either ban it or you pick it. On the side of CFO though, can you target tops? Seems like something you might want to do because there is the counter pick that can come through.
Fiora ban. So just taking away the annoying split pushes, which I can kind of like. If you just make this game about a 5v5 and you have the stronger 5v5, I think that's the easiest way really to victory, and that's what CFO need right now. They've gone from 8-2 to 8-9. Just want a nice, quick victory here. They ban away the Nautilus, which I think says that Impunity are going to take Rakan 4th. If they don't, I mean, giving away Xayah, Rakan, and Nico feels like a bit much.
It definitely does. I think they should just take it.
Yeah. Does feel pretty likely.
Oh, okay. Well, I think CFO realized it's likely to be taken, so they banned it. And also, I think that's pretty good for Impunity. Because now, you might not even wanted the Rakan, but more being forced into having it. And now it's banned. You might get your pick of the litter of something else. I mean, we could see the Lulu again. I wouldn't hate to see it. Although Engage might be too important. Alistair would make a lot of sense.
Okay. So which Engage support are you going to pick? I mean, the Rel is still open, obviously.
And Leona's the only other one. Does feel like Rel. These two champs are just traded constantly.
And you also have to pick your blind top here. Gragas could be the option. I mean, it's been hovered all draft. Yeah, it could be the Rumble too. I think either of those. I mean, Rumble, Rel and Nico seems really strong. So I think Rest has some really good options here. And I'd be happy with basically any of them. What's it going to be? I think something like the Rumble, yeah. I mean, the Rumble Rel against an immobile carry like Syndra is really, really tough. If you remember, I think it was 2019 Worlds, Rumble mid was often played into Syndra, and you pair it with Jarvan, just because you had so much engage. And the Syndra, if she didn't have flash, she was just dead to rights. Looks like they're going to go towards Cassante. Ooh. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of this. I think it's fine, but I think that something like the Rumble would have been a lot better, but I suppose they just want to play it a bit safer. This does just invite a Gragas counterpick though, which, while Rest probably is a lot stronger of a top laner than LJW, it just feels so unnecessary almost.
Yeah. You don't feel like you have to give it over, so why are you?
Yeah.
Although, okay, Renekton going to be the choice.
That's really
now,
weird.
I will say maybe for the team comp it does work a little bit better because Gragas doesn't do all that well into the Xayah.
Does Jax do any better? I mean, sorry, does Renekton do any better?
Well, you've always got that one team fighter game where the Renekton flashes, finds the stun on the Xayah and ends up killing her. And honestly, we actually see that literally at least once a game.
That's true, especially if they greed and don't take clans. But Shun looks like he has it. It just looks, I don't know. I don't see what Renekton's going to do in this game. Kind of feels like there's just too much CC. I really think that should have been the Gragas, but maybe they already have too much AP, right? There's a lot of magic damage from the Zeri. The Syndra, of course, is very happy being a solo AP champ.
And even honestly, Viego, if he gets a reset onto the likes of the Rel, if he gets it onto Jimmy's Nico, then you have even more magic damage. Obviously, you can just go straight back to being the Viego, but it does add up in those team fights particularly where you do want to be trying to find those resets as the Viego. And now Impunity, they are loading in with what is somewhat similar to a draft that the Team Duish had against CFO when they found their win, although I think the big glaring difference is that instead of the Lissandra mid, which is a very clear-cut what you want to do in the engage, you've got the Syndra, which has to play a whole lot safer than the Lissandra generally does.
Yeah.
And then top lane as well. You don't have the Gwen. It was a Gwen versus Renekton matchup. This time you've got the Renekton into the Jax. And yes, you can find advantages in your lane. The Renekton oftentimes does get ahead of the Jax. I mean, we just saw the opposite of that earlier. But you have to feel like if things go as the lanes you'd imagine them go, the Renekton should be a little bit ahead coming out into, you know, the timings around those second, third dragons as well as the Rift Herald. Which maybe that is your angle in. Try and get some kills here onto Blaze on the Zeri. And we've seen what Zeris can do.
We have. I think overall I still favor CFO's composition coming into this one. But CFO, they don't have a great track record, so kind of have to prove us wrong almost in what we think of them currently. And I think that even if they pick up this win against Impunity, they probably do head into playoffs, at least as the weakest team, or I don't know. It's hard to say if it's just recency bias because at the same time, the loss streak extends back pretty far.
Yeah, well, they've lost all but one game so far in the second round robin.
Yeah.
Picking up the first win, coming into the fourth week of the split, and then since then, have not been able to find a single one since.
Oh, and Shera.
Yeah, Shera is
Oh,
going to be
no.
caught out. He's stunned up. Ignite is popped. Is he going to flash away?
He's
He
dead
is,
though, right?
but yeah, the auto attack
Oh.
comes through. First blood for Jimian.
That's really, really bad, especially because he now has no flash. And I think Gemini will definitely look to punish that. They might even start the Raptors here. They could have Nico leech this, so a horrible start to the game.
Yeah.
See if they've got to be really... Look at the Raptors chasing that guy. Is Sherry going to TP? No, he walks back to lane. I wonder, does that mean he misses the first 3 creeps?
Should do.
Oh.
And Gemini's actually staying around.
Okay, I think he got 1, but
Yeah.
he's still down 2 creeps of XP, and that's really not how you want to start this lane.
Bot lane, trades coming out, definitely favoring CFO. Again, I say it so many times, this Alistar truly is just a pinata when it comes to level 1.
He's going to take even more damage here.
Yeah, Blaze trying to do what he can to trade back, but shouldn't be too bad, honestly. As long as you get that level 2 without losing too much health. Alistar does have that sustain in his kit.
And both junglers are on this side of the map. Oh,
okay.
Wow, nice flash.
Yeah. Nice flash from both of them. Honestly, for failure to find that timing. Chelsea now going in, but there is no flash available for this Alistar. Cleanse comes through on the Ignite as Shun picks himself up a kill. And while it was a nice find initially to get that summoner spell out of Shun, ultimately it was turned around as soon as Chelsea was able to
he gets
hit
level 3.
2. Yeah, level
He
3
got
for
level 3,
Gemini.
and I think he's going to dive with it. There's no ward. There are both summons for Blaze, though, but I think he's in big trouble.
He's going to have to react pretty quickly.
Oh, okay,
They're
Gemini
not opting for
decides. Yeah, so they're going to play it safe. I guess they don't have confirmation on where the Viego is. There was no level 1 ward.
Yeah, but you'd trade that level 1 ward for a level 1 kill. Take a look at the
You
replay,
definitely
though.
would. Yeah, so they hit level 2 first, and to his credit, this probably works a lot of the time. But it was a really nice reaction from Shun, and then Xiaoxi immediately punishes. See there, they do manage to pick up this second blood on a Shun, and picture-in-picture, Rest is forced to flash away. It was Arashi who committed his flash, so it doesn't come for free. And Gemini is going to maybe give him a couple smacks on the way out, but could be in trouble, maybe.
Yeah, Rest does have teleport available, but certainly won't be arriving for a good long while as Arashi following down. Doesn't want to be giving over this Scuttle Crab for free, and Gemini lands the root, but it will be Arashi managing to pick himself up that. Rest, though,
He's
coming
going to flash.
through.
Or jump, I mean.
Okay, well spotted out. Nice ward there to ensure they know what's going on with this Jax.
Well, nothing too much ends up coming of that. Rest now has reset, though, and LJW still has his TP if he wants to use it. Hex flashing forward. Ooh. Goes back. Chelsea's on his way down bot, but Chelsea's still only level 2. Needs a little bit more XP here to tick over.
Yeah, an early lead here for CFO. Find themselves up a comfortable 1.2k gold. Especially at this stage of the game, feels pretty nice. And Rest getting an extremely favorable trade there up in the top lane. Now, LJW does still have access to his teleport, so should be able to come and collect at least the majority of this wave.
Invading into the bot side here is CFO. They're going to just drop a ward, I would think. That's going to give them some information to work with. Can continue to pressure these lanes. I'd be surprised if they look towards the 5-minute dragon, although Gemini's entering the river, probably for the scuttle. We'll see where he goes after that. There's a reset coming out of Jimmy and has himself the Sork shoes and an M-tome, so a lot of pressure to put onto the mid lane. And I think because he's reset first, if Gemini does want to start this, he can. He's thinking about it.
It would be what old CFO would have done.
Said trying to look bot.
Yeah, Philia, nice headbutt there. Denies the knockup, but ultimately the root comes through here. It's going to be Shun who finds himself yet another kill. Top side, it looks like Rest doing exactly what Driver did, executing. Difference being that there is no teleport available for this Jax. It's a little bit later in the game, so the recall timing won't be quite as nice. And probably going to have to lose out on some minions for it. Although the cannon minion wave means that likely only to be one melee and the cannon.
Yeah, and I think that's decent given that you were down TP to have a mostly even base.
You reckon Shera's fooled by the Zaya that randomly appeared out of the bush?
Be a little surprised. Who knows? Blaze is taking a lot of damage down here. He still has both his sums, so probably won't be dive, but I think the prospect of a dragon becomes more and more realistic for CFO. There are pings into that bot river. Jimmy, and I think he's aware. If he does get stunned though, yeah, there's no follow-up, at least not yet. And that's Syndra stunned down for 18 seconds, so Arashi is probably going to have to walk away from here. There's mid and bot priors. I think Gemini finally can start this up, and I think if you can get it before the Herald, it's obviously always good. Now, Herald will be interesting because Herald, we've said before, normally does go the way of the Renekton, pretty much always. But Nico, I would say, is stronger than Syndra early at this Herald. And I also think that the bot lane for CFO, they're the ones getting priors, so Shalcy most likely will hit 6 first. So despite having the Renekton, I think Impunity might end up losing the Herald. We'll see what happens though. As Gemini is going to enter. He finds this blue. He's going to start it up. There's a lot of tempo invested onto bot side though, so he needs to be careful how long he stays around for. Nice from Shalcy to just come help him hit this. Makes it just that little bit faster. Reset will come in and wouldn't be surprised to see him just walk to the Herald out of the base.
Oh, how annoying is that?
Yeah, he's really, really low. They're looking again, but Jimmy, he should be
stun
fine.
lands, the root will follow up, and out comes the Syndra ultimate, but Jimmy and living very, very low HP. There is no Heartbreaker available, as they will turn their attention now on towards Gemini, onto this Poppy, and they find a nice bit of damage here. Gemini, though, proccing that phase rush, will run away despite the ignite placed on his head by Felia's Alistair.
That's a good chunk, though, and I think with Gemini forced to recall, if Arashi's quick about it, he could probably start up the Herald before Gemini can get there, and I think he will. The question is, does Gemini arrive in order to fight afterwards? Because Jimmy doesn't have TP either. Yeah, maybe it's just gone. I think Impunity will get this, and that's pretty much all based off that mid lane skirmish. That's a nice pickup for them, and will slow down the game quite a lot, which they desperately need. They've got the Zeri and the Syndra, and they've really been struggling in the early game so far. This kind of puts the brakes on. With all this tempo invested topside, though, Gemini, he's going to realize that, and he's pathing straight towards bot, which would make Blaze the victim. There's no TPs up for Impunity, so no way to protect this. It is just going to be a 2v3, perhaps even 2v4 in the future, as Blaze already is getting walked off the tower. Cleanse used, and ulti.
Pops his ult, okay. They're finding a good trade back in terms of damage. Chelsea going forward. It's going to be Felia, who is immediately blowing up. Felia playing the price there for Blaze's sins, and more plates going over to CFO's bot lane. Huge advantage here for Shun on the Xayah. And it looks like it's taken 8 games, but maybe we're going to see CFO pick up a second win in the second round robin.
You would hope so. And I think their Impunity's bot lane really misread the map. You know, so much invested topside means that Arashi won't be bot for a long time. And of course, Gemini, on a champ like Poppy that doesn't really value those camps as much, is just going to sprint to bot side. And look how much the bot lane has lost there. Even though Blaze survived, he's now incredibly far behind. Doesn't have the Shiv, so doesn't feel comfortable under the tower. And they kind of need Arashi to bail them out. I mean, look how long Gemini is just sitting here. And the problem is Impunity don't know if he's here or not. They have to respect it. But for all they know, he could have been clearing camps the whole time. They do finally clear it out now, and so he feels comfortable to walk back up. But how much has been lost? I mean, the tower's almost gone, even though they don't have the Herald. And Shun is just... He has the Supreme Money Gun by now.
Yeah, certainly does. I'll be interested to see what he can get when he recalls, because it feels like he just got a massive amount of money. Gold flowing everywhere in this man's veins. Wouldn't be too surprised to see the Kraken Slayer already. And it will be.
Big pickup. And he's going to want to just grab that first tower bot, I would think.
Yeah. Definitely feels like it. And it feels like it should be honestly going down. Without the existence of a static Shiv yet on Blaze's Zeri, it doesn't feel like you really have the means to stop any form of siege out of Shun and Shalcy.
Probably not. As the TP comes in.
Or Felia will be stunned up, does have ult. Unbreakable will be popped here as he tries to look for something, but really nice reactions out of Gemini to deny that with the steadfast presence.
How broken is Poppy?
Yeah, he's a disgusting champ. But you know why?
Why?
Jungler.
Oh, true. Okay, Herald has dropped towards mid. It is just going to be plates, though, and I think bot tower might actually just fall in the 1v1. Blaze is forced off the tower, I think purely isolated. And now that is gold that goes on to share as Syndra, which is a nice pickup. Shun is too far ahead on the bot side. I mean, it's a 4k gold lead at only 11 minutes. And I think that CFO, they're just going to want to keep stacking up these drags. This is going to be, I think, a real tough one for Impunity to contest. There's no ulti on this Alistar, and it's not going to be up in time. Shera might be able to recall for item, which will make him a bit stronger, but really, I think missing the Alistar ult is just too much. And Arashi, forced out of his jungle. So much vision dropped here, and I think you just give this second dragon over. The question is, what are you playing for? I mean, maybe you scale well on the Zeri Syndra, but I think Xayah scales very well as well, and I don't think Nico necessarily scales badly. Not as well as Syndra, for sure, but will scaling really be a relevant factor with these two dragons picked up so early? It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I think Impunity really have their work cut out for them if they're trying to find a foothold back into this game. Where do you think it really starts? It's hard to say. Maybe if they are able to find Shun out of position is really the only way you see them plausibly winning a team fight. But once Nico gets the Rocket Belt online, it even feels worse then because the team fights can come from anywhere, especially those pesky minions walking down lane.
Okay, now Chelsea is back on the top side, so they're going to deploy Shun to mid. And Rest now has a mythic advantage over his opponent, so it's going to be difficult. LJW hasn't reset yet, and he's going to be forced into it now. But I think already this is kind of starting to get to the point where the Jax is now more useful than the Renekton. Unless you can get that flash W onto a carry and then follow-up comes through. Impunity members are going to come up.
Yeah, the hit squad's arriving.
They... Oh, Rest. He might just face check this. Oh, nice ward.
Keeps himself nice and safe up there. LJW will recall. You imagine he should have the Gore Drinker. Definitely does. Not even the boots, though, as he teleports back to lane. Just sitting on that lonely... What's it called? Cloth armor?
Yeah. I wouldn't expect too much to happen. Feels like it's... Although...
Yeah, you say that. Gemini finds something onto Arashi. The knock-up is there to follow through. But the side of CFO being a little bit scared of the possibility of an engage and collapse coming through. You saw the damage, though, just come out of Gemini and Jimmian. Gemini almost annihilating Arashi by himself, and then Jimmian finding that route into the queue there onto Felia, pretty much taking him out single-handedly. Now, Shera is here up on the top side to try and help out LJW. Arashi is arriving. Oh, but a big, big chunk there. And how much damage is that? That is so disgusting.
It's a lot. It's pretty hard to play against. And the Nico's just going to stay up in the top lane here. Just keep pressuring this tower. It's pretty hard for Renekton to ever go forward. And with that ward, it will spot out these other targets. CFO, they start up the Herald, which I think is pretty important. You grab this, you can probably get that mid tower, which without it is going to stay up a long time. Blaze has got that Shiv, but it's a 43 CS lead for Shun. And it hasn't come out of nowhere. There was a lot of pressure put towards bot, but even still, being down 40 CS as a Shiv user is pretty insane. You kind of get to the point where you just get the entire wave for free, and there's nothing anyone can really do about it. Now bot wave is crashed there by Cher, and no one's going to TP down to clear it. Jimmian's going to try walk, spots a couple members here. Gold lead's remaining pretty steady at 4k and 2 dragons to 0. So 2 more minutes on the dragon. And I think this is one that Impunity probably should contest. They have all the relevant spikes. The question is, are you strong enough to actually win? It doesn't feel like it, especially when you compare, I think, the ADC items, and honestly, still just the relative powers, right? Even if Syndra items are comparable to Nico's, I think Nico is just a lot more impactful at a fight like this, and if you give over the first 2 dragons, that really speeds things up, because you would really want to just, buy a bit of time. Let your carries get towards 2 items, but if you give the 3rd, you're under that 4th dragon pressure for just the entire rest of the game, which feels so suffocating.
Definitely does. And now, a minute out from this dragon spawning, You can expect both teams to really look to try and get some vision around it. As you kind of touched on, it feels like either one of these teams don't want to give it up. Obviously, CFO is stacking them up nice and quickly. And Impunity on the other side. They need time to get these items. And if they give over this Dragon, it feels like that time's never going to be really given to them. The Rift Herald coming through. Looks like with how many members are here, Shun having access to the tower should be picking up this mid lane inner. Gemini holding that ultimate. Won't use it.
Yeah, holding the ult, I think, is pretty important. Means he will still have it for the Dragon fight. It's really nice that you can just kind of pressure with it and not actually use it. Now, there are no 2 items picked up for CFO. They haven't got to that stage yet, but there is a stopwatch for Jimian. Might have just been from his runes. I can't remember what he took, but could also just be building towards the Zhonya second. And the way Impunity are playing kind of suggests that they want to trade, but realistically, there isn't anything. They could dive Rest, but I even think if Rest dies, you're still so far behind. They're going to try, though. And Rest, I think he has to know by this point. If he could hold the wave off the tower, it would be good.
Okay, there are 4 members up here, and Rest does flash out of the initial engage, and it's going to just be fine. He's actually jumping forward here. He's 1v3. LJW will be able to find the stun. It looks like Rest might be found out. The root lands. He does get onto his tower, and with Chelsea arriving, he will be safe.
But even with that much committed top, they still don't really get a trade. I mean, they got the flash out, but it felt like it was... I mean, they had that at the beginning, right, with that engage. Lost a lot of health on the way out and means they can't even get... You know, they can't even deny waves. They can't even take camps. So now 3 drags to 0, only 18 minutes in. This is the CFO of old. And I hope they're here for the playoffs. Looks like this blue will even get yoinked away. CS lead in the 80 carry position continues to grow. But you almost wonder where it's coming from, because you would expect Blaze to just be picking this all up, but I think he might have given a mid-wave there to go top. Ultimately doesn't end up doing anything.
I do think some jungle camps are being gobbled up by Shun.
Could be.
Definitely feels like maybe that's at least some of the gold. Some of the CS, shall I say. Now, there's really a 4-minute timer on the game, but with how strong CFO are, they could make that just a 1-minute timer and look for the Baron.
Think so.
You feel like Poppy's going to be able to tank that up nice and easily. And Shun at 2 items already does have the damage to be able to take down that purple worm.
LJW may be looking for something. Has flank position, is not spotted out.
Oh.
So he will find access to Shun, but he has ult and cleanse available. I think they want to try something here, though.
Feels like they almost kind of have to. But it is just going to be a team fight if anything were to happen. Importantly, LJW's position
he gave up his position.
Known.
I'm surprised he gave that up. I mean, he had a really good flank. Would have been able to find it now, but feels like they kind of let that opportunity slip. Not sure if that would have been good for them anyway, but now fight begins.
Teleport's coming in. Keep an eye on Jimmy and on your screen here on that. Nico comes in, finds 4. It's another massive ult here out of a Nico at the PCS, and flash forward goes Gemini. Massive Magnet Storm, Feather Storm on top of it, and it's annihilation here in the second to last game of summer, where we're seeing a massive team fight picked up. Attention now towards the Baron.
I think it's gone. There's really no way to contest this, and there's just too much DPS, but we could be looking at a perfect game here. It's pretty likely, honestly. I feel like it's very hard to kill pretty much anyone in this game. Maybe Chelsea could be the target, but it would feel pretty bad, I think, for Impunity to exit the summer split with a perfect game against them. For CFO, I mean, it would be a nice confidence boost, of course. Coming into their match against Frank tomorrow is what it looks like. And we'll get a repeat of this. LJW, I don't know why he gave up that flank. It feels like if you are going to look for a fight, which maybe you shouldn't, but if you are, having the flank would make this a lot better. Instead, gives it up, opts into front to back, and front to back against the 2-item Xayah. Not something you'd want, and of course the 4-man Pop Blossom comes through. You look, it looks like that's the end of it, but Chelsea, he says no, finds a huge Magnet Storm, and just so much AoE, cleans them all up.
Yeah, massive triple kill there for Shun, as you saw. Now making great headway into picking up his Bloodthirst as a 3rd item. Meanwhile, Blaze, his counterpart, struggling to even get 1.5. Now, I think at this stage, as Impunity, game feels pretty over. You got to look to not give it over as a perfect game.
Yeah, for sure.
And
this could be the way.
This could be. Oh,
he's no stopwatch, no flash.
Okay, he does get stopped up. Hot Blossom coming out. The stun should be able to land, and that won't be the perfect game. Jimian getting caught out there. On the other side of the map, though, it's Gemini under the tower. Maybe we're going to see a second death in quick succession. He's getting pretty low. The unrelenting force will come through, and Blaze picks himself up one. So, in quick succession, 2 kills found there from Impunity. Feels a little too late, especially with this Dragon Soul spawning in 1 minute.
Yeah.
But they do stop any chances of a perfect game.
It does. I mean, it slows down the game. You kind of feel like they're not really going to be able to use the time for anything. But it does slow down the Baron. And I guess it gives you time to scale if somehow you can kind of hit spikes and hit some miracle timing. I mean, that's the 0.1% chance of winning this game. But it does feel pretty over at this point. I wonder if they'll try to contest this 4th dragon or just give it over. Feels like you should probably fight it. Especially given that Jimian does not have flash for this one. I think, yeah, will not have flash, and it should have been timed. It's very important, of course. Instead, maybe they're just going to trade gold on top. See what happened to Gemini. I guess he went for a flash over the wall or something? Yeah, Hex flash over the wall. Tried to find Shera. But the stun was good. The knockback, I suppose. And the TP comes in. Gemini, he almost... Well, I don't even know if he almost got out, because I don't think his flash was back up. Still think it was Hex flash. They trade a top tower for it. They get that top tier 1. But that should be the dragon pretty much forfeit at this point.
Yeah, and I guess if you can make the game last until the point of Elder Dragon, you could look for the Elder Dragon flip to try and win a team fight and get yourself back in. Feels a little bit far-fetched, but maybe.
I mean, CFO don't even care about the drag. They just want to keep sieging. If they can break open the base, even 1 tower would go a long way. Ooh. Okay, it does go down. Bot tower as well.
And Risk getting himself one as well. Now, Baron does run out here. So CFO, knowing that buff's down, may as well turn their attention towards this dragon. Arashi could be caught out here. Counter-strike comes through, will land onto him. Chelsea follows up and will land the stun too. Now, Feathers will catch the onto LJW. He'll get stunned up and loses the Dominus. Now, importantly, that is a very big team fight ultimate out of the game, and all 5 available still for CFO.
So we'll just grab up this dragon, which is, it's pretty big. I feel like having this. The soul is quite useful for their team. Just having all that movement speed will feel really nice. Feels like this game might go on for a bit still. Kind of need that Baron, I would say, for CFO to really finish this one up. Especially given that there's quite a lot of wave clear now between the Syndra and the Zeri. But look at Shun's items. I mean, this is a game that he is not even close to dying, and he does by far the most damage on his team.
Yep, feels pretty impossible to deal with Xayah in any real way. I mean, you really need to find a way to get some of her sums off, or maybe that ultimate out, but how do you do that without overcommitting? At which point you pretty much just lose. Now, Jimian becoming Shun. There are 2 Xayahs. I wonder which one could be the real one. I don't think it's the one doing almost no damage to the tower.
Okay, they get 2 inhibs, so they're not even going to wait for the Baron. They're just happy to stroll on in here and take these. I don't think they can end the game unless they find some sort of engage, and Purity might give them that engage. They're walking up pretty aggressively. Looks like CFO will just walk away, though. So I should be on the Baron. I think with 2 inhibs down, it's going to be really hard for the side of Impunity to contest. It already is, because they're so far behind in gold, but the towers, or the inhibs being down, just kind of add insult to injury. So many waves that you have to clear. And of course it feels bad to kind of write one team out of the game. And what is a relatively, short game, right? It's only 25 minutes in, but it just feels so hard to overcome this sort of deficit. Feels like you need to win kind of like 3 team fights back to back and grab all the neutrals.
Yeah, and even then, it feels like you are the lesser team fighting comp.
Yeah.
And so, it feels like a very, very tall task to ask for that. Now, Baron spawning in 20 seconds. I feels like this will just be the last fight of the game.
Most likely.
If somehow Impunity are able to win it, though, it could be pretty exciting. However, unrealistic.
Yep, okay, 10 seconds away. Now, do they just start it up instantly? I think they should. They've claimed all this vision. It's really, really hard to look in, and oh my, Shun's gold. He's got a lot.
Yeah. Up almost an item and a half in terms of gold over Blaze. And it's reflected. Definitely reflected when you look at their inventories. Almost a Flame Horizon too.
Yeah. Okay. Impunity, they know they have to contest somehow, but CFO, they're waiting
Gemini
for
and
them.
Rest, they're rounding them in. Blaze going to have to pop that cleanse, pop that ult already. He's trying to find the damage here, but they don't have it in the 5-man Pop Blossom. From 0 to 100, or 4-man, sorry, Ophelia wasn't even there.
Ophelia got sent back home by Gemini's ult.
He's gonna stop the minions, and so the
they
game.
got a bot wave.
Yeah, oh, true. They do have bot. Ophelia trying his best.
Now he has to get to bot wave.
You see it on the, look at the player cam. He's got a little bit of a smile on his face. He knows he's doing a bit of trolling.
How broken is Nico, man? Every game.
Yeah. I know. So amazing team fights found. Ultimately, though, this does confirm. I mean, we got to see the end of the Nexus explode yet. As Ophelia's trying to keep them in it. Will not be able to. He's just going to get eliminated. And now with that, CFO finally. It took them so long, but with that win, they confirm that they will be in that top 6 and they will be competing against Frank for 5th.
Yeah. So and we'll have a tiebreaker tomorrow.
Yeah, we will. And, I mean, just the history of sort of how the split's gone. After Frank start the first round robin 3-6, and I believe it was CFO, if I remember correctly, were 8-1. No.
They were definitely 8-2.
I think that was 7-2. I think that was 7-2.
Yeah, it must have been.
At the end of the first round robin. And then somehow we found ourselves at 9-9.
Yeah.
They found a win at the very start of the first round robin and didn't win since. Or second round robin, should I say.
Yeah.
This is their first win there. And it was an important one. I mean, I guess in many ways, they didn't get the win because they had one of the weaker teams left available, but they did lose to W6D3 team. They did lose to Hellpigs. And it's like, you were worried. You were very worried heading into the playoffs. I guess this game, they felt a little bit cleaner, I suppose.
Hard
but
to say
still,
though, right? Given the strength of teams.
It is. And honestly, even recency bias again, but it feels like W6D3 team actually seemingly at the end of the split looked like a stronger team than Impunity. And so the fact you lost to W6D3 team but won against Impunity doesn't mean that much. I'm not sure. And I guess we'll find out tomorrow is really when we're going to get to see what the CFO team can do. Because at least in their current form, I don't have a whole lot of hopes for them making it through the playoffs.
No, but I think both CFO and Frank do kind of struggle from similar things of maybe not having the most concrete identity and maybe just not having the cleanest macro and game plan either. So I think two very similar teams, and I'd maybe even lump DCG in there.
I was going to say the same. I think you'd probably put all three of them, and then it really is just the top side of the bracket that are in a league of their own.
Yeah, it does feel like the top three are a lot stronger. Now, with that win, I believe Hellpigs can't catch up now, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
Hellpigs cannot make playoffs, and of course it will be CFO and Frank tomorrow battling over that 5th, 6th spot. So this last game of the day that'll be coming up, I mean, I guess it's just for fun. Or no wait.
If Hellpigs do win, they can't make it, but PSG and J-Team would play for 1st, 2nd.
Yes, they'd play.
Which I think that would be pretty
That would be
hype.
exciting.
Especially now, they're 1-1 head-to-head. They're both extremely good. I mean, I'd argue that J-Team on stronger form. I mean, maybe that's obviously because they won yesterday. So, I mean, it's a bit maybe unfair to say, but that would be extremely exciting to watch.
It would be. Let's bring it back to this game for a moment, though. I think for me, MVP would probably be Jimian for the Nico ults. It's hard to say because I think that, I mean, it was a very one-sided game, so naturally just everyone is going to look good. But I think I would give it to Jimian.
He was one of the only deaths, though.
True.
Nah,
True.
I think
he
you
ruined
give
the
it to him.
perfect game.
I do think you give it to him. He found a 5-man, or it was a 4-man, but that was only because of the Poppy ult.
Yeah, I think it was 2 4-mans.
It was, and in quick succession, and it was just really, I don't know, you saw how much damage he was doing. You saw just how ridiculous that Nico damage was during the end of the game. But this was one of those 4-mans.
Yeah, watch Ophelia sent home, and then that leaves them without a front line, really. And just, it feels so hard to react to, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, sure, you see it, but you see it about 0.1 of a second before you all get knocked up. It's really, really annoying. And there was not a single moment in that game where Impunity found themselves ahead in gold. Just the CFO story non-stop. 4 Dragons to 0 in a very nearly a perfect game. Looks like they got a tower in there somewhere. I think it was that top tower after they did clean up the kill. But
I think the game started off with Shearer getting killed first
that's
blood.
true, yeah.
So it was just like from there, they were behind, and it never even really looked close, honestly. I think it took them so long to find anything at all. And even then, it was just way too little, way too late, and it was really just an absolute shellacking, as my good friend here likes to say.
Shellacking indeed. So unfortunate for Impunity. I mean, they weren't going to make it into playoffs anyway, but not the note you really want to end your split on.
No. And I think, I mean, importantly, they didn't come last. There was
That's true.
Duish team that did end up coming last. They picked up 2 wins against Duish team and Duish team alone, which means they do come in second to last. But really, when you think about spring to now, huge fall from grace for the Impunity organization. And it is Jimmy who picks up their MVP. I'm kind of surprised by gold at end.
Yeah, it wasn't up that much. I think when the player gold came up that one time, both mids were basically dead even, but Shun was just 6,000 gold ahead or something ridiculous. Yeah. This was our last fight. Oh, no, this was the fight before it where he found the other 4-man ult. Once
Here's
again,
the Xayah.
The flanking Xayah. Finds him on the side.
Yeah,
really,
look at
really
it,
nice.
man.
Doesn't even manage to connect the follow-up CC, but the damage is already done. And then, you know, obviously burns the flashes, which just sets up for another engage to come out. And we've seen, you know, when I see these poke comps picked and stuff, I always think, you know, why don't you just pick this, right? Like the full-on engage, it's so easy to play, and it works out almost every time.
Did you like how thankful Jimmy was? He was very thankful. And honestly, I mean, after such a terrible start to, well, entirety of the second round robin, it is good, it's refreshing to see them finally come in and win in a convincing fashion. But boy, oh boy, honestly, Frank not looking too hot, but I still don't like CFO's chances just based on how the second round robin has been.
No, I would say recency, I'd maybe give it to Frank, but I think CFO is one of those teams that if you just like, you know, take their roster, I think that's a team that could make a deep run.
Yeah, I mean, they've made it to Worlds before. It's kind of surprising how poor they are doing, but I mean, we'll have to see tomorrow really where they get. Ultimately, they will both be starting in the losers side of the bracket, but before we get to any tiebreakers or whatnot, we still have to figure out if there's going to be one more. We have Godtone and the rest of Howpigs in their very last game here for the summer split up against PSG right after the break.
I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give Try
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our final game of the regular season here at the PCS Summer 2023, and it is a big game because I think we have two of the most famous members of the Taiwan League of Legends scenes coming up against each other. We have Godtone and the rest of Halpegs against Maple on PSG.
Yep. And it's a game that Halpegs, they've already been eliminated, but I'm sure they'd want to show a good performance, not just for themselves, but also because if they do manage to beat PSG, then they will give J-Team the opportunity to perhaps take first place from them in a tiebreaker. So we'll have to see for that. And for Halpegs, I mean, I think I just want to see more of the same, honestly. Just keep putting the control mages in Adiog's hands, the Maokai for Godtone, and I'm sure we're going to see good things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think yesterday, I will say, Adiog's LeBlanc looked pretty strong. I think it was the only time we really saw it, and it had more impact than many LeBlancs we see here in the PCS. But as you touched on, Godtone's Maokai, I think he's picked it somewhere between 3 and 5 times, but he's received 3 MVPs, and I mean, yesterday, he had either 3 or 4 steals on objectives against Hana, who was a veteran in the scene. Very impressive. We've got the win rate coach. We're here for optimal win opportunities here.
Yeah, he wins almost every game.
He does. Now, obviously on your screen, it is the Halpegs team. That man there, Tide. I think he played well enough to... Honestly, it's kind of sad to see that the likes of Tide, the likes of Taco, and honestly Adiogs be eliminated from the playoffs. It would have been cool to see this team, I think, reach there because while, yes, mainly Godtone is just sticking to the same champions that he finds success on, I think the other parts of the puzzle around him often play very, very well, and that it is very refreshing to see.
For sure. But of course, Halpegs will be going up against PSG, which one of the strongest, if not the strongest team in the competition at the moment, and I think the thing that makes PSG difficult is they seem like they're capable of playing pretty much anything. So it's not like some of those other teams in the top 6 where there is some kind of key weakness that can be exploited or, you know, some way you can kind of draft to make it a bit easier. Feels like PSG are just going to play very standard game, very standard draft, which makes them really hard to prep against.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the major keys to success for Halpigs to try and take a win here, it feels like you can no longer give Maple the Jace. He seems far and beyond the best Jace in the region. I mean, a lot of the success comes off the back of him, especially in the latter stage of the season. I think more than anyone else, really, he has been the player with the X factor as we came into the latter stages. Obviously, starting off the split, it was really the RJ show, the RJ Junjia show, but now Maple really finding his own. Came back home here to his home region of Taiwan, the PCS, and I don't know. It feels pretty hard to bet against them. I do want to see I would almost be excited to see Halpigs go for a more exciting draft, but I don't think they will. I think the bragging rights of being able to say you were one of the 3 teams that were taking a game off PSG is certainly something in it. And while you might not make the playoffs, I think that is something to be said about the players, the caliber of the players, and the organization.
For sure. And I mean, honestly, even if they don't pick up the win, I think just showing a good performance is kind of what you want here. Stats comparison between the 2 junglers, and it is Godzone who sits in first for the steals.
Yeah. The king of the objectives here. Has that smite button and not afraid to use it. Lowest in DPM, and I think that's not really a surprise to anyone. Junjia, though, first there in the DPM. And despite playing pretty much predominantly tanks, the fact that he is able to pick up that stat is fairly surprising. Obviously, he had that one Graves game in there mixed in the middle, but other than that, it's been the Ivern, it's been the tanks.
Here we go, though, in the champ today. Last game of our summer regular split.
Remember last split?
Yeah.
They subbed out. They already confirmed first, so they subbed out Junjia and gave Husha a game.
That's right.
Feels bad. Husha not going to get a game this split. Maybe in the playoffs, although seems unlikely. Goldtone on your screen. He ripped out his Lee Sin in one game. It didn't look too hot, and maybe that was the downfall, really. Perhaps if he played something more standard, they might have found the win there. Here we are, though. We are now into Champion Select. Bragging rights on the line for Halpigs. Securing first on the line for PSG.
I want to see if PSG let the Kai'Sa go through, just because teams have started to kind of let it through a lot more, and I believe it was let through against them yesterday, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
Baku did play it.
So maybe it's going to become more of a trend that gets explored before playoffs, and maybe this isn't the time to do it. You know, maybe you want some time in scrims to kind of prep that if you haven't been thinking about it. Ban the Sejuani and the Renekton. And it's looking like it might go through. I mean, you kind of have to choose here between Azir, it feels like, and the Kai'Sa. I mean, giving Adiogs Azir doesn't seem great. They can take it away, though. I mean, Maple's a very accomplished Azir, of course.
Yeah. Hasn't actually picked it yet, this split, but certainly in his career. I mean, any mid laner that's had any form of longevity has to have played the Azir, has to have played the Victor. Honestly, I think there'd be something sort of nice if we got to see something like Maple Azir, Adiogs Victor. Sort of a throwback to
back in time.
Choose a season to throw back to at least some stage of the season. You often see these 2 champs paired up against each other. I mean, maybe excluding the, we don't like to talk about it, but the Ardent meta.
Yeah. Okay, Azir is that last ban, so we'll be letting through the Kai'Sa. Does it get first pick? I think it has to, because otherwise Kai'Sa Jace comes through straight after. Now, you could take the Jace away, but then what happens? I guess you give over Kai'Sa plus what? I mean, there's no Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, Adiog's probably not wanting to play the Tristana.
Okay, so Kai'Sa is taken. Expecting Xayah or Zeri to be the responses. There's also still the Rel Rumble combo up, which can be taken.
And Arjun playing a fairly decent game of Rumble for himself, despite getting put behind early last week. Did come to his own. Obviously, Rumble just one of those champions that even when you are behind, Equalizer, as long as it's paired well, can find so much use. And Jace locked in here for Maple. Already things going how PSG would want, you'd feel.
I wonder if they just go Jace Rel or Jace Rumble and then take the other one third. I feel like if you take
Jace...
Yeah, oh, that's true. I didn't even notice the Maokai was still open. Jace, Maokai, Rumble is another really good combo. I think they should look for some sort of Rumble plus something. I think take the Maokai here, take it away from Godzone, and then just pick Rumble third, and you've got an absurdly good comp. Especially because Adiogs most likely will play something that's quite vulnerable to the engage.
Yeah.
Taking away the Rel is I feel like it's good. I think if you give Rel over to this team now, it would probably be too much. Alternatively, you might be able to ban it away second phase if that Rumble gets picked up third. But I think fine to pick it up now anyway. And it will be I don't know. It's hard to say if it's a flex because we haven't seen Godtone play, and it doesn't strike me as a Godtone champ.
Yeah, definitely not.
That kind of does throw a spanner in the works if you can't flex the champ, because it means that junglers can be safely banned away in the second phase. The Jax could be the blind here, and that might just mean that Gragas is picked up instead, but I honestly think the Rumble is still an insane pick here.
Have to see.
Could also be that there's enough answers that you can just pick AD and then just ban away junglers, and as long as you've got one good top matchup, because it feels like Aja, of all tops, he's got what? The Kennen, the Gragas, the Rumble. He's got 3 into Jax. There's even the Poppy, right? You've got AP from Maokai, so I guess you're not struggling for Jax responses whatsoever.
See what the bans do come out, though. I assume Taco probably has a certain champion or one of the, through the list that he doesn't want to go up against necessarily.
Yeah.
Nico the ban here, not really striking me as an Adiox champ, but certainly is just nice to take it away in case.
Yeah. I feel like on paper it is really good. Of course.
Yeah, pairing as well with the likes of the Jax, with the likes of the Rel. Certainly can throw at least one team fight to favor of Halpigs if you get a champion like the Nico.
Alistar's banned away as that standard response to Rel, and I think it might be better just to double ban support, take away the Rakan. It feels like because there are 3 top lane answers, banning 2 doesn't really do a whole lot for you. So most likely will be the Rakan ban. Yeah. So now, PSG, you should pick up your support, I would think. Although, I guess you can just pick top, right? And then...
Yeah, you do already see the
it depends, like, which one do you value your kind of comp counter for? Because I don't think this Rel will be a flex. But maybe they do need to respect it at least a little and just take their top laner now. It looks like they will take the Poppy. Now, there's probably a very low chance that this could be Poppy support. It is a good matchup into the Jax, so you would just be expecting it to go top, especially since I just played it before. But there's some flexibility here if they do decide that there's a really good top laner that could come through.
Yep, definitely. And now, Halpigs, their time to answer. Looking like we're going to be picking up likely a jungle, and then, of course, a mid laner.
Yeah, which ones will they be? Oh? Olaf jungle.
Okay.
I feel like it's a pretty tough game to be an Olaf.
Yeah.
Because, like, you can be carted out by Phase Rush Jace, and the Zaya's not the easiest champ to play into. And probably Phase Rush Maokai as well. A lot of Phase Rushes.
Yeah, and it feels like it's a champion that doesn't play into Godtone's strengths.
No.
Or at least maybe it's just the team strengths. Ooh, okay.
So this could be middle sticks. It's been something that's been played in Korea solo queue, but Godtone's played this before, which, I mean, I guess could mean mid Olaf. I think it's most likely fiddle mid, though.
Yeah. Now, will Gragas be the answer? No. No, we just... it's not going to get locked in. It's another Godtone trickery.
Godtone trickery, indeed. Well, the Braum, I think, is a pretty good last pick. It does really well into basically all the champs shown. Now, I want to see, is this fiddle going jungle or not? Is it really going to be Olaf mid? No shot, right?
I guess in theory, the level 1.
It just seems so not Adiogs, you know?
It does. It seems pretty anti-Adiogs, you'd almost say.
I guess it really is just going to be this. I mean, we saw Godtone play fiddle earlier in the season, but Olaf mid.
Look,
it's really good versus melees, but I don't think it's that great versus Jace.
I think, in fairness, to give credit to the side of Halpigs and Adiogs in specific, is he has made some crazy picks work already.
True.
He's kind of the guy that's pulled out the most unique things. Honestly, there was the one game, which was with the Fiddlesticks as well, mind you, where he pulled out the Aphelios mid. And while they lost the game, I think him in particular looked like he was doing pretty well for himself and into a hard lane. So, I mean, we'll see. I'm sure if nothing else, this is probably something Maple has not had a whole lot of practice against.
No. I would assume he just takes a phase rush though.
Yeah.
Pretty often that you just take phase rush against Olaf in general, not even when he's in your lane. And I think in this matchup, I mean, even if you don't exactly know how the matchup plays out, I think if you just kind of play to CS, the Olaf's going to have a really hard time in team fights anyway. So you don't even really need to get ahead in lane, even if there might be the opportunity to. You can just play this one a bit safer, play for those team fights instead, and I think you'll be fine. A lot of the struggle really will be just making sure they find Godtone before the fight starts, because if Fiddle gets an insane engage, then the champ is super valuable. Alternatively, if you find them early, Fiddlesticks quickly becomes useless.
And that's really what happened last time, right? Last time that Godtone was on the Fiddlesticks. He actually got a bit of a lead early, but then never really found an ult that was worth mentioning. Dark Harvest here on the Fiddlesticks. It's going to be the Ghost Teleport for Adiogs on the Olaf mid. Other than that, everything pretty much as you would suspect.
Yep. So, not really too sure what to expect from this game, to be honest. I think Hellpigs are probably just going to try and look to group 5v5 and have lots of AoE team fights. On the side of PSG, if they can land poke, they should, but it doesn't really feel like it's required. Like both Jace and the Maokai do just have regular team fights pretty well, even if poke doesn't land.
Now, if you're J-Team, are you happy that Hellpigs have drafted this or upset? Because I feel like you could go either way.
Yeah, I think I'd be upset.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think Adiogs might be having a laugh in this game. I mean, we'll see.
But do you think that there is a realistic chance that if they had just played standard, played to the control mage strength, they would have had a chance here? Because
I think there's a higher chance than playing Olaf mid.
All right, we'll see.
Into this matchup, I mean, I think there are probably some games, you know, especially you see the likes of Sejuani Silas picked. That's actually a pretty good time to play Olaf. If you can play Olaf into Sejuani Silas, you're very happy. But I feel like Olaf into Maokai Jace, I mean, the Maokai doesn't have phase rush, so that makes things a little bit easier, but it doesn't strike me as a fantastic Olaf game. And I think that Adiogs in general just struggles for AD mid picks. And so when you pick something like the Fiddle, you know, he's got weird things that he comes out with, right? Like the Aphelios, like the Olaf. Maybe Zinzao would be next.
Don't mention that.
Sorry.
I don't want to see the Zinzao mid again. I mean, if it were you, you had to pick an AD mid here. What would you look for? I mean, it's like the Akshan, the Yasuo, Yone.
Yeah, I think the normal things to pick are kind of just, you know, you go past your Tristana Jace, and then you look for stuff like the Yone, obviously, if you have some setup for it. I think if you could ever get away with it, Nocturne Fiddle is a really good combo. And Nocturne's also good into Jace in team fights. The problem is the lane phase is probably a bit too hard. But
yeah, ever since that nerf.
Yeah.
I think back in the day, it would have almost been a good lane matchup because you can just shove in the Jace. Yeah. But, I mean, ultimately, it's Olaf that we get. And I mean, I'm all for it. I'm pretty excited to see it. Adiogs, again, he's been kind of the guy that's been able to make these more unique champions work. I mean, the likes of the Anivia is probably the prime example.
Look at this clear speed.
Yeah. Godtone kind of Giga Smurfing. Actually ends up finishing at pretty much the same time.
I did not know that worked. I've never played Fiddle Jungle, to be fair. I've only played it mid, but still.
I think while he finished at pretty much the same time as Jinjia, a lot has to be said about the health bars, because generally you sacrifice health for speed when it comes to jungling. But here, Godtone remaining entirely topped up there on the health, as well as finishing it nice and quickly.
And Ping's on that top scuttle for Jinjia, and I actually think Godtone might be able to contest this. I feel like Olaf, if there is a strength of him, it is these early skirmishes, right? I would not be surprised if he tries to just play for the double scuttle here. Hits the axe there onto Maple, and Maple doesn't have a lot of mana, so might have to be careful.
Neither does Arja, so Godtone will not be able to contest it because Jinji has already done it. And honestly, part of that, probably because of those saplings. He just walked through 3 of them.
Yeah. Oh, but maybe might not be done. Or an axe gobbles all these
here's
up.
where you were wrong. There is no lane phase.
Smoge.
Actually, I guess that is one way to look at it, because Olaf will likely maintain push for the early stages, at least until Jace can get some items. And you can't just walk around the map. You can hunt down this Maokai, try and make his life misery. Although
Taco.
His life might be being made a little bit easier
Oh,
with Taco. He's going to get flashed on. Twisted Advance will follow it, and he's going to have to try and look for the counter strike. He doesn't have it for now, and that flash has been used. He is actually going to get out. Wow.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Especially because his wave's actually in a pretty good spot. If he can take the recall, hold this freeze, because that was looking pretty disastrous for Taco. He even had his flash, I believe, followed by the Maokai. Ooh.
I was sure
both
that
tops
he'd
decide
die
to
there.
stay.
This should favor RJ.
Yeah, I think he can crash the wave, which is big. I wonder if Taco would base a little less greedy, if he could have just base TP'd and hold the wave. Because now he'll have to invest his TP, and I think Arja can actually hold his. So that's actually kind of a big win for Arja, which I think shouldn't have happened. I think Taco's base position was a bit greedy. Is punished for it. Let's see if Arja TPs. No, it looks like he's going to walk to lane.
Now, what do you think Adiogs will look for items? Because I think the big ones are sometimes you go Stride Breaker, sometimes you go Juxo, and sometimes you just go straight Ravenous Hydra. And now, I know in top lane, oftentimes the Ravenous Hydra is a bit too greedy. You can only really get away with it if you're quite far ahead. But in the mid lane, maybe it's better just because you literally throw a Q through a minion wave and it all dies.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it might depend what he's kind of playing for. Because I think if you have the Stride Breaker, it's definitely an extra threat onto the Jace. You know, if you get out his phase rush and then you can just kind of ghost on him with Stride Breaker, I think he has to flash. But maybe if you've decided that the way you win this game is just you AoE down the wave and group up with Fiddle, then maybe you do go for that Ravenous. Honestly, I'm not too sure. Not exactly an Olaf mid connoisseur.
Time to change that.
Yeah, maybe.
Now,
top lane CS is actually pretty in favor of Taco, by the way, given that this is a matchup that Arjun's kind of smurfed on some Jaxes before.
Yeah, doing well for himself. I'd be interested to see. Maybe there is a big minion wave about to crash.
It should be, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like this was slow pushed from Taco's tower.
Still, though, it's a pretty monumental lead.
It is. It is. And it's well done by him to have been able to find it, especially after that gank. I was so certain he was just dead to rights there, but manages to find a way out, as well as Godtone pathing up there to ensure his safety at the end of what was looking like could have been pretty disastrous.
I love how Taco's just secretly a top 3 top laner, you know? He's just on a really struggling team, and he's like a top 2, maybe top 3 top laner for sure.
Yeah, and Godtone will now claim himself those Raptors. Second time it was in fact the charm. Is he going to continue the invade? Because he certainly can.
Yeah, he can. And taking away this red would be huge, because the way Hellpigs find their wins is almost always they get this Herald, they use it top for Taco in his winning lane, and then they snowball from there. Getting this red means it's a lot harder for Jinjia to come out topside. It also means Godtone should hit 6. Could probably get that Herald and then look to dive top, which would be basically just checking all the boxes that Hellpigs need.
You know, we haven't really looked bot at all, other than when Tide's recalling. But it seems like there's some disaster trades going on down there. And Godtone, he got it the first time, but he messed it up this time.
It's a big job.
Does he look for a gank here? It looks like Woody coming out should be able to spot Godtone if he were to try sit in that Raptor pit. Instead, just opting for more farm. And it makes sense. Fiddlesticks really likes getting to those items. Yeah. Looks like he will be going for the Proto Bout, I'd imagine. Could be Night Harvester in theory.
Yep, does need to just respect, I guess, while the rest of his map is not ready to pressure, but I think they definitely want that Herald fight. That it's going to leave a lot to Hellpig's bot lane, though, to try and survive, because they are going to be pretty heavy weak-sided if that's what ends up happening. Now, Jinjia should invade this red, and this should end up being a trade. It'll mainly be to see whose weak side loses less. There's already a plate taken top, though, and I would not be surprised at all to see a dive onto top. Even though Poppy is normally really hard to dive, there is no magic resist to speak of. And the Fiddle is pretty good with the chain CC. Tide, he has to know he's heavy weak-sided here, but can he survive? There's all 4 sums up between them.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit hard to dive, although we'll have to see. Obviously, they have good tools to be able to dip in and out of tower aggro. Featherstorm, Twisted Advance, all things that can drop and regain aggro.
Yeah, he's coming top.
Oh, he is.
Oh?
No.
Is he going to defend bot? Yeah, okay. I think given the health of top lane, he has no choice.
Yeah.
But that's pretty unfortunate because he has to reset to a jungle that has all its cams taken. And while he can cover this dive, and if he can get a successful counter gank off, it would be really big. You still feel like you would have much rather been top, but unfortunately the bad trades from Taco kind of shut that down.
Yeah, and with those bad trades, RJ getting himself a little bit of that CS back. Will still be in favor, however, of Taco. And you're seeing CS gap coming in. Isn't that big, actually, for the bot lane, despite what I may have thought. You know, quite a few recalls having to come through from Tide, but trade from Taco, it looks like he's found himself definitely not a favorable trade. Does manage to get away, but not before costing him his flash. Is going to be able to teleport back, but feels like you should have just gone for the recall and teleported after.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. But maybe there will still be a window to look top.
Oh, look at Adiog's items. Oh baby, we're going to get ourselves a Ravenous Hydra coming through.
Yeah, okay, I guess he is just going to one-shot waves. Now, Taco is TP back top, and RJ doesn't have his. So there is probably a window to use Herald top where the Poppy won't be in lane. I think if you're God Tone, you clear this camp, and then you just run straight top and Herald. And you're probably going to almost kill the tower. Now, he might prioritize his farm higher because he did spend a lot of time going bot to defend the dive. And he did lose quite a lot of farming tempo during that time. But you do wonder if at some point you should just go top and drop it.
I think he's passing that way.
Yeah, it might be too late though.
Junjie is recalling. I feel like even at that time, just because of where Junjie was, maybe wouldn't have worked out as well as possible. In fact, he's not even going there. Heading back down the river.
I wonder what his plan is. I mean, maybe he just wants to drop the Herald for his other lanes, because that's the pretty normal thing to do, but just the way we've seen Helpix succeed has always been off top.
Wako having to use that cleanse there.
Maybe they want to look mid. Maple doesn't have any Merc treads. In fact, doesn't have any boots. I believe he has magic boots, so doesn't have...
Oh, and the Hydra. It's finished.
Okay, it looks like they're going to play towards second drag instead, so not going to look to Herald top. They can maybe just Herald mid, or play for the fight and then Herald after.
I almost want to say, as long as no poke comes through, Adiog's in a really good position to be able to fight around this dragon.
Yeah.
Being that he has picked up his first item, and there is only the Demonic Embrace to answer. Okay, Rift Shield coming through here now. Is going to land the crash as Adiog's gets jumped on. And big trades there from Mabel, but importantly, Adiog's will be able to sustain that up pretty well as long as he gets access to a minion wave.
And the saplings do a great job of just controlling this area.
Yeah.
And can spot out the fiddle as well, though I think he will get through. This is a lot of poke landed, though.
Yeah, Adiog's getting quite low.
They're going to try, but I think this might be gone.
Oh, coming through. Okay, we're seeing the engage. It's Adiog's. He's in there. First blood. He's looking for a second one. Should be able to find it. In fact, he is. Triumph coming through. He's going to have to dodge out of the Blade Caller, but he won't. And now the 80 carry's going out at Tide. Oh my God, what a play. Tide with the instant reaction to Wako's flash to find himself a kill. It's a 3 for 3 so far, but Mabel trying to hunt down this pesky little Kai'Sa, but Tide walking a bit further than Mabel perhaps expected. It will just be the even trade, all things said and done. And think importantly, Godtone wasn't able to pick up anything from that. Kept the Crow Storm though, so if there is to be a follow-up fight, maybe finding access to that as well with the Night Harvester now completed.
That's insane though, right? I mean, having this fight be mostly even without your strongest team fight
and
ultimate,
all this poke.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. I think Godtone, it is hard to get in here, to be fair. Especially when he's got Maple marking him. I'm not sure what happened, because he fears Maple away. I guess he just dies?
Yeah. Flashes, he gets slowed by... Run, little Godtone.
Yeah. That's a pretty unfortunate fight, but it's a very costly mistake, to be honest, because this could be a win and a drag straight after.
They're here again.
He has the cooldown.
Has his ult back.
Yeah, Godtone wants to flank. I like where he's sitting.
Speed boots on Adiog's.
Damn. That's pretty based.
That is.
Okay, well, they're going to grab this.
Honestly, big pickup.
Yeah, I mean, Olaf mid, it's broken.
They're actually losing in plates despite picking up that Rift Shield, so that certainly doesn't look good.
No flash on Godzone. Okay, he's going to be fine. Wasn't anything thrown at him there.
Now, Adiog's, though, is in a position now where he can do some damage. Tide as well, quietly working his way towards this Nash's. I think that kill he found on Wako was pretty huge. Both AD carries going for that outplay. It was Tide who ended up the victor. Now top lane going pretty heavily in favor of RJ. I wonder, honestly, does this matchup swap at all? Or like change over to Taco favored once the likes of the Black Cleaver comes in? You feel like maybe it does?
I'm not sure. To be honest, I feel like Poppy might just be pretty much immovable for the entirety of the game.
Yeah. Certainly could be that way. Honestly, we don't see the Jax versus the Poppy all that much. We saw it very early on in the split, and since then, it's kind of been Jax picked an answer to something else. I mean, honestly, Jax picked an answer to either the Rumble or the Renekton. Maple now appearing in this top lane, swapping out top for that mid laner.
Second Herald now spawning gold is pretty much dead even. It is only a level 9 on the jungler, so don't have those level 2 ultimates just yet, but Adiox is level 11. He's going to be wanting to get stuck in. And it's just such a weird departure from Adiox's normal style. I mean, normally plays the champs with the longest range possible. I mean, I guess Olaf has a ranged ability.
What do you reckon his second item is going to be?
I have no clue. I'll wait and see.
Yeah. We'll let Adiox show us. Okay, where is Godtone? He's just sitting in the pit, not where you really want your fiddlesticks to be. I mean, you can hide in the corner, but teleport's coming in. Up top side, though, it looks like Taco trading with Maple fairly well. Will be the Nature's Grass coming out. Godtone comes in, but he doesn't find the fear. In fact, he's just targeted down. Is going to be stunned up. It's Taco on the backside, though, as Adiox tries to claim up Junji at will. It's now everyone versus that Olaf, who will be shut down. It's 1 for 2. Rift Herald also going over to the side of PSG. And Godtone perhaps not finding the impact with that ultimate you would have hoped for.
I think he just went way too early.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like the carries were going to move forward. I think he just could have stayed where he was. Admittedly, it becomes a lot harder with Woody taking exhaust, which I think is really smart. You often see this into Cannon as well. But, I mean, a lot's committed. The rest of your team got thrown away, and I think unless you find the Kai'Sa or the Jace, or sorry, the Xayah or the Jace, there's probably not much point going for the ult, especially with your teammates gone. So really weird, and this is 2 fights back-to-back now that Godtone is really, really misexecuted. And I think both these fights were very, very winnable.
I think that fight was more or less a 3v5, by the way, and still Hellpigs managed to keep it somewhat even.
Yeah.
They do honestly have a pretty scary team fight.
They do.
And Olaf running at you with the constant worry of where this Fiddlesticks is going to be coming from. And then you saw Taco pretty handedly winning that trade up top against Maple's Jace. And Taco now doing pretty decent damage up into the Poppy.
He's giving him a few back. This Jace is getting really strong, though, and we see why we don't normally give the Jace over to Maple. I believe last time he played it was a 13-1 performance.
Yep. He's been very consistent
as well.
He did. It was a fairly anticlimactic Penta, but a Penta nonetheless.
Okay, they're finding Woody.
Godtone is in the area. He's channeling the ult. Okay, he's going to come through. Nice fair landed there onto Junjia and Woody. The Magnet Storm keeps him stuck in the Crow Storm, and it's going to be ICA picking up the first kill of the fight there. It's going to be turned over. 2 kills for Wako. Tide manages to trade one back. It's going to be a shutdown there over onto the Jace. There was no further follow-up, though, and I think very, very close team fight. 2 for 2. I mean, kind of surprising.
Yeah. It's pretty surprising. And you maybe wonder, by the way, with how these fights are going, if it would have just been better, as we hold that thought, I'll come back to it. Woody was engaged on, but Godtone finds the angle here where he can get Fear onto 2. And this is a pretty good spot to fight him, because even if Maple wants to commit, he's still taking a lot of damage from the Crow Storm and gets feared. And then this is also a pretty good spot for Olaf to play in.
Well, I wonder if Tide had have gone the W on Braum, if he would have picked up the kill.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, TP comes in.
Oh, it's Maple. He's assisted.
Yeah, looks like he's fine. What I was going to say is a lot of the Fiddlesticks do take First Strike or even Spellbook, and the main reason is so you can get the free stopwatch, because it makes a pretty big difference for early fights. And I also think that if you have something like the Futures Market, it can make getting these first items a lot easier. And I'm not sure actually what he has in secondary, I can't remember, but Cosmic, of course, really nice for the sum cooldown. I'm assuming he has you know, red and blue maybe? Sorcery second? I actually don't know.
I would have thought he had red and...
But he didn't have the free
Aqua.
stopwatch, right? He had no inspiration.
I don't recall.
Oh, maybe he had magic boots? He might have had magic boots. Either
Who
way, it doesn't
knows?
feel like the Dark Harvest has really found anything. I think it's
No.
definitely more of a solo queue rune. And something like the Spellbook could even be good, right? You take something like the Ghost for a team fight and suddenly things look a lot different.
IC8
Ooh.
is playing League of Legends.
Well, they need to get out of here. I think this is too much damage taken. They're going to try play for the fight, but this is a Fiddlesticks in full view, and ICA already chunked so low.
Teleport already channeled here. He's going to be first to the fight as Arja. And Halpigs, there is no way for Adiogs out of this pit. They're just going to have to commit, and the Magnet Storm does come down. Woody getting very low, but ultimately will not be found. And down comes the hammer as Tide does come in at the end, but now you have got 4 people around you, and they are not your teammates. It's 4 kills even, found by PSG as Baron is alive. Only Taco remains to try and stop any attempts at that. It is looking like the Dragon will be the focus.
Dragon, like I said, will go over Taco.
Taco.
Maybe trying to find something more. He had the flash and he wanted to look for it, but...
Phase rush.
Just too much damage. That's a clean ace. Second drag picked up, and it looks like bot tower will fall as well, so a massive gold swing for PSG. And that might just be them cementing their first place in the regular season.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit to goes, of course. Tide, pretty strong. Adiogs, maybe once you get that Juck show, can find more impact, but it feels like you're kind of expired. Do you think we'll ever see 40 stacks on the Ravenous Hydra this game, by the way? 'Cause we haven't yet.
I don't think so. I really wonder. I feel like Godzone, he needs a better flank than this. You know, once again, you're engaging onto a brawl. And I think he flashes onto Waku here for the fear, but he can't actually follow up really with the damage.
Yeah.
It's just taken out. And
this Fiddlesticks is a bit of a big nothing burger.
You really just feel like you would much rather be something more consistent if you can't find these angles. Admittedly, it is hard. Right? Like, it's not the easiest champ to pull off in competitive, and we don't see it often for a reason. And now, is he going to Frozen Heart second?
Looks like it.
That has to be awful.
Look, I don't know. Dark Show completed now for Adiogs. He's close to 40. He's at 28.
PSG have enough control. They probably could start up a Baron. Now, it might be risky up against Fiddle, right? If Fiddle does manage to find an angle into the pit, you could be in a lot of trouble. But as long as they have all the control, they could just force them to come and check. And they're thinking about it.
Yeah, no teleport here on Taco's Jax.
Well, they see Godtone.
They do see Godtone. Out comes the Glacial Fissure. It's going to be Godtone getting absolutely annihilated. Not long after, IC8 will also fall in. Adiogs, the next target. He does pop that ult. He's not going to be able to be CC'd, but he's absolutely taken some damage. But not before he does some damage back.
What?
He picks up the 1v4 shutdown kill there onto Maple. As well as the amount of damage he was able to put out means that perhaps this Baron now cannot be looked at.
Yeah, I don't know. There's still 3 members dead. I think if they were really bold, they could, but they're going to play it safe. They don't need to rush, although they're back to rushing.
Now, Prey Seekers do have that reset available. First one, however, lands onto Woody's. Not all that much damage. It is the Gwynsu's Kaiser. That one will not land. So now Taco trying to stop it. Grandmaster's Might, but he's going to get hit away there by RJ on the Poppy. Cleanse used, but it's not really used onto anything. Killer Instinct just to try and disengage. Taco's looking for something here. IC8 in the area, but with that Winter's Bite connecting, can no longer go forward, and it is PSG picking themselves up a Baron 23 minutes into this game. Also finding themselves at a 6k gold lead.
Yep. And Fiddlesticks, very vulnerable, of course, to getting engaged on first. Doesn't have a stopwatch or anything. Is just stuck between a rock and several hard places. And Adiogs, I mean, he really...
This is crazy.
I don't even know how he lived here for so long. I mean, there's 4 people hitting him in the middle, and he somehow clears up one. And if he were a bit stronger, there's a good chance he wins that.
Yeah.
As insane as that is. I mean...
I think he died before Triumph Proc even came in too. So even then, there's like, man...
And I guess that's why they're going for all the armor, because there is really only the AP from the Maokai. But the AP Maokai does add quite a bit of damage. Now, it isn't the Leandries, so maybe not as much as there would be normally. Barker's being looked at, has everything available.
He's in the area. IC8 does come forward. Magnetic Storm does come and follow. There is no Gold Tone and there is no Fiddlesticks ult here. He's going to channel it, but it's only going to land onto RJ and Woody. Definitely not the members you want to be hitting, as Tide trying to find some damage on the back end, but realizes he can't walk in, and this Fiddlesticks pick is looking like an absolute nightmare, but not for the other team. For his team, as Junjia blast cones over and realizes a bit too far forward, flashes back out. 5 members strong though for PSG now, are sieging onto this base. It's only Tide, it's only Taco. The same 2 members who had to try to defend the Baron now have to try and defend the Nexus.
Well, it looks like they will defend it for now. Inhib went down, and there's a Dragon that's probably going to go down in about a minute's time. 4,000 gold off the Baron though. Huge pickup, of course, for PSG, and it feels like they're in a pretty unlosable position. I'm not too sure what this was. Chasing onto Wako feels like the hardest person to engage on, and also it feels like this has to start with Fiddlesticks, if anything, because now Fiddle is so far away from this. You know, maybe if you could get PSG to come towards you, it could work, but by the time Fiddle finds an angle to engage, it's once again onto a full tank Poppy who, while he doesn't have any MR, has enough health that it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And also, I mean, notably, Gold Tone doesn't really have any magic damage.
True.
Adiogs trying to find some trades here as Gold Tone going to take another accelerated shock blast to the face, sending him back to his Nexus.
That might be it. They have 15 seconds on Baron, so maybe they can buff this wave. I'm not even sure if they can in time. They still have really strong poke, though, just from Maple's Jace.
Yeah. Adiogs, though, this Baron buff going down in 1 second. See how much damage Undertow does. In fact, he's only going to throw it at Woody.
Well, they are going to keep going for now. I feel like this... Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah, he goes for it, and he finds a minion wave. Nice wave clear there, of course, coming out of the Crow Storm. Again,
with that, they should just turn back to drag.
He was doing it on what was absolute vision there from PSG.
It's unfortunate. I think finding an engager's Fiddlesticks now is pretty much impossible, because once you're this far behind, it's just so easy for PSG to control everything. You do have to wonder, though, if any of those first 3 fights had gone differently, if he had found better engages or better angles, you know, this very well could be a different game.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to think otherwise, right? Even in those fights where they basically didn't have a Fiddlesticks, they came down to the absolute wire. Okay, we're at 32 Ravenous Hydra stacks.
There's a Morello for Junjia, which seemed like a pretty good decision, actually. You know, not often am I a Morello fan, but there's a lot of healing on that mid jungle. And Maokai's a good person to apply it to.
Yeah.
Lots of members in this top jungle. Maybe they just want to take this tier 2 ahead of the next Baron. Even if you can't get that, just the top side vision would probably be enough. And while there is a lot of armor, you know, on this Olaf and Fiddle, the problem is there is already the Thrillders on Maple. And I think Wako just does so much damage that the armor almost doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, Woody, I mean, not Woody, sorry. Wako picking up the Moab Malmortis seems a little bit too safe, in my opinion. Just basically, there's no... Oh God.
They find the flank.
They do find a flank, and as Adiog's actually finding a lot onto Maple, as IC8 will be locking up those 2 members up the top side. Maple does get himself a kill as Taco flashes over, finds himself 1 in return, and now it's 3 members strong, chasing down Adiog's. The exhaust coming through from Woody will all but convince me, or, you know,
something,
certify his death, I guess. Now it's only going to be Taco and Tide. I mean, this has been the story of the entire game, really. These 2 trying to do everything they can to maintain a hope, a chance. Wako flashing forward, Tide finding the damage. He's going to try and live.
Wait.
Taco coming back now. They've trolled. Oh, okay, nice work by Arja, but Tide back to full health. It's 1 shut down. You don't want to be giving over too much gold to the Kaiser. It seems like a bit of trolling has been going on as another kill will be found. It's Taco who picks up that one, and Arja on the backside loses his flash for what was war crimes being committed there at the Nexus.
Yes. Hellpigs need to sprint to Baron. That's the chance to somehow crawl back into this game. War crimes it really was. I mean, Wako was getting so greedy there.
We've seen it before out of him as well. And Junjie now.
He's forced to flash.
He is forced to flash.
He gets some damage though.
Magnet Storm does come through. Maple's in the area. They do have to be careful. Tide will have to use his cleanse as Icy-8 gets poked down very, very low here. Perhaps going a little bit too early. Team were not ready for that, and they lose their chance at this Baron.
Wow. I feel like they honestly just had to do it. Even if you get aced, I think it's worth trying because I don't think there's any way to win this game conventionally down this far. But I think if Adiogs had managed to be there, and if they had just managed to DPS down the Baron, even if you lose a couple on the way out, maybe you give yourself a chance in this game. But even more defenses come through now. More on Maple, GA for Wako, and MR starting to rebuild on Arja. So while Tide has a lot of AP, he's not going to have a Void and not going to have a way to deal with all this magic resist. A Randuin's here, picked up for Adiogs.
Yep. Randuin's will be completed. That will lower the damage coming out of Xayah in particular quite substantially.
Yeah.
We'll see though. It feels like, that's
again.
been outscaled. Godtone has been found. Silence onto Arja as Featherstorm committed from Wako. Fight breaks out. It's now Adiogs trying to find the damage, but you may have the Randuins for Wako, but it's not going to do all that much against Jace as Godtone finds himself in the middle of 5 and immediately flashing out. He's stunned up. He's going to be taken out. And would you believe it, Shock? We have Taco and Tide last alive again as Tide tries to find the kill on
the
Maple. But the Moral Mortis will make Maple live, and it's only Taco. All that separates the team of PSG for securing their first place is 1 inhib, 2 towers, and a Nexus. See if Taco can do anything to stop this, but 1v5, it feels even this man can't get it done. Second Nexus tower will go down. They are going to look for another kill, but Taco with the counter-strike just walks on out, and PSG will be first place heading into the playoffs for the summer split.
Well, I think, look, it wasn't maybe the game I was hoping to see from Hellpigs, but I did get to see something spectacular, which was that Olaf mid.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a pretty good performance on it.
1v4.
Yeah, I mean, towards the end, it became too hard just as he started to get wallet gap. There was just too much gold, really, in the pockets of PSG, and you really got to question the Fiddlesticks. I think the pick has potential, but it was not executed well whatsoever.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to find angles, and it almost, at times, I'm sorry to say it, but it felt like Godtone wasn't even trying to find the angles. I mean, that one in mid where he's like, ah, sweet, I see Ozzy, I'll ult now. It's like, what are you even going to do? I mean, you have the Night Harvester into Frozen Heart. Have you ever seen that build?
No, I don't think that's a build. I can kind of get what he's going for.
I do too, in terms of you get into the middle of the team and the Frozen Heart works like that, but why pick Fiddlesticks then?
Yeah, I think it would have just been better to go something like Protobelt Zhonya's, right? You still get the armor, you get the ability to get yourself a bit deeper into those team fights, which I think would have been better. I don't know though, it doesn't feel like, while we look at the build, I really don't think the build was the biggest issue at all. I mean, the problem was just, there was just never a Fiddlesticks ult onto the carries. There was just never a good angle found. And I think, as I was saying, when the game goes longer and longer and you're falling further and further behind, it becomes really hard. But in the early game, you know, the first 2 fights, there's less wards, there's less control. There's definitely an opportunity there somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there will be a send-off now in the summer, in the year 2023 for Hellpigs. I mean, honestly, it's been an exciting run, I feel like. There's been so many ups and downs. We went from, I think that was 0-5 to start the split. They picked up 1 win against Duish team and like, oh well, at least they're better than them. Then 1 against Frank. They've won against CFO. I mean, this team, even last split, they was kind of that dark horse. They were taking these games that you don't expect them. And now with the inclusion of Godtone, I mean, it even became more surprising, but here they weren't able to get it done, and ultimately they were already eliminated. It was really just PSG's game.
Yeah.
They pick it up, and now they do confirm they are first place.
They do. And while we are saying goodbye to Hellpigs, I think that Taco especially will land on a much better team next year, I would expect, because despite being on one of the weaker rosters, he showed some really, really good performances pretty much all split long.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say, for the likes of Adiogs, if he tightens up some of those meta picks that aren't the control mages, I actually think he has the potential to be a really, really top mid laner, because when he was on the Azir, which is a meta control mage, looked fantastic. And honestly, the LeBlanc as well, he started to make that work. We saw that yesterday. Looked really, really good on the LeBlanc. Even the Olaf, while it was an absolute, came out of left field. He had no idea it was coming. He genuinely made it look like it can work. And it really was the pieces of the puzzles around him that wasn't doing so well. I mean, IC8, maybe going in too early sometimes. Goldtone very much the same as well. And it was just, Adiogs, I feel, did well. Taco did well, and Tide. I think those 3 members of Halpigs really showed so much promise over the split, and it is sad to see them go.
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see where they end up, though, next year. And I think, coming back to the Adiogs champion pool thing, I think that having a lot of off-meta picks is a bonus as long as they don't replace the meta picks, right?
Yeah.
If you can play the meta picks and the off-meta picks, that's great, but if you can't play the meta, well, we're in a bit of trouble. But speaking of trouble, I mean, this is a fight that started off with IC8 chunked out very, very low, and Goldtone just spotted out so early. You even see that ward by Woody over the wall. There's no doubt as to where Goldtone is, right? And so when he engages, the only person he finds is Woody. He fears Wako, sure, but it's just taken out immediately after. And Tidy tries to pick up the pieces, but he's just nowhere near as strong as this PSG lineup right now.
No, absolutely not. And Goldgraph, actually, I mean, it shows signs of life there for Halpigs, especially in the early stage of the game. It was really, though, the Maple show. Wako picking up the most kills, I believe, by the end of the game, but it was Maple just outputting so much damage. I mean, you saw it in that last fight, right? Goldtone goes in, gets absolutely clapped. I was like, wow. I mean, even the Olaf, Adiogs by the end of it was just so far behind. I mean, all the carries were just a whole item behind their counterparts. It became a little bit too hard to ask for anything more.
Yeah. Who would you give the MVP to? I have no clue. Feels like it was very much just a team effort. I was thinking maybe Arja just because...
I was going to say Arja's ults. I actually was thinking sort of hit an OP in there. Were some of those ults?
Yeah, I was thinking also just because he was like 3-0-5 and I think Taku was like 0-1-0 at some point. You know, it was just a lot of impact in the top lane, but I don't really know. It was just a PSG as a whole played better and...
Not Wako, because he committed war crimes at the end there. Not him. I think he played a good game other than that, I think. But when you do that, I feel like you just remove yourself from MVP contention because you really did give Halpigs the only chance they could possibly have to win. And it is Arja.
This guy has a few of those.
He does. I think he's tied with Maple. It was tied a couple games back. I'm not sure if Maple's picked up every MVP since then. He definitely would have got it in the pentakill game. But I have a feeling he hasn't got all of them. No, who really knows? But RJ has picked up some of the most. And I mean, just all season, this guy's really stepped it up, I want to say, between spring and summer.
He has. I really like how versatile his Champa was too. You know, you've got a lot of different things that you can play, and seems very strong on basically everything. Makes drafting against him really, really difficult. And I also don't think he's the type of top that, you know, you're always expecting him to play a tank, or you're always expecting him to play the carry. It's like he can not only play all these well, but he seems willing to play all these different styles as well. He really is just the team player.
Absolutely. I mean, you see him play all the meta picks. He was one of the first to pick up the Rumble and things like that, and that's really promising. I think his champion pool is probably the most stable out of all the top laners. I mean, you have some more diverse ones. I mean, like Driver, for example, very, very much someone that will spec very far into the carry champions, where RJ, he can play a carry champ, but if you don't need him to, he may as well not, because, I mean, Maple will be able to carry the game. Wako, in many cases, will be able to carry the game. So oftentimes, it just works a lot better for him to play, you know, stock standard. But today's results, I think everything pretty much as expected. Maybe CFO versus Frank, you didn't really know.
Yeah, I think that DCG Frank match there was the one that really could have gone either way. And it was a pretty big one. I mean, securing 4th place in the seeding, I guess, and avoiding any tiebreaker is pretty big.
And here's the big one.
Yeah.
6th equal. Or 5th equal.
Yeah, so there will be that one tiebreaker there. And head-to-head, does it matter for side selection? I don't even know what their head-to-head is.
I don't know, but the head-to-head's almost certainly 1-1 because Frank started terribly and CFO finished terribly, so...
It's good logic.
It is. I'm pretty certain they would be 1-1. But maybe the first win CFO found of the summer, the second round robin, maybe it was against Frank, but who knows. Yeah. But yeah, I think it is just the strength of schedule or the head-to-head. If the head-to-head's even, it goes off strength of schedule, I believe, for who gets side selection. But this is exciting. I mean, it's a repeat of our 2nd place game last split. Now it's the 5th place game.
Yeah, I don't even know who to favor going into that match. I think I literally see it the same way I see the DCG match of whichever team drafts to their strengths is probably going to come out on top. I'm less sure of what CFO's strengths are these days, other than the dragon thing, but they haven't done that in a while. Although they did it today, I suppose.
They did. Upcoming match. It's the singular one. The big one, really.
The big one.
To top it all off for the regular season. And I mean, it is honestly kind of a fairy tale story where you had Frank come in. They looked pretty terrible for the first 3 weeks. Turned it up a little bit of a notch coming into the last stages there. And then CFO, the complete opposite. They came in, they're like, wow, this team's incredible. They're certainly going to be top 4. Are they going to be second, first, second, third, fourth? You don't really know. Now they're competing to not be 6th after losing 8 straight. It's like,
yeah,
well, 7 straight. What happened here?
It was a crazy turn of events, and I am glad that this is our top 6 in the end. I think this will make probably the most exciting games. And would it really be playoffs the same if, you know, the likes of CFO weren't in them?
No, it doesn't feel like it. And I mean, importantly, when you do get to these playoff stages, everything is off the table now. You have a best of 5 instead of just the single game, which means even if you lose that first game, you actually have the chance to revisit your draft and even bring out some more surprising picks. And I think we saw that a lot, particularly in the last split. We saw a lot of Talia Malphites and things like that coming out where we didn't really see it when you came to the regular season. As soon as it came to those playoffs, it was just people being more comfortable to pick up whatever they want. And I think that probably will start tomorrow. I wouldn't be too surprised to see something surprising come out at some stage of that draft. Although maybe it does feel better, the likes of Frank to go to Annie, go to carry jungler, and maybe CFO getting Gemini back onto the Vi, something really stock standard that they looked good at. It does feel like that may be their pathway to success, but honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. The PCS, I mean, the 2nd round robin in particular, there was just upset absolutely everywhere. It's honestly been such a thrill. I hope everyone that has viewed today's games has had as much fun watching the PCS over the regular season as I have. Of course, we will be back tomorrow for that singular game between Frank and CFO to decide who will be 5th, who will be 6th, so join us there. But for the rest of the night, goodbye.
What has been seen can't be unknown, and